Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 794, The Hard to Accept Truth. Your Highness. Anya tilted her head. She didn't understand what he meant. No one understood what Yang Hui meant, especially Cornelia, Clovis and Euphemia. They knew that besides Nunnally, Lelouch cared most about the truth of Mariana's assassination. After so many years, he secretly asked them for help. They also investigated the truth of the year, but they didn't get anything. Now, Yang Hui intends to announce the truth, but he didn't say it in person. Instead, he looked at Anya, the eyewitness of the year. The information that Anya was Mariana's apprentice maid could not be hidden from them. After Mariana was assassinated, the relevant departments also questioned Anya, but they didn't get anything. Anya was only a few years old at the time. She was originally lively, but she became what she is now after witnessing Mariana's assassination. She also lost all her memories of the time. Anya, believe me. Yang Hui touched Anya's head and comforted her. Although I don't know what's going on, I believe in your highness. Anya hesitated for a moment, then nodded seriously. So? Yang Hui closed his eyes, and opened them again the next second. In addition to the scarlet flying bird, there were also colorful streams of light. This is. X and Cornelia and the others were shocked. Although they didn't know what happened, Yang Hui's eyes suddenly changed drastically, and they were filled with a breath that frightened them. Geez, a powerful spiritual power. I will explain the details to you later. Yang Hui said to Cornelia and the others, and then stared at Anya. Are you still unwilling to show up at this point? Princess Mariana. What? X and everyone was shocked, except for Regine Regetta and CC. I see. I said that this little girl has always had a very familiar breath on her body. It turns out to be Mariana. CC said suddenly. What do you mean? What exactly is Geese? What do you know? Why did Yang Hui call Anya my mother? Lelouch asked anxiously. Generally speaking, Geese is a special spiritual power, which is bestowed by the code holder on those who have the qualifications of a king. Each Geese has different abilities, because the abilities of Geese are a true reflection of the inner vision of the ability holder. Everyone suddenly became quiet. Except for the sound of breathing and heartbeats, there was only the sound of the automatic factory running, because it was not CC who answered Lelouch, but Anya. No, it should be called Mariana. Everyone's eyes were focused on Anya. At this time, Anya seemed to have completely changed. Her face was full of expressions, and her voice was no longer Anya's voice, and her eyes were flashing with a slight red light. Mother, concubine? Lelouch asked in a trembling voice. Yes, Lelouch, long time no see, you have grown up. Mother. Is it really you? What on earth is going on? Calm down, Lelouch. Seeing that Lelouch was about to pounce, Yang Hui quickly blocked him and Mariana. Cornelia and Clovis beside Lelouch controlled him on the left and right, and Euphemia grabbed his hand worriedly. Let me go. How can I calm down? Mother, since you are still alive, why didn't you come to see us earlier? Do you know how Nunnally and I were treated? If it weren't for Yang Hui's care, do you know what would have happened to us? As early as when Mariana was assassinated and Charles di Bunitalia expelled Lelouch and Nunnally, the man named Lelouch v Bunitalia had died. The only thing that could keep him going forward, besides taking good care of Nunnally, was to find out the truth of the year. When he learned that Mariana was still alive, all the grievances and resentments that he had accumulated in his heart burst out at this moment. That's because Mariana doesn't have the qualifications of a king, and the Geese ability she got is incomplete. As the one who gave Mariana the ability, CC was the most qualified to explain to everyone. Mariana's ability is soul infiltration. The activation condition is to look directly into the eyes of the infiltrated person, and she can host her consciousness, that is, her soul, in the body of another person. But because her ability is not complete, there is a restriction that it can only be activated when she dies, and the requirements for the infiltrated person cannot be too high. Although she can always live in the form of consciousness after infiltration, she can only have a certain degree of influence on some of the infiltrated person's skills and behaviors, and cannot control the infiltrated person's body and consciousness, unless it is a special situation like now. Everyone was silent after hearing this, shocked by the horror of this ability. Even so. Lelouch didn't know what to say. He understood the situation, but he still couldn't let it go. The grievances and resentment in his heart could not be easily resolved. It's been a long time since we last met, Princess Mariana. At this time, Jeremiah knelt on one knee and saluted to Mariana as a knight. I'm very sorry, Princess, I failed to protect you, which led to you becoming what you are now. No need to apologize, Jeremiah. Mariana said calmly, although I was asleep most of the time, Anya and I can share memories. Although you became Yang Hui's knight, your actions still protected Lelouch and Nunnally. You are still a loyal and brave knight. Please stick to your current identity and position and continue to serve Yang Hui. Yes, Your Highness. Then it's you, Yang Hui. After speaking, Mariana looked at Yang Hui again. Thank you for taking care of Lelouch and Nunnally. I knew you wouldn't give up on them, but I'm a little upset that you let Lelouch go to the battlefield. Lelouch and Nunnally are my younger brother and sister. Even if I'm from another world, this won't change. I will naturally take good care of them, and going to the battlefield is Lelouch's own choice. He is your son, and you should know him well. Yes, that's why I'm upset. Mariana complained like a little girl. Okay, Princess Mariana, tell everyone the truth of that year. Yang Hui said to Mariana, Lelouch has endured so many years of grievances and resentment, and he should be given an explanation. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Hui and Mariana's eyes fell on Lelouch. Mother. Yang Hui. Lelouch was a little scared at this time. He had a premonition that the truth of that year was completely opposite to his guess. The one who assassinated me was a member of the G-Cult. The mastermind behind the scenes was called VV, Your Majesty's brother. Then, Mariana told everything that happened that year, as well as the cause and effect. This has to start from Charles d'Ibunitalia's childhood. Charles d'Ibunitalia and VV agreed at a very young age to build a world without lies, and the two brothers have been working hard for this goal. Charles d'Ibunitalia became the emperor of the empire, and VV, who had the code, secretly accepted the G-Cult and handled the shady work for the empire. However, after Charles d'Ibunitalia met Mariana, everything changed. Because of Charles d'Ibunitalia's love for Mariana, his goal gradually changed from a world without lies to making the world a better place. This made VV feel a sense of crisis, thinking that Mariana was an obstacle and that she was influencing Charles d'Ibunitalia to change, so he planned to get rid of Mariana and make Charles d'Ibunitalia return to his original appearance. After that, there was the assassination. VV succeeded, but also failed. Mariana was indeed killed, but what VV didn't know was that Mariana used her G's ability to hide in Anya's body and live. Charles d'Ibunitalia certainly knew the truth of the assassination, but he did not avenge Mariana in the first place. On the one hand, VV was his own brother, which made it difficult for him to make a decision. On the other hand, he was also afraid of the power of the G-Cult, especially the enhanced people developed by VV, and the unknown and unpredictable G's abilities. So the assassination of the imperial concubine that year was left unresolved. Finally, there are Lelouch and Nunnally. They did not do this because Mariana died and they lost their backing in the palace, or because they angered Charles d'Ibunitalia, but to protect us. Lelouch asked with difficulty. Yes. Mariana nodded. Before the assassination began, Charles and I noticed something was wrong, so we discussed in advance that if something happened to me, we would send you away to reduce VV's attention. Maybe if you stay away from Bunitaria, he won't do anything to you. Facts have proved we are right, but also wrong. What do you mean? Lelouch asked with a frown. Charles and I are right. VV did not intend to let you go at the beginning, but what we didn't expect was. Mariana looked at Yang Hui halfway through. As expected of a strong man from another world, Charles and I both think you are not a simple person, but we didn't expect you to make a big splash and then get out of control, and VV's attention has shifted from Lelouch and Nunnally to you. Lelouch was silent, but his clenched teeth and clenched fists showed his restlessness. Everything is reasonable, this is the truth. This is the judgment made by Lelouch's brain, but he finds it difficult to accept. Once he accepts it, how should he vent the grievances and resentment in his heart? Can it be passed with just a word of understanding and a word of forgiveness? Okay, the truth of the year is known, so Princess Mariana, now we should have a good talk about your and Charles' Ragnarok plan. After giving everyone some time to calm down, Yang Hui spoke to Mariana again. My mistake, I missed it, I will contact BJ to change the order immediately. Chapter 795, Ragnarok Plan. Ragnarok Plan? What is that? Everyone was confused, but they were just surprised at most, not scared, because everything Yang Hui told them before was already the ceiling of shock, and the upper limit was all raised. But they were still very concerned about the Ragnarok Plan mentioned by Yang Hui, and it didn't sound like a good name. Haha, I didn't expect that you even knew about Ragnarok. Vivi might be right, you are the biggest obstacle. Suddenly Mariana lost her elegance and picked up the prestige that she had abandoned. The strongest knight of the round table, who was once named Shining Mariana, came back. Yes, so what? Can you stop me? Yang Hui answered calmly. Facing the momentum of Shining Mariana, his face did not fluctuate at all. Put away your momentum, Mariana. If you are not afraid of hurting Anya, you will see what a real strong man is. Your mental power is very strange. Mariana was silent for a moment and then withdrew the oppression of her momentum. Yang Hui was like a towering mountain, and she was just a tiny wave. Strange. Yes, strange, your mental power is very active and strong. This is not just a firm will, but something even stranger. Are you human? Of course I am human, 100% human. Yang Hui raised the corners of his mouth and opened his arms. It's just that in order to adapt to the cosmic environment, a new human being has evolved. Adapt to the cosmic environment. Yes. Then Yang Hui also took the opportunity to popularize the technological level and current status of several other worlds to everyone, as well as the special bloodlines of each world, such as the Transformers, NTs, and Adjusters. It's worthy of being a connection to multiple worlds. Amazing. Then, it's the same question, Mariana, can you stop me? He. Mariana smiled disappointedly, shook her head, and the whole person became dejected. I can't stop you, and I can feel that your mental will has locked me. If necessary, you have the ability to directly peel my consciousness out of Anya's body, right? Yes. Yang Hui nodded. Not only me, Charles, Vivi, but also the whole of Bunitaria cannot stop you. Our plan has failed the moment you arrived. Mariana said frustratedly, we just want to create a world without lies, without fighting, where everyone can live in peace. What's wrong with that? Why do you have to stop us? What is going on? Yang Hui, can you explain first what Princess Mariana means? What exactly is the Ragnarok Plan? Cornelia interrupted the conversation between Yang Hui and Mariana and asked. From the beginning, they were listening to the Book of Heaven, and they had a bad premonition in their hearts. As the Ragnarok Plan was mentioned more and more times, this premonition became stronger. To understand the Ragnarok Plan, you must first know a concept called the World of Sea. Yang Hui explained to everyone. The World of Sea. Yes, the World of Sea is the collective subconscious, and it is also a collection of human minds and memories. Entering the World of Sea is equivalent to entering the subconscious realm of oneself and others, and one can observe the deep minds and memories of oneself and others. Then there are the code holders, who are the people who have the key to connect to the World of Sea. They are immortal and have the qualifications to grant Jis abilities to others, but the prerequisite for obtaining Jis is the qualifications of a king. By the way, there are two code owners in the world. One is Charles's brother Vivi mentioned earlier, and the other is CC. Code can also be transferred. People who have Jis are the candidates for code owners, and they need to seize the code of the code owner when he is weak and dying. What about the Ragnarok Plan? What is the connection with the World of Sea? What is the connection with Jis? Cornelia asked. You all know about the ruins of 11, right? Yes. That's the Temple of World Sea. Such temples are spread all over the world, and each temple is connected to the entrance of World Sea, called the Thinking Elevator. Charles and Vivi developed a system called the Sword of Akasha, which is a system that can control World Sea and can instantly connect to temples around the world. Only the owner of the Sword of Akasha can control it. Using the Sword of Akasha system, you can activate the Thinking Elevator, move people to designated areas in World Sea, and even activate Ragnarok. And Ragnarok, by activating temples all over the world, the owner of the code operates the control console to extend the collective subconscious field to cover the entire world, and as a controller, you can view, manipulate, and even modify the consciousness of anyone in the world. What? And everyone looked at Mariana in disbelief. They really hoped that Mariana could deny it, because it was too terrible. Once the Ragnarok plan succeeded, Charles d'Ibunitalia would truly become the master of the world, and they were puppets in the hands of Charles d'Ibunitalia, and everyone in the world was. Wait? In that case, the Empire frequently declared war on other countries for. Cornelia immediately thought of all the areas she had participated in conquering, where such relics had been found. However, she didn't care about such historical relics before, and she ignored them after the locals sent people to take over. Now it seems, she took the initiative to give the most powerful weapon to the enemy. Question mark. That's right, it's to control the temples around the world and connect the temples, thinking elevator, with a Sword of Akasha system. Yang Hui nodded, confirming Cornelia's guess. This. Damn it. In this case, doesn't it mean? Not yet. The Temple of 11 has always been in my hands. We still have the chance to fight back. Yang Hui looked at CC and asked, if CC destroys the temple, the thinking elevator can be destroyed at the same time, right? Yes, but this will also completely lose the entrance to the sea world. CC replied. Then our next goal is very simple. Destroy the temples and thinking elevators around the world, expose the existence of the Geese cult and Vivi's conspiracy, connect the world together, destroy the Geese cult and the Sword of Akasha system, kill Charles, and establish the Earth Federation. Wait a minute. Cornelia interrupted Yang Hui with a headache. It's easy to secretly send people to destroy those temples and thinking elevators. At least 10, 11, 2, 18 are easy. These territories are still under our control. Other places need some effort, but they can be done in the end. But which of the following is easy? Tell me. Except for the first one, all the following goals seem very difficult to Cornelia and the others. For example, exposing the conspiracy of the Geese cult and VV, even if Yang Hui has evidence, the Geese cult and VV are backed by Charles d'Ibunitalia and the entire Bunitalia Empire. If they are exposed, they can be admitted to be forged, and even bite Yang Hui back. And destroying the Geese cult and the Sword of Akasha system, do you know where they are? Do you know whether the guards are strong or weak? Do you know what the system looks like? How to destroy it if you don't know anything? Killing Charles d'Ibunitalia or something, that's already a blatant rebellion, right? Although everyone present is willing to thwart the Ragnarok plan, what about others? How to guarantee it? Charles d'Ibunitalia is the Emperor of Bunitalia. In the eyes of many people, his words are more credible and more effective than Yang Hui's. As for uniting the world and establishing the Earth Federation, that's a later story. Let's talk about it after the previous one is completed. It's all very simple. Yang Hui was calm and at ease, because he had already prepared for this. Come with me, it's time to introduce you to the production projects of this factory. After the voice fell, Yang Hui followed Zhao Yin's guidance and came to the core area, where the finished products were ready. This is the trump card I prepared, and it is also a reliance against the whole world, the pseudo-solar furnace. As the hatch opened, a small conical engine appeared in front of everyone, and Yang Hui also thoughtfully prepared a detailed introduction to the pseudo-solar furnace for everyone. It's just a pity that Yang Hui couldn't find the cosmic egg, or something else in this world, and couldn't make the original solar furnace. Since the establishment of 11, Yang Hui has been in charge of the operation of this underground factory, but it doesn't take so long to build the factory and manufacture the pseudo-solar furnace. But don't forget that the previous pseudo-solar furnaces were prepared for space battleships and MIS. How big is the MIS? The smallest MIS at present is 18 meters. How big is the Nightmare? 4 to 5 meters. Using the previous model, how to install it on the Nightmare? Hold it with both hands? So, this long time is the time Yang Hui needs to shrink the pseudo-solar furnace. Speaking of shrinking, the output power and GN particle reserve are far less than the previous model, but it is completely sufficient for the Nightmare to use. Is this all true? Your Highness Yang Hui, does this technology really exist? Lloyd and other researchers asked with fiery eyes. In their view, GN particles are simply miracles. They can attack, defend, attach to body parts to reduce friction, hinder communication, and most importantly, they are anti-gravity. Yes, everything you see is real, and Yang Hui has shrunk the pseudo-solar furnace so that Nightmare can use it. Wait, Your Highness, this is a pseudo-solar furnace, right? Does it mean that this is just a pseudo-furnace? And above the pseudo-furnace, there is a real furnace. Lakshya asked anxiously. Yes, the pseudo-solar furnace is a substitute for the original solar furnace, but don't worry, the difference between the pseudo-solar furnace and the original solar furnace is that the pseudo-solar furnace needs to convert electrical energy into GN particles and cannot generate GN particles by itself, while the original solar furnace is a semi-permanent energy source that can generate GN particles by itself. Other aspects are the same, but this world has no way to manufacture it, so only the pseudo-solar furnace can be used. Yang Hui said. Please let me see it. The X3 researchers' eyes lit up and they were extremely excited. Semi-permanent energy has always been the dream project of all researchers. They have always wanted to complete it, and it attracts them like the sun, but they either get burned in the flames or retreat in the face of difficulties. Chapter 796, Fighting to the Point of Bloodshed. Permanent energy has always been the dream project of all scientific researchers. They have always wanted to complete it, just like the sun attracting them to approach, but they either burn themselves in the fire or retreat in the face of difficulties. Even so, there are still countless mothers heading towards this dazzling sun to prove the truth in their hearts. Scientists are so passionate that others cannot remain calm. For warriors such as Jeremiah, powerful energy means that their bodies will be more powerful, and the appearance of the pseudo-solar furnace means that they can also fly freely in the sky. In the eyes of Cornelia, Clovis and Lelouch, this is a beam of light that illuminates the sky in the impossible darkness, allowing them to see the hope of success. Because the biggest conflict among countries in the world is resource plunder, natural resources, social resources, human resources, etc. Once the pseudo-solar furnace is popularized, first of all, the energy problem can be greatly improved, and Sakura stone is no longer a necessity, and countries around the world no longer need to fight for Sakura stone. Another very important point is that the pseudo-solar furnace brings the possibility of breaking through the Earth's barrier. By getting rid of the constraints of the Earth's gravity, human beings have stepped into the vast ocean of the universe. What unfolds before them is a cake that can never be eaten up. In front of the giant of the universe, who is willing to shrink on the tiny Earth to compete for limited resources? Yang Hui, how is the output of the pseudo-solar furnace? How many pseudo-solar furnaces are there? Can it be popularized all over the world? Cornelia asked 3 questions in a row. Compared with the output power of the pseudo-solar furnace and the characteristics of the GN particles, she is more concerned about the production cost and production efficiency, because technology that cannot be popularized is meaningless. The output and cost of the pseudo-solar furnace are within an acceptable range, but the large-scale popularization you imagine is impossible with the current capabilities of this world. The technological foundation and industrial foundation are too far behind. Yang Hui answered Cornelia's questions bit by bit. There are 200 nightmares using small pseudo-solar furnaces and 4 battleships using large pseudo-solar furnaces. This is the limit of Xiaoyin in the past few years. As for popularizing it all over the world, let alone your world, even other worlds can't do it. The cost of the pseudo-solar furnace is not high, and the production difficulty is not high, but it depends on what you compare it with. The above advantages are the conclusions drawn by comparing with the original solar furnace, but they are only compared with the original solar furnace. Although the pseudo-solar furnace is called a pseudo-furnace, it is also a solar furnace. The production cost and difficulty are still higher than the Mecha furnace, and it is at the same level as the Ahab reactor. Pseudo-solar furnaces are popularized all over the world? What a joke. Even the Gundam world can't do it. Especially for civilian technology, even if I develop a pseudo-solar furnace car, how many people can afford the cost of the pseudo-solar furnace? Therefore, the backup plan chosen by the Gundam world is to popularize the use of GN particles instead of solar furnaces and pseudo-solar furnaces, and use GN particle storage devices to replace solar furnaces and pseudo-solar furnaces. After the GN particles in the GN particle storage devices are used up, they can be replenished just like refueling a fossil fuel car. After listening to Yang Hui's backup plan, Cornelia started thinking again. It is a very good alternative plan, but there are also many problems. For example, the pseudo-solar furnace needs electricity to produce GN particles, so where does such a huge amount of electricity come from? Nuclear energy is sealed, and other power generation methods are definitely not enough, and even in the end they still have to go back to Sakurashi. It doesn't make much sense. Thinking fruitlessly, Cornelia shook her head helplessly. I knew you would think so, Xiaoyin. Then, Yang Hui asked Xiaoyin to retrieve another document and introduce it to everyone. Orbital start elevator, solar power generation system, let's learn about it. Everyone read it carefully again. They all believed that anything Yang Hui took out must be shocking. There are so many different worlds, and they all broke out of the Earth and went to the universe. The level of technology is not known to be several streets ahead of their world. Sure enough, there was another round of exclamations. According to the information provided by Xiaoyin, the orbital elevator and solar power generation system are completely feasible. It's just time. To complete this system, it will take at least decades, or even several generations of efforts. While excited, the three scientists Lloyd, Lakshita and Anna also made the most fair analysis and judgment. Once our goal is achieved, this world will be connected to the Promise Fortress, and then we can gather the power of multiple worlds to complete it together. Yang Hui said. That would be the best. Everyone smiled when they heard this, and they didn't worry about other worlds threatening their world. After all, the owner of the Promise Fortress was Yang Hui, and they were not the first world to be connected to the Promise Fortress. So many worlds can live in peace, and one more or one less will not make a difference. Next, it is a matter of allocation. Although the factory is still running at full capacity, the production capacity of the pseudo-solar furnace is limited after all. Therefore, before the final decisive battle, the number of pseudo-solar furnaces that can be obtained is also very limited. And the three major Knight orders present, the Nightmare Knights, the Rose Witch Knights, and the Star Knights, and even the companions outside the three major Knight orders who are worth winning over must be taken into consideration. So, I will not say more. The Rose Witch Knights must be equipped for me. Gilbert, go back and prepare to expand the Knight Order. Wait. My sister, are you too cunning? Expand at this time? The members of the Royal Guard Knights are the elite among the elites. Where can you find so many people? Huh? You don't have to worry about that, Clovis, I have my own way. Then the Star Knights must also expand. Just you. Forget about other things, but I will never give up on the pseudo-solar furnace. Huh? Huh? I'm not afraid. My sister, you can't scare me. Alice. Seeing Cornelia, who was planning to take over the solar furnace with a domineering look, and Clovis, who was timid but stubborn, arguing with each other, and Gilbert, Dalton, and Garrett behind them were about to fight, Yang Hui sighed helplessly. Based on the subsequent production estimates, this is the distribution plan I decided in advance. Take a look at it. If you have no objection. Yes. X2 snatched the distribution plan from Yang Hui's hand, and after reading only the first line, the two of them quickly objected. Why is my quota less than yours? Why does the Star Knights have two fewer machines than the Rose Witch Knights of my royal sister? Yang Hui glared with dead fish eyes and cursed angrily. As a developer and manufacturer, what's wrong with me keeping more? Moreover, the number of people in the Nightmare Knights is originally more than that of the Rose Witch Knights. And Clovis, your Star Knights originally have two fewer people than the Rose Witch Knights. I distributed it according to the current number of knights in your knight group. One machine per person. What else do you have to object to? I can expand. Ah. My royal sister is so cunning. I can expand too. Then don't want it. Expansion of the Nightmare Knights. Seeing the masters of each family fighting to the death for more pseudo-solar furnaces, the others subconsciously stepped back a few steps, their faces sweating and not daring to watch. At this time, even Lelouch dared not interrupt. The domineering Cornelia and Yang Hui, who had bullied him since childhood, could put him in various postures and ravage him. Clovis? Not important. Only Cece was watching the show with her arms folded. After a long life, she had experienced too many things. Tenderness and warmth were no longer able to touch Cece's heart. Instead, this kind of interesting quarrel could arouse her interest. Cece. Mariana looked at Cece with a tangled face. They used to be good friends and besties. I don't know when Cece suddenly disappeared. Maybe she was disappointed? I couldn't complete the contract with her. You're still there. Cece tilted his head and looked at Mariana. Thank you. Mariana was very upset. Sure enough, she was still the witch back then, and she hadn't changed. After sleeping for so long, you can still wake up for a while. Mariana replied unhappily. Oh, then you should cherish it. This may be the last time you wake up. Cece said indifferently. What do you mean? Mariana was horrified, and a bad premonition emerged in her heart. Will you give up your plan? CC asked Mariana. No, this is the lifelong wish of Charles and I. Mariana replied with an ugly face. That's it. CC spread his hands and said the cruelest thing in the world calmly, with Yang Hui's personality. If you are unwilling to give up the plan, he will not let you continue to live in this little girl's body. He will never leave hidden dangers for himself. I still have Lelouch and Nunnally, I just need. Haha, emotions are indeed his shackles, Mariana, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't have the key to unlock the shackles. Whether to do it or not is just a matter of his thoughts. CC said with some disdain. Mariana was silent for a moment, then regained her composure, like the last calmness of a dying person. CC, you have changed. You used to be so interested in someone. Don't act like you know me so well, Mariana. CC held up his face and stared at Mariana. Whether it's you, Charles, or even VV, you have never understood me, and never knew what I really need. Mariana was silent again. Although CC and she were good friends who talked about everything when they were in the Bunate Livia Palace, Mariana recalled the days of those years and felt that she really didn't understand CC. Most of the time, she was the one who was talking and she was listening. When Mariana asked CC about her past, thoughts, and feelings, CC always played dumb, making her think that she just wanted to die, without any reason, just tired of this cruel real world. The witch has found the devil. The devil has a castle with many demons living in it. Will that be the witch's home? Haha, it feels like life has become interesting. Chapter 797 Mariana's refusal to give up. The group left the institute, and Lloyd, Lakshita, and Anna were going to get busy with their research team. On the one hand, with the existence of the pseudo-solar furnace, many stalled projects can be restarted. On the other hand, it is also necessary to test the compatibility of the existing technology of the pseudo-solar furnace, integrated with various existing technologies, and comprehensively transform the nightmare of the nightmare nights. After completing these tasks, they can study the technologies of the other worlds such as the pseudo-solar furnace, GN particles, orbital elevators, and solar power generation systems. This is Yang Hui's death order. This forced them to work overtime and complete these tasks as soon as possible, and then they can explore these new technologies to their heart's content, and they will not stop until they take off all their underwear. On the other side, the war between Yang Hui, Cornelia, and Clovis also ended. Cornelia and Clovis left with people contentedly, leaving Yang Hui with a constipated face. Yang Hui slapped himself cruelly, scolding himself for being so disappointing. What's wrong? Lord Demon, has anyone bullied you? CC put her arms around Yang Hui's neck from behind with a playful look on her face, and leaned forward. Soft. Weren't you just watching the show the whole time? Yang Hui rolled his eyes unhappily. This witch was a fun person, and he was her biggest fun. She said he was her Lord Demon, but when he was embarrassed, she didn't come to help. In addition to eating melons, she was the best at adding fuel to the fire. You are wronging me. CC pretended to be aggrieved and said, I don't understand these, and you didn't ask me to help. If I interrupt casually, it will embarrass you. I didn't see you so well behaved when I provoked Cornelia. Yang Hui twitched the corner of his mouth and said sarcastically. Then will the Lord Demon punish the witch? You can do whatever you want. CC turned Yang Hui's head to face him, stroked Yang Hui's cheeks with her fingers, and gently hooked her. Anything is possible, yo. Suddenly, CC's buttocks were struck by lightning, and she screamed in fear, jumped off Yang Hui's back, covered her burning buttocks, and looked at Yang Hui shyly and angrily. Oh? You can still make such a cute sound. Yang Hui took the initiative and looked at CC with a playful face. In order to stimulate her, he put his hand in front of his nose and smelled it. This 100-year-old body fragrance is a bit intoxicating. So that's it, you are a pervert. CC cursed in shame and anger. Did you say that? I can do whatever I want. In the blink of an eye, Yang Hui held CC in his arms, leaned his head over, and his warm breath blew on CC's ears, making her heart flutter. Anything is possible, yo. The same tone, the same long sound, completely reproduced CC's original words, but CC said it charmingly, while Yang Hui, obscene. No, it's too obscene. CC blushed and pushed Yang Hui away, breaking away from his arms. Witches are not so easy to conquer, my lord demon. Watching Cece walk away quickly, Yang Hui's mouth curled up with a proud arc. Finally found the switch to subdue this witch, worthy of me. Then, Yang Hui turned to look at Mariana. Gino and the others dispersed to do their own things. Although they were also worried about Anya, they believed that Yang Hui would handle it, and Anya would return intact before long. Follow me. After saying that, Yang Hui did not wait for Mariana's answer and walked forward. Mariana behind him looked at Yang Hui's back, gritted her teeth, and finally followed him. If she followed him, she might still have a chance to choose, but if she didn't follow him, the result was imaginable. All the way to Yang Hui's office, Yang Hui did not let Mariana sit down, and directly raised two fingers to her and said, "Give you two choices. First, I will let you continue to sleep in Anya's body until I wake you up. At that time, I will prepare a new body for you, and then transfer your soul to it and let you live again. Second, disappear on the spot. Can you really do it?" Mariana was shocked. What Yang Hui said was undoubtedly a fantasy. This was the resurrection of the dead. Fantasy that only appears in literary works. How can it be accomplished in the real world? We can use cloning technology to prepare a perfect body for you. There are many capable people in the fortress, including top experts in genetics. As for your soul, once I have the code and gain authority to World C, I should be able to do it. Haha, gain authority to World C? What? Do you have the same idea as us? Mariana sneered. Put away the meaningless temptations and provocations, Mariana. They are meaningless except to make you die faster. Yang Hui calmly poured himself a cup of black tea and took a sip. The processes are different, and the purposes are also different. You are controlling and dominating, and I am communicating and exchanging. Haha, that sounds good. Although there is no need to prove anything, but just think of it as doing it for Lelouch. As he spoke, Yang Hui touched Yang Hui on his neck. The authority of the automatic factory had been divided into part by Lloyd and the others, and Yang Hui was not needed to stay deep underground all the time. Yang Hui is the best example. Mutual understanding between ELS and humans is very difficult, but it is very difficult. You have not left the Earth, and have not had contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. You will never understand the insignificance of humans and the insignificance of the Earth. Now we know, and our plan can truly transform humans into a united whole. Look at humans now. War, deception, jealousy, greed, continue to revolve in the cycle of evil. Only when the lies of this world disappear can we. It can accelerate the extinction of the human race. Yang Hui took Mariana alone and continued her words, "You and Charles are just running away. Human evil is indeed common and complex, but it is precisely because of this that human goodness is so beautiful and precious. You are just a group of cowards who want to reap the beauty of humanity, but are unwilling to bear the suffering before the harvest. At the same time, you are arrogant and put your own ideas above everyone else. Haha, it turns out that you, who have experienced many lives, are still so naive. You fantasize that humans will consciously become beautiful? Don't be so self-righteous. It is impossible for humans to consciously become a beautiful existence. Most people just go with the flow. They don't think for themselves at all. They need an absolute leader to lead them in the right direction. You are self-righteous, Mariana. In the process of mutual understanding with ELS, countless brave soldiers died. Perhaps not everyone has such a lofty will, but for everything they want to protect, even if it is just a few people around them, or house, a car, even just an old photo full of memories, they are resolute and fearless of life and death. People who go with the flow never need a leader, but a guide to point out the right path for them, so that they can walk on their own, instead of taking them along. Fear of the unknown? Hesitate? Of course, there are, but more of them are the determination to break through the shackles, the courage to face the unknown, welcome the unknown, and open up the future. This is human, this is human. The hymn of mankind is the hymn of courage, and the greatness of mankind is the greatness of courage. You don't even have the courage to face suffering, and you are not qualified to put yourself on the highest throne. You. Okay, shut up, Mariana, make your choice, my patience is limited. In fact, Yang Hui didn't need to say so much to Mariana, he could just knock Mariana unconscious, then peel her soul from Anaya's body, and then annihilate it. But Lelouch and Nunnally are his brothers and sisters, and Mariana is their biological mother, so Yang Hui will give Mariana the opportunity to choose. Kill me. Mariana bit her lips tightly and remained silent, with complicated thoughts. After a long time, she made the final choice. Mariana's will is very firm. Even if she is cowardly, it is also firm cowardice. She will not give up her lifelong pursuit because of Yang Hui's words, nor will she forgive the fickle world that makes her disheartened because of these words. Hearing this, Yang Hui closed his eyes. In fact, he knew from the beginning that Mariana's choice was just for. Opening his eyes, the scarlet bird flew, riding on the colorful airflow. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Hui opened the door of the room. The sweat on his forehead showed his fatigue at this time. Come in. Lelouch, who was leaning against the wall, was silent. He followed Yang Hui into the office expressionlessly. He glanced at Anya, who was sleeping on the sofa, and Lelouch's eyes were dim. Is this her choice? Yes. I don't understand. Then go and experience it, witness it, and then, find a path that you are willing to devote your life to, and that you are willing to give up everything for. I will. After getting the answer, Lelouch did not stay for long, and turned and left. He was sad and angry about Mariana's death. His mother, who he had not seen for a long time, left him again and forever, and she didn't even have time to look at Nunnally. He was angry. Why was his mother so stubborn? She would rather choose a plan that was doomed to fail than choose him and Nunnally. But, it doesn't matter, maybe it's because they have been away for too long? What connects Lelouch and Mariana is no longer family affection, but the persistence of the truth of the year. As the truth is revealed, this bond of connection is also ruthlessly cut by the scissors. By the way, Lelouch walked to the door of the office, paused, and without turning his head, asked Yang Hui, don't let Nunnally know about this, please. Yes, I know. The memory of the mother will always be the warmest light in the heart of a girl who can't see the world. In this case, let it continue to be warm, and don't let it be polluted by the colorful but complex and cold reality. Chapter 798 Respective Directions. Haha, is that what happened? It's really hard to accept. Yes, Yang Hui, this brat, well, it feels a bit strange to call him a brat. This brat actually hides such a terrible secret. And he's such a jerk. He won't tell us such an important secret in person. He just sends a document like this. Aren't you afraid of it being leaked? Encryption method of otherworldly technology? Anyway, he should know it in his mind and won't do anything rash. And he should be very busy now, right? Of course, not only him, but also Cornelia and Clovis, even we will be busy. It's better to be busy, at least it's fulfilling. But Sneasel, how long have we not sat face to face like this in private? In the capital of Bunitaria, in an ordinary villa, Sneasel and Odysseus sat opposite each other, and Guinevere sat next to Odysseus, forming a harmonious and cordial picture. If seen by outsiders, I'm afraid their jaws would drop, right? After Odysseus was designated as the crown prince, his status was higher than that of all the other princes and princesses. Except for Guinevere, who always stayed by Odysseus' side to assist him, the other brothers and sisters distanced themselves from him. Then Sneasel showed amazing political ability and became the prime minister of Bunitalia. He formed his own faction, and Bunitalia was split into two factions. Odysseus and Sneasel were mortal enemies in the eyes of outsiders. They would fight to the death, and only one side could survive. Yes, my brother, it's been many years. I'm glad to see that you finally mustered up the courage to face your heart. Haha, I have to thank Yang Hui for this. Sneasel smiled bitterly and shook his head. He helped me make up my mind. He was right. It's possible to satisfy the expectations of others and satisfy your own desires at the same time. This brat. When mentioning Yang Hui, Odysseus couldn't help laughing when he remembered that Yang Hui had cooperated with him and Guinevere in acting. If it weren't for him, you, me, Guinevere, Cornelia, Clovis, Lelouch and Nunnally, we might. Cheers to Yang Hui. To Odysseus and Sneasel raised their glasses at the same time in tacit understanding, but found that Guinevere beside them did not move at all, just like a still picture. Guinevere. Odysseus called. My brother? What did you say just now? Guinevere asked blankly, like someone who had just woken up. Everything around her was very hazy. Ha 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 ha. Odysseus and Sneasel both laughed happily. They knew that Guinevere had just regained their ability to think. If it weren't for Odysseus's call, Guinevere's days would have continued. Royal brother. Sneasel. Guinevere was ashamed and angry. She had always maintained royal etiquette, but she was so out of control. Odysseus and Sneasel teased her like this. How could she not be ashamed? How could she not be angry? Relax, Guinevere, this is a family gathering, no need to be so formal. Odysseus comforted. As a royal family, you can't lose your etiquette. If you lose it once, you will lose it countless times. Guinevere said seriously. Well, okay, as long as you like it. Odysseus and Schneizel had a headache. Guinevere was just too serious about royal etiquette, but they could also understand why Guinevere acted like this, because Guinevere had no other talents. She could only do her best in royal etiquette that did not require talent, so that she would not be useless and would not become a useless person. Royal brother, where were you talking about just now? Guinevere asked. Well, we were talking about toasting Yang Hui. Odysseus raised the wine glass in his hand again to remind Guinevere. Yes, we should really toast him a glass, and the kind that should be poured directly on his face. Guinevere suddenly gritted her teeth and said. Puchy Schneizel almost couldn't help it, but his good self-restraint still made him hold back. He would never admit that he was afraid that if he laughed out loud, the glass of wine would be poured on his face. Understand, there will be a chance. Odysseus also held back his laughter and comforted. They knew that Guinevere complained about Yang Hui. Although both sides knew that they were acting, Yang Hui's mouth was really poisonous. Every time, Guinevere was so angry that he could spit blood. Guinevere didn't know how many times she complained. She knew that she was acting. Can't you restrain yourself a little? Then, toast to Yang Hui. Cheers to Yang Hui. Extuding the 3 wine glasses collided together, making a crisp sound. The 3 people drank the red wine in the wine glasses without any elegance. Royal brother, the cabinet meeting has been arguing, right? Putting down the wine glass, Schneizel asked Odysseus. After the complaints were over, it was time to get down to business. Yes, although the Fifth Fleet acted without authorization, it was also the Empire's fleet. It was destroyed by Yang Hui like this. It is impossible to be calm. The radicals said that Yang Hui was blatantly treasonous and wanted to take him back to the imperial capital for trial. Odysseus said calmly, not like discussing national affairs at all, but like a casual chat after dinner. Using Yang Hui's words, the strongest king. Schneizel said jokingly and disdainfully. Anyway, they are not the ones going to the battlefield. Odysseus shrugged. The radical members of the cabinet meeting were the loudest when shouting slogans, but they shrank to the back when charging. Don't look at them in the cabinet meeting, they shouted to send troops to attack when they encountered trouble, but when they were really needed to go to the battlefield, they were dumb, silent or slapped themselves in the face. There were also several generals of the empire among them, but their round bellies and rosy faces with serious dark circles under their eyes showed how their generals came about. It's rare that the moderates are on the same side as the radicals this time, but their wording is milder. They say there must be some misunderstanding in this matter, and invite Yang Hui to return to the imperial capital to cooperate with the investigation. Odysseus continued, and then sneered, haha, the good guys and the bad guys are played by someone, but to be frank, they don't care why the Fifth Fleet was destroyed. What they really care about is what Yang Hui has in his hands. The flying technology of the aerospace mothership and nightmare. Yes, Yang Hui really created a monster. To put it bluntly, these 2 things are enough to subvert the world. Naturally, that group of people will fight to the death. Whoever gets it will be the first to win, and our father will definitely reward him generously, right? Haha, if it were in the past, I would think so too. Schneizel couldn't help but smile bitterly. If the people in the cabinet meeting knew the true purpose of the father, they would probably be scared to death and unable to take care of themselves, right? Then don't let them know. Odysseus said, they are still useful now, and we also need their help. Schneizel, I'll leave that to you. Understood, I will continue to send people to secretly attack Yang Hui and stimulate the cabinet meeting. I dare not easily attack Yang Hui. Well, leave the cabinet meeting to me, Guinevere. Don't worry, my royal brother, I know what I should do. Yang Hui's plan is very clear. Then let's have another drink. Odysseus suggested. Before Yang Hui's plan is completely successful, it is not easy for them to have a small gathering like this. Okay. Schneizel also nodded in agreement. The G's cult hidden in the darkness, VV's expression has never been so ugly. For some reason, the news that the strongest combat force of the cult, the tribunal, was completely wiped out has only come to him now. What's going on? This is the information from a week ago. Why did you receive it now? VV roared at his men, and the expression on his face has never been so ferocious. On the one hand, it was because the entire judiciary was wiped out. The strongest combat force is not just a joke. Every member of the judiciary is a JIS user. Although they are all enhanced people with incomplete abilities, even if they only have a little JIS ability, they are far more powerful than ordinary people. Moreover, enhanced people not only have JIS abilities, but also have physical fitness far superior to ordinary people due to enhanced surgery. And the nightmares they drive are all powerful machines made by using the 7th generation nightmare technology of Bonitalia and then modified. Both the enhanced people themselves and the machines can be described as priceless. The birth of an enhanced person will pass through two thresholds. One is the surgery with a very high mortality rate, and the other is the JIS ability with a very high cerebral palsy rate. Therefore, every enhanced person with JIS ability is extremely precious, not to mention that the members of the judiciary are the elite among the elites. Counting the nightmares they drive, it is equal to 70% of the foundation of the JIS cult for hundreds of years. Just like that, it's gone? On the other hand, the JIS cult has existed for hundreds of years, and its tentacles have long been spread all over the world. This is their intelligence network, but such important information took a week to reach him. Whether it is slackness or secret obstacles, it is not a trivial matter. According to the report, the intelligence network of the entire EU region was completely cut off overnight. How is this possible? The intelligence network under Yang Hui can't do that. Yes, that's how we judged. Although the intelligence network under His Highness Yang Hui has developed rapidly, it is only on par with us. Even if it is a sneak attack, it is impossible to completely cut off our connection with the EU overnight, and our people found two completely different traces at the scene, so we suspect that there are two different mysterious forces dealing with us. Two? Are there any suspects? Speak. To be able to do this, two conditions must be met. One is strong, and two is to know us very well. At the same time, those who meet the above 2 points, only, you go down. Yes. Without his subordinates answering, VV already had the answer. A force that is strong and very familiar with the JIS cult. One is another faction of the JIS cult in Zilkistan. Even VV is afraid of the ability of the holy priest Shamna, and the other. Zalulu, is it really you? Why? Chapter 799 Shamna's cheating ability. At the governor's mansion of 11, Yang Hui welcomed a special guest. This guest was supposed to arrive after he returned from EU, but Yang Hui waited for 2 or 3 months. It's already late, Your Excellency Shamna. Shamna, the holy priest of Zilkistan, received the message from SYNOPSIS and agreed without hesitation. However, on the one hand, Yang Hui returned to Bonitalia before she set off, and then the sanctuary set sail with a full load of the Nightmare Knights to the EU war zone. On the other hand, because of SYNOPSIS' presumptuous decision, Shamna felt that meeting Yang Hui empty-handed would not only fail to achieve her goal, but might even cause Yang Hui's dissatisfaction. So, you have wronged me, Your Highness Yang Hui. There was a misunderstanding between our country's previous envoy and Your Highness Yang Hui. In order to express our apology, we need some time to prepare the compensation. Shamna responded calmly. Really? Then you should know what I'm going to say next, right? Yang Hui asked jokingly. He had just been releasing a sense of oppression to Shamuna. Even if Shamuna was the ruler of a country, she couldn't be completely calm in the face of his oppression. So Yang Hui guessed that this was definitely not the first time he met and talked with Shamuna. The shock on Shamuna's face was fleeting, and she stabilized her mentality. Your Highness Yang Hui is as wise as a god. How could I guess it? Really? It seems that the content this time is different from the previous ones. I'm a little curious, Your Excellency Shamuna, how many times have we talked? Shamuna was silent, the smile disappeared from her face, replaced by an extremely heavy feeling. She was a smart person and understood that Yang Hui knew her biggest secret, the 46th time. Your Highness Shamuna is worthy of it. You can remain calm after 45 suicide attempts. It's really extraordinary. You really know it. Shamuna subconsciously reached out to touch the inside of her thigh, where a small pistol was hidden. I advise you to save your energy, Ms. Shamuna. Yang Hui was unmoved and spoke to stop Shamuna's action. I knew what your JIS ability was from the beginning. If I could discover it once, I could discover it a second time, so your choice is meaningless, and, let me remind you, You are wearing a long dress. Not to mention that your movements are not very elegant. Given the distance between you and me, I can subdue you before you draw your gun. As expected, Xiaomuna stopped drawing her gun. She felt a little embarrassed and ashamed when she thought of her own action of drawing a gun, but she did listen to it. Yang Hui could indeed subdue her before she committed suicide, so she simply gave up and let the conversation continue. How did you know? Xiaomuna was really confused. She knew more than she could count on one hand the true face of her G's ability. Even her most trusted personal maid didn't know. I have my own way. Yang Hui didn't tell Xiaomuna the answer. Xiaomuna's ability was indeed a bug in Yang Hui's view. It was simply a ceiling-level perversion. With one's own death as the trigger, time will go back 6 hours after death. Only Xiaomuna can remember the memory of these 6 hours, and no one else will have any remnants. To use an easy-to-understand metaphor, Lelouch's world is a game, Xiaomuna is the player, and everyone including Yang Hui is an NPC, and her G's ability is the player's invincible save load, method. In the original plot, if the author had enforced a cheat for Lelouch's IQ, defeating Xiaomuna would really only rely on luck. Then Your Highness Yang Hui, let's be frank. Although Zilkistan is a world military power, its international reputation is not very good, and many countries are unwilling to recognize our international status. I hope to get your support and gain a firm foothold in the world. What do you think is the reason why Zilkistan cannot be recognized? Yang Hui did not immediately agree to Xiaomuna, but asked her back. It's very simple. The small land area, the lack of various resources, and the harsh living environment. No, Your Excellency Xiaomuna, these are not important. At this time, you are still unwilling to tell the truth? Or are you unwilling to face it? Yang Hui interrupted Xiaomuna and stopped her from delaying the length of the meeting. Xiaomuna bit her lips tightly. She has always been confident that everything is under her control, because her G's ability is so abnormal. Can't achieve the results she wants? Yes, start over. Life is completely a game for her. She keeps trying and making mistakes bit by bit, and then starts over, correcting all her mistakes, and then embarking on the road to success. But now, she can no longer maintain her confidence. Yang Hui's pressure on her is too strong. Every step is in the hands of the other party. He even knows her biggest trump card clearly. And what about yourself? Do you understand the other party? Xiaomuna said confidently that she doesn't understand him at all. 45 reloads, for Xiaomuna, are not 45 conversations, but 45 sentences. Every time she reloaded the game, Xiaomuna would think of measures to deal with Yang Hui in advance based on her previous memories, but after successfully dealing with the previous sentence, Yang Hui would completely block her next sentence, forcing her to reload the game. Not to mention the trump card, she couldn't even touch the way to force Yang Hui to show his trump card. What? Don't you want to talk? Yang Hui saw Xiaomuna was silent, raised his mouth, and raised his hand to see her off. Then please leave, Your Excellency Xiaomuna, I am very busy with official duties, and there are still many things to deal with. Wait? Xiaomuna was naturally unwilling to leave like this, and missed the only chance. Moreover, Yang Hui knew her G's ability. With Yang Hui's wisdom and ability, he must know how to restrain his ability, so the way of being an enemy of Yang Hui would naturally not work. Please speak, Lord Xiaomuna, but please don't delay. Time is very precious to me and to you. Your Highness Yang Hui, what I said before is not a lie. The scarce supplies and harsh living environment naturally require us to become stronger and rely on our own hands to fight for what we need to survive. Also because of such a living environment, the people of Zilkistan are born warriors, so we use the greatest advantage to gain hope of survival. But you are also a person who has conquered the battlefield. You must know that warriors are irritable and irritable. This is inevitable, so you allow so many scumbags to exist in your country? And you still want to reuse them? Let them destroy the reputation of the country. Yang Hui smiled disdainfully, shook his head and asked, how do you think the scumbags under your command compare to the Nightmare Knights? Of course they can compare. Xiaomuna answered without hesitation. Are you kidding? Let alone the mercenaries of Zilkistan, which army in the world can compare to the Nightmare Knights? What about the regular team of 11? The combat effectiveness is not as good as our country, but Xiaomuna knew what Yang Hui meant, because the quality of the soldiers of 11's regular army is the highest in the world. Even if the combat effectiveness is only at an ordinary level, they are still brave on the battlefield, and they are the patron saints of civilians off the battlefield. They are both warriors and beasts on the battlefield. Yang Hui's men can control their wildness off the battlefield, but the mercenaries of Zilkistan cannot. Of course, Xiamna can use it. Has always been like this before I came to power as an excuse, but it is pale and powerless in front of Yang Hui. It is good that he established a nightmare knights, but what about the other soldiers of 11? Were they not soldiers before 11 was established? Were they not battalions? So I hope that His Highness Yang Hui can help us. Xiamna asked sincerely. No, you don't need my help. Yang Hui shook his head, his expression a little disappointed. Your Highness Yang Hui, what do you mean? Xiamna asked puzzledly. The road is right under your feet, Your Excellency Xiamna. It may have been dark before, but now it is bright, and you have got the answer you want. Yang Hui said to Xiamna. This. I don't quite understand what you mean. Xiamna was stunned halfway through her speech. A brilliant light flashed in her mind. Combining everything Yang Hui just said, combined with the current situation of 11, and combined with all the information she knew about Yang Hui. Combined, a road of stars appeared in front of her. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Yang Hui, I know what to do, thank you for your guidance. Xiamna thanked sincerely. Just a few words, there is no need to do so. A person's status is determined by himself, and he cannot stand firm by relying on others. You are right, but you still gave our country a lot of help, so please accept the apology and thank you gifts prepared before. Xiamna handed a document to Yang Hui. Yang Hui did not refuse in a pretentious way, but took the document. To be honest, he was quite interested in the apology and thank you gift prepared by Xiamna. When he opened it, he was a little surprised. Wow! This gift is a bit expensive, Her Excellency Xiamna. As long as Your Highness likes it, we can be regarded as borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha. This gift was naturally Zilkistan's continuous cleaning of the G-Cult's intelligence network around the world during the EU war, and the most important target was the EU war zone. Borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha? Yang Hui asked in confusion. Yes, borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha. I know that His Highness Yang Hui has his own intelligence network, which is enough to compete with them, but we are better because we know them better, but even if we know more about them, we can't achieve such a great result. So, when we were acting, we discovered another mysterious force, which is very powerful, and our understanding of them is not less than ours, accurate and deadly. Hearing this, Yang Hui frowned. This was a bit beyond his control. There was actually a powerful secret force in the world that he didn't know about. This must be investigated in advance. But this matter cannot be rushed, so let it go for now. Xiamna's talk is over, and it's his turn next. I will have someone investigate this matter, but before that, I have another matter I want to discuss with Lord Xiamna. Chapter 809 is the largest supplier. A few hours later, Xiamna walked out of Yang Hui's office with a deep look on her face. She felt that it was not real. Was what she had just heard and what she had agreed to Yang Hui's request true? Should she commit suicide and start over? However, if all this was true, then Xiamna must seize this opportunity. This was the best opportunity for Zilkistan to rise, but she had to return home immediately. There were too many things to prepare, such as cleaning up her combat troops. Mr. Yang Hui, is she really trustworthy? Rugita asked seriously, and together with Yang Hui, she looked through the window at Xiamna who was leaving below. She also knew Xiamna's disability, and because of this, she did not think Xiamna was a trustworthy collaborator. First, which superior dared to trust Xiamna's ability? There was a threat of being out of control at any time. Second, Xiamna was not a simple character. How strong was the mind of a person who could make a living by committing suicide? She is trustworthy because she is not stupid. Yang Hui did not trust Xiamna. They were just collaborators. Xiamna was a smart person. If she could make the wrong choice when the choice was placed before her, she would not be the queen who managed Zilkistan in an orderly manner. I will send someone to keep an eye on her. Rugita had absolute trust in Yang Hui, but the necessary precautions had to be taken. Okay. Yang Hui nodded in agreement. Although it was difficult to place people around Xiamna and it would take a long time and might not succeed, as long as Xiamna knew that those people were Yang Hui's people, she would not touch them and would let them monitor her obediently, at least before her goal was achieved. As for whether Shamna would cause trouble, not to mention that after his goal was completed, the Promise Fortress would be connected to this world. Now Yang Hui was not afraid of Shamna causing trouble. The invincible save and load method had a natural enemy, and that was absolute strength. For example, the final boss is level 100, and you are only level 10. No matter how many times you save and load, you can't beat it. You can only level up. But what if you are facing a boss that can be upgraded and the upgrade speed is 10 times that of the player? By the way, how is the replacement of your solar furnace going? Yang Hui asked. This is what they should pay most attention to. No plan is more important than absolute strength. It has been completed. The construction progress of the secret training base has reached 80%. It is expected that adaptive training can be carried out next month. Rini Regita reported. The progress is so fast. Yang Hui was stunned. This is 11, not a big country in the east. It can complete the miracle of building a large hospital in 10 days. Because it is a direct commission from the governor's office, both the builders and the construction teams have responded positively, and are even willing to work for the governor's office for free. Mr. Yang Hui, this is the change you have brought. Rini Regita said with a smile. Following Yang Hui, he really witnessed one miracle after another, such as the construction of the secret training base this time. If it was the former, 11, this situation would never happen. The people of this country could only be described as numb before. They went to work, got off work, ate, and slept, repeating the same life every day, an infinite cycle, and were indifferent to everything except themselves. But all this began to change gradually after 11 was established and the 6 Kyoto families that controlled this country disappeared. People became more and more enthusiastic about their own lives and began to be full of interest in everything around them that had nothing to do with them. They began to merge from individuals to small groups, and then gradually merged into countless large groups, and finally became a whole. The former Regini Regita was different from Livon's, but they also had similarities. This was also a common problem of artificial reformers. They looked down on ordinary people. In his eyes, humans were just a negative collection, but gradually, she saw the warm and shining side of humans, and even participated in it personally and felt it personally, which made her feel the experience she had never felt before. Now she finally understood why Eolia Hutchenberg asked her to stay with Yang Hui. Witnessing and recording are not only Yang Hui's legends, but also the legends of mankind. The remuneration should be paid on time, and the governor's office's efforts over the years cannot be wasted. Please rest assured. Also, how are Colin and Suzaku? Have they met the standards? Yang Hui asked. They can hold out for 20 minutes in the hands of Gemini. Only 20 minutes. Hearing this, Rini Regira's mouth twitched. At this time, she couldn't help but want to ask if Yang Hui was talking human words. Fujito Kagami Shiro is the second best fighter of the Nightmare Knights. Combined with his martial arts strength, according to the level classification of Promise Fortress, he is a B-level pilot, which can squeeze into the T1 level in Promise Fortress. Don't underestimate this evaluation. The top combat power of Promise Fortress is headed by Yang Hui, Graham, Setsuna, the Dylandi brothers, Aleloja, T-Iria, Fleet, SM, Gerhardt, Cruz, Kira, Aslan, Law, Young, Amuro, One Shot Kill, Brennifagus, etc. These aces are all T0 level. Then there's the T1 level. Who are they? Sergei, Somapiris, Volif, Lagan, the Spriggan couple, Barry Ho, Sheen Katori, Isaac, Diego, Yang Hui's first batch of direct subordinates in UC, etc. Among them, either they were trained by Yang Hui himself, or they have experienced several world missions. They are all aces in various worlds. Fujito Kagami Shiro was able to squeeze into the T1 level as soon as he entered Promise Fortress without being the protagonist of the world. He is already an absolute ace level. And how long have Colin and Kyoruji Suzaku officially received formal training from the Nightmare Knights? How long have they been exposed to high-end combat power? Are you asking them to defeat Fujito Kagami Shiro? First ask the entire Nightmare Knights, who else can do it except you? Not to mention defeating, even old ace players like Jeremiah can last for an hour in the hands of Fujito Kagami Shiro? According to the normal assessment requirements, Colin and Suzaku have already reached the qualified standards. Regini Regita still said this to Yang Hui. After all, in his opinion, Colin and Kyoruji Suzaku are already very good and qualified to become the masters of Aquilius and Piscus. Let's go and take a look. Assessment results and the like are not as good as seeing it with your own eyes. Yes. Yang Hui brought Regina Regita to the exclusive training ground of the 12 Zodiacs. Jeremiah and others were all present. After all, the 12 Zodiacs that had been vacant for a long time were finally going to be gathered, and they naturally cared a lot. Your Highness. Are they all here? Yes. Enya, are you okay? Yang Hui was concerned about Enya in the team. Mariana had been separated from her body, but it was not without any side effects, but it was mainly Enya's psychological problem. After all, Mariana had existed in Enya's body for so many years, and had been secretly teaching Enya driving skills. She was considered Enya's teacher. Mariana's separation made Enya always feel that she was missing a part, and felt very empty. She even had a wrong understanding of her own memories, not knowing which memories were hers and which were Mariana's. Well, it's okay. Looking at Enya's condition, it was much better than at the beginning, but it was still not completely resolved. Remember, Enya, I didn't know about the past, but your memories here all belong to you, and have nothing to do with her. This is your home, and we are all your family. Well, I understand. Enya nodded, and when she heard the words home and family, the corners of her mouth curved slightly. Oh, your Highness is still amazing. Gino said to Yang Hui happily, even adding exaggerated body language. No matter how we persuade her, it's useless. Your Highness, you don't know that Enya doesn't take any secret photos. Catcha. As soon as the voice fell, the sound of a mobile phone taking pictures came from behind Gino. Everyone looked over and saw that the familiar Enya was back. Looking at the Gino saved on the phone screen, she nodded. Enya. Gino still kept the exaggerated posture stiffly, and asked with a face that wanted to cry but had no tears, why did you backstab me? No. Enya took a few photos in a row, and then put the phone away. Puff ho ha ho ha. Everyone laughed happily. Yang Hui was right. The nightmare nights are the home of every nightmare night. All nightmare nights are each other's family. Enya has been in a bad state, and they are all very worried. Now that they see Enya has recovered a lot, they are naturally in a better mood. Let's talk about it. Can you not post it on the official website? Gino pitifully put his hands together and asked Enya. In order to cooperate with the publicity work, the governor's office has an official website, and in order to increase the degree of closeness to the people, a photo wall was specially set up, which was to randomly post some daily photos of the governor's office staff. The nightmare nights are Yang Hui's direct troops, and naturally they are also classified as the governor's office. Photos involving confidential information are definitely not allowed to be posted, but daily life training is still allowed. It's just right to let everyone know that the nightmare nights are the nightmare of the enemy on the battlefield, and they are ordinary people with flesh and blood like everyone else off the battlefield. Among them, the most popular are any funny photos related to the nightmare nights. Enya, yes, that's right, I am the largest supplier. Huh? It's over. After the frolic was over, everyone's attention returned to Gemini, Aquilius, and Piscus, fighting in the training ground, just in time to see Gemini's double swords chopped Aquilius and Piscus to the ground. Chapter 801, ready, let's start. Damn it, we almost won. Colin cursed herself for being useless, but she didn't blame Suzaku Kiraruji who fought alongside her. Although she was at Sundeer, she was also a person who dared to take responsibility. Suzaku Kiraruji had performed very well just now, without any mistakes, and cooperated well with her, so she would not shirk responsibility. You still need to work hard, but you have made progress this time. Suzaku Kiraruji comforted her. He didn't dare to say that Colin was too ambitious. He clearly felt that Fujito Kagashiro still had room for improvement, otherwise they would have died faster. What progress? Colin asked Suzaku Kiraruji with a puzzled look. This time we lasted 32 minutes, and last time it was only 24 minutes. What kind of progress is this? Colin cursed angrily. Isn't it still dead? What's the difference between dying early or dying late? Oh. Suzaku Kiraruji was speechless and smiled awkwardly. It is true that according to the standards of the training assessment, they are indeed making progress, but what Colin said is also right. They are warriors. On the battlefield, it does not matter how long they can hold out on the hands of the enemy. The only thing is how to kill the enemy and keep themselves alive. Well, that's a good point, Kiraruji. You should learn from Colin in this regard. At this time, Yang Hui came to them with a group of people. Your Highness? Yes, Your Highness. Kyoruji Suzaku quickly agreed. Even though he had a good relationship with Lelouch and often came into contact with Yang Hui in elementary school, his blood was still engraved with something that could be called slave nature. He would be subconsciously humble to a high-ranking person like Yang Hui. Damn, Your Highness saw me making a fool of myself. Colin's performance was not very respectful. She turned her head and pouted. Pa. Ah. Colin screamed in a delicate voice, covering her red forehead angrily. With your current skills, you want to kill Fujito and get to the top? Are you still asleep? Yang Hui taught him angrily. Your Highness, do you look down on me? Karen's personality is quite impulsive, and she can't help herself after a little provocation. Stupid, it's good to be ambitious, but it doesn't mean you can be brainless. Yang Hui flicked Karen's forehead again, still in the same position, with quite a bit of force, and it hurt so much that she cried. If the performance of the machine is the same, even I have to spend a little effort to fight Fujito, and you want to defeat him now, what are you doing? Humph. Sooner or later, I will surpass him. Karen said unyieldingly. Very good, I believe you can do it. Yang Hui nodded with satisfaction. Colin's character is sometimes too impulsive, and she needs to be knocked down from time to time. On the other side, Suzaku Kyoruji also has problems, a little too tepid, and also needs to be reminded. And you, Suzaku, you should learn more from Colin's drive. It's true that we are all ordinary people in private, but the ruthlessness and drive in us are not gone, but just hidden. We should also release them when necessary, such as daily training. Yes, Your Highness. Suzaku Kyoruji responded respectfully. Tao, do you think they can be the masters of Aquilius and Piscus? Finally, Yang Hui asked the examiners of Colin and Suzaku Kyoruji. It's enough, Your Highness. Tao Kagashiro replied. Okay. Yang Hui nodded. Fujito Kagamashiro was well known for his strictness in the Nightmare Nights. He would not relax the standards just because Suzaku Kyoruji was once his student. From now on, Colin is the master of Aquilius and Suzaku is the master of Piscus. Immediately accept your new machines and conduct adaptive training. If you have any questions, please report them to the maintenance team and the scientific research department in time. Really? Colin and Suzaku Kyoruji were stunned. Although they knew from the beginning that the last two vacancies were theirs, the huge surprise still overwhelmed their brains when this day really came. However, their reactions were completely different. Colin jumped up and down to celebrate the arrival of this day, but Suzaku Kyoruji had a complicated expression and was hesitant to speak. Any questions? Just say it. Yang Hui said to Suzaku Kyoruji. Your Highness, this is not too good? I am just a junior, am I really qualified to drive the Piscus? Or let other seniors? Pa. Yang Hui's palm landed heavily on Kyoruji Suzaku's shoulder, almost breaking his shoulder blade, causing him to grimace in pain. Are you questioning my judgment? Yang Hui asked coldly. No. I dare not. Kyoruji Suzaku's head was almost leaving an afterimage. Then why are you talking so much nonsense? Just go ahead if I tell you to. What are you afraid of? Don't you even have this little courage? Yang Hui asked sternly. Yes. Then what are you worried about? If you think you are not qualified, then become stronger and stronger to make yourself qualified. At this point, Yang Hui paused and asked loudly to everyone around him, what is the basic principle of nightmare? The bigger the fist. What if someone doesn't accept it? Try him. Trick him until he is convinced. What if you can't beat him? Get stronger. Get stronger. Get stronger. Did you hear that? Yang Hui smiled with a passionate and wolfish smile, looked at Suzaku Kyoruji and asked, when did our nightmare nights have the virtue of humility? Everyone. Even though he had experienced it countless times, even though it was already a part of his life, Suzaku Kyoruji still felt it was unreal and was still moved by it. 11. Was not a Bunitarian, but he would not be discriminated against. The originally arrogant Bunitarian was still his most reliable companion. Yang Hui was right. This place was his other home, and the companions around him were his family. Yes, Your Highness. With a rare leisure time, Yang Hui's interest was also raised. He personally instructed Colin and Kyoruji Suzaku to adapt to their new machines, and also sparred with the 12 zodiacs and the 4 sacred swords. As a result, Among the 16 people, only Regency Regida and Fujito Kagashiro were still able to stand. The others were lying on the ground in different postures, and their machines were lying on the ground in pieces. Where is His Highness? Where is His Highness? Looking at the parts on the ground, the maintenance team leader was like a gunpowder barrel about to explode, and the fuse was about to burn out. These machines are their precious daughters. Even if Yang Hui is their biological father, as adoptive fathers, they can't accept their precious daughters being destroyed by their biological father. Whether it was Regency Regida and Fujito Kagashiro who were still standing, or the people lying on the ground gasping for breath, they all raised their hands and pointed in the same direction, but to their disappointment, Yang Hui was no longer in that direction. What a joke. Yang Hui, who was often regarded as the enemy who killed his son by the maintenance team, had expected this to happen. He said nothing after getting off the plane and had already fled. However, the maintenance team, who could not find Yang Hui, naturally looked for the next target to vent their anger. A large group of people surrounded the people lying on the ground, as well as Regina Regida and Fujito Kagashiro. They gnashed their teeth and rubbed their hands. Some of them took the big wrenches and hammers beside them, and some took out sacks and hemp ropes from somewhere. My goodness, they carried all these with them. Seeing this, Fujito Kagashiro and Regina Regida walked away with cold faces, and they went in different directions, and their steps became faster and faster. Ah! Master Fujito. So cunning. Regida. Don't run. At least take me with you. Wait. I'm a woman. Men and women should not touch each other. How can there be a female maintenance worker? Wait a minute. Listen to my excuse. The maintenance team would not pay attention to their various pleas for mercy. Now they have been overwhelmed by the raging flames of hatred. Go to hell. I'll teach you not to cherish the body. Don't cherish our daughter. A son-in-law who doesn't love his wife should be taken out and shot. There are 2 over there. Don't let them run away. Time flies, and a few months have passed in a flash. Although it is still a while away from the 1 year that Yang Hui originally expected, looking at the fully refitted Nightmare Knights, he knows that the time to start has come. Your Highness, the press conference is ready and can start at any time. Regida reported. Is there any action from Bunitalia in public? Yang Hui asked. Yang Hui specifically asked about the actions in public, because since he returned to 11, the small actions in secret have never stopped, such as secretly sending inspectors, spies, assassins. Yang Hui and the Nightmare Knights have become accustomed to it, and even feel uncomfortable if they don't encounter suspicious people on a certain day. The 1st to 4th fleets have set off and are heading towards 11. At the same time, the 6th to 10th fleets have also set off, and their destinations are the territories of Clovis and Cornelia. At the same time, the cabinet meeting issued a call for conscription, and the lords of various places have made some changes. Rini Regida reported. It seems that they can't help it and are going to overturn the table. Yang Hui's mouth curled up dangerously. If it was before, such a large force might still cause trouble, but now, eat as much meat as you can. What about our army? Yang Hui continued to ask. In 11, he could guarantee that the Nightmare Knights would be absolutely loyal to him, but he was not sure about the regular army. The commanders of the 11th and 12th Marine Divisions and the 4th Airstrike Group have been arrested. The adjutant has temporary command authority and promised that they can be regular officers if they survive. The commanders of the 3rd and 7th Marine Divisions and the 2nd Naval Fleet have not yet given any response. It seems that they intend to be spectators. Others have clearly expressed their support for your highness. Be spectators? Haha, it's not that easy. Have they forgotten who helped them get to their current positions? Yang Hui sneered. I know what to do. Well, the actors are all here. Let's go and open the curtain of this great drama of the times. Yes. Rini Regida followed Yang Hui and walked steadily into the press conference. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 802, The Curtain of Subversion opens. In summary, I will lead the troops to destroy the Geese cult, a terrorist organization that has been entrenched in the world for many years, and stop the Geese cult's evil plan. All the information about the Geese cult was made public, and the Ragnarok plan was disguised as the Geese cult's plan. The reason for doing this was not that Yang Hui was afraid of a complete fallout with Unitaria, but that he was afraid of chaos in the territories around the world. Although the territories outside Unitaria were all autonomous territories, they were still nominally occupied by Unitaria. If the Ragnarok plan was Charles di Unitaria's plan, Unitaria would definitely set off a huge wave of chaos, and the territories outside the country would definitely experience violent turmoil. Those ambitious people hiding in the dark would jump out and use the excuse Yang Hui gave them to launch a rebellion. This was something Yang Hui didn't want to see. He would definitely confront Unitaria, but he could use the special ability of Geese as an excuse to say that Unitaria's army was controlled by the Geese cult, or that there were spies from the Geese cult among them. There were 3 advantages to doing this. First, Yang Hui and his men did not betray Unitaria on the surface, and they are justified in the righteousness. Second, Yang Hui and the Nightmare Knights are the pillars of Unitaria's military strength. Without rebelling against Unitaria, the ambitious people in the territory dare not act rashly. Third, once again highlighting the terrifying power of Geese and the threat of the Geese cult, this can also make those ambitious people fearful. Even the army of Unitaria is controlled by the Geese cult, so are the people around them also controlled by the Geese cult? After the press conference, Yang Hui ignored the reporters who wanted to ask questions, and directly took Rini Rajira back to the naval port where the sanctuary was docked, summoning the entire 11 army for combat deployment, and even Cornelia and Clovis and Shamna and Grand Duke Augusta Henry Highlander had to hold a remote video conference at the same time. Yang Hui's plan is this: 11 will leave half of its troops to defend the homeland to prevent the villains from causing unrest when Yang Hui is not in 11, and the other half will follow the Nightmare Knights to go on an expedition, with the target being South America. According to the information provided by Shamna, the headquarters of the Geese cult is at the junction of South America and North America, and South America is the most active place for the Geese cult to have the most secret bases in the world, so South America is the most important target. Another point is that half of all the lords in South America are die-hard fans of Charles di Unitaria, and half are loyal believers of the Geese cult. They are all impossible to become allies and must be eliminated. Therefore, the target of the 11 regular army is those secret bases and these lords, and the Nightmare Knights will help the regular army capture several territories and secret bases when they are on the way, but their main target is still the headquarters of the Geese cult. Clovis will lead his army to stop the army coming from his country. It is not necessary to annihilate them all, but at least they cannot affect a battle plan. Cornelia is in charge of the Central Command, responsible for coordinating the Geese cult elimination operations around the world. The Rose Witch Knights are the absolute main force to eliminate the Geese cult except the American continent. The 4 major knights of Archduke Augusta Henry Highlander will also accept Cornelia's command, because the Geese cult in the EU has been almost cleared, so more forces can be sent to other regions. Zulkistan does not need to send many troops, just send a certain number of people to follow the army to transmit intelligence and lead the way. On the one hand, because Shamna has not been able to reorganize all the mercenaries in Zulkistan, in such a strict large-scale battle, the mercenaries themselves are variables and difficult to control, so even if the combat effectiveness is stronger than that of ordinary regular troops, they will not be allowed to participate. Send mercenaries. Zulkistan's regular army is only Shamna's royal guard, and the number is scarce, so let them stay in the homeland for defense. As for Shamna's Geese ability, it is better to seal it temporarily. After all, no one knows what kind of changes will happen after the restart. Yang Hui is also very confident in his battle plan and does not need to read the file to start over. At this time, the sanctuary was already galloping on the sea, guarded by several fleets in the center. Yang Hui, Clovis called 10's fleet has encountered the Bunadal fleet and is in a standoff, but Clovis only blocks 6 fleets, and the other fleets are missing. Let's be careful. Lelouch reported the latest intelligence to Yang Hui. Call Clovis back and ask him to block those 6 fleets. He doesn't need to worry about the others. Yes. Ding ding ding. Your Highness. The Bunadal fleet was found 1,000 nautical miles to the right and is attacking our fleet. Before the reply to Clovis was sent out, the Sikh found the traces of the Bunadal fleet. Call and ask for your purpose. Yes, Your Highness. Soon, the reply message returned to the sanctuary, and the Sikh immediately reported, Your Highness, the other party claims to have the Emperor's edict, ordering our fleet to immediately stop all actions and accept their jurisdiction. Then there is no need to say more, Lelouch. Understood. Lelouch nodded, immediately took over the command, and issued an order to the entire army. All troops are ready for battle at level 1. The 3rd Fleet turns around, target the Bunitalia fleet, Nightmare's change sea equipment and prepare to attack. Piscus and Nightmare, Deep Sea Team transfer the 3rd Fleet. Yes, Your Highness. XN After receiving the order, the right-wing 3rd Fleet immediately turned around and separated from the huge army formation. At the same time, the lower hatch of the Sanctuary opened, and dozens of Nightmares ejected out, led by Piscus, and quietly followed directly below the 3rd Fleet. Suzaku, this is Piscus' first battle, don't embarrass yourself. Lelouch said to Kyorugi Suzaku in the private channel. Don't worry. Kyorugi Suzaku, who was driving the Piscus, smiled bitterly and shook his head. He knew very well what his friend meant. It sounded sarcastic, but in fact he was worried. After the communication ended, Kyorugi Suzaku took a deep breath and suppressed his nervousness. Lelouch was not wrong. This was the first battle of the Piscus, and it was also the first time he led a team to fight. Moreover, he was facing an enemy that was several times larger than them. He would definitely be nervous, but he would not be afraid. He was just thinking about how to fight this battle more beautifully. Lord Suzaku, the Bunitalia fleet has entered the range of the main guns. Please give instructions. The commander of the 3rd Fleet contacted Suzaku and asked. This is also the unspoken rule of the entire 11 army. Even if the rank is higher than the 12 Zodiacs, in any battle, as long as the 12 Zodiacs are with the team, they must ask for the order of the 12 Zodiacs. Please ask the commander to take charge of the fleet. The Nightmare Deep Sea Squadron will fully cooperate with the 3rd Fleet. Kyorugi Suzaku said seriously. Yes, my lord. This is also the reason why this unspoken rule can always exist and no one has any complaints. Being able to become the 12 Zodiacs is an absolute trump card, but this trump card is only in the Nightmare driving technology. Strong personal strength does not mean that they can command large-scale battles. Among the 12 Zodiacs, the only person who can really be a general of an army is Monica. Among the others, Jeremiah can still command a small battle, and the others can only command a squad at most. It is precisely because of this that they are very self-aware. In the battle, they will return the command to the military chief of each army and will not swell their faces and fill them with fat. But at the same time, unless Yang Hui personally gives the command to someone, the 12 Zodiacs and the Nightmare Knights will not obey the command of anyone other than Yang Hui. They command and cooperate with the regular army in combat, and will not temporarily belong to each other. It started. Seeing the light shining on the sea and the nightmares of the 3rd Fleet constantly diving into the sea, Kyorugi Suzaku knew that the battle had begun. All aircraft accelerate, ignore the enemy's nightmare troops, go straight to the rear fleet, aim at the enemy's power system as much as possible, and paralyze the enemy fleet. Yes. XN Kyorugi Suzaku's order does not conform to the style of the Nightmare Knights. When dealing with the enemy, the Nightmare Knights will only kill them all without mercy, and Kyorugi Suzaku's approach is undoubtedly soft-hearted. However, the members assigned to the Deep Sea Squad are also veterans, and they know Suzaku well, and they did not refute. In wartime, orders must be obeyed, and any questions can be raised after the war. Although it is much more difficult to accurately destroy the power system than to sink the enemy ship, but that is for ordinary people. They are the Nightmare Knights, and accurate strikes are a compulsory course. Piscus suddenly accelerated, past all the nightmares and rushed to the front, and the densely packed bottom of the warship appeared in his eyes. He continued to accelerate and sprinted to the bottom, and the double palm sonic cannons were used, and the power system was immediately destroyed. After one successful attack, Piscus did not stop at all, avoiding the anti-submarine attack of the warship like a fish, looking for the next prey. The deep sea team also followed at this time. All the aircraft dispersed, each looking for their own targets, and the explosive harpoon guns opened fire one after another, piercing deeply into the propellers and then exploding. The Nightmare troops of the regular army were responsible for intercepting the Nightmares approaching the 3rd Fleet from the sea. Because the special equipment for underwater use had not been reported to the country, the Nightmares of the Bunitalian fleet could only surf and glide on the water's surface. For the Nightmares of the 3rd Fleet diving in the water, it was completely a game called fighting mosquitoes with your back to the sky, or shooting with explosive harpoon guns, or suddenly surfacing to cut them in half with alloy sabers, or bombarding with sonic cannons. The Bunitalian nightmare troops that were originally mighty on the sea surface were rapidly reduced. Before the targets entered their naked eye observation distance, they all turned into wreckage and sank to the bottom of the sea. From the beginning of the battle to now, only half an hour has passed. The power system of the Bunitalian fleet has been completely destroyed and it has lost its ability to move. On the deck of each battleship, there is a nightmare pointing a gun at a bridge. There are at least 3 nightmares under the sea, which will sink it if it moves. War. Looking at the wreckage slowly falling into the abyss, Kyoruji Suzaku has a complicated expression. Captain, the Third Fleet will take care of the prisoners. We should go back. A nightmare, Knight reminded Kyoruji Suzaku. Yes. Kyoruji Suzaku nodded, and, Piscus, started again and dived at high speed in the direction of the main fleet. You are still too young. It doesn't matter, just fight a few more battles. Let's report to His Highness. Yes. While chatting, the people of the deep sea team drove their own machines to keep up with Piscus, and return to Sanctuary. They still have to go to South America, but they will not stay here forever. The Bunitalian fleet is just a fleet, which cannot satisfy their appetite. Chapter 803, Beach Landing? Familiar. It's still too kind. Looking at the combat reports of Piscus and the deep sea team, Yang Hui shook his head. That's his character. Lelouch was also helpless. He didn't quite agree with what Kyoruji Suzaku did. His style was closer to Yang Hui's, that is, ruthless to the enemy. But who made Kyoruji Suzaku his good friend for many years? Cough cough, good friend. You still have to help when you need to. This reminds me of 2 people, one almost killed my wife, and the other is the absolute trump card of the Legion. Yang Hui couldn't help but sigh. Kyoruji Suzaku became completely different from the original history because of his intervention. He no longer had a determination and ruthlessness to kill his father, but became more innocent and gentle. This made him think of the little grandson of Red T and Kira. Your wife? When did you get married? Lelouch was stunned for a moment. He and Yang Hui grew up together. How come he didn't know when he had a sister-in-law? Oh, you are more than 200 years old? That's fine. Well, I still can't adapt. Lelouch said with a depressed look. I understand, he. By the way, your wife? You should call her sister-in-law. Ahem, okay, sister-in-law. Lelouch wanted to say that even you and I don't call each other brother, and you still want me to call you sister-in-law? But after realizing the threat from Yang Hui's eyes, he chose to give in. Can you tell me about them? Wow, I'm not sleepy when I talk about this. Yang Hui laughed happily, his eyes full of tenderness. Your sisters-in-law. Wait? Sisters-in-law. Lelouch caught the point. Yes. Lelouch nodded firmly at Yang Hui and gave a thumbs up. I'm looking forward to the scene of Cornelia meeting them. Yang Hui looked up at the ceiling, imagined the scene, and shuddered instantly. Cornelia was a strong woman, but she was not unreasonable. She might mind at first, but she would be able to integrate slowly. Yang Hui had absolute confidence in Wong and the others. It's just, they will definitely be very harmonious, but I guess I'll be in trouble. I think we can discuss other things. Yang Hui wisely chose to change the subject. For example, Lelouch smiled jokingly. He was not a fun person, but he was a fun person if he could see Yang Hui's fun. For example, find a good teacher for Suzaku. Yang Hui said. Hearing this, Lelouch didn't want to watch the fun anymore and focused on listening to Yang Hui's ideas. Good friends, for life. Then, Yang Hui briefly introduced Kira to Lelouch, including his personality and fighting style. After listening, Lelouch's eyes lit up. A super ace who never fights in the cockpit but is determined by strength? Isn't this the most suitable teacher for Suzaku? Yes. What about the other one? That person, what happened? Lelouch asked. After knowing the existence of Promise Fortress, he was very interested in Yang Hui's past, but he had never found a chance to ask before. Now that Yang Hui took the initiative to bring it up, he naturally would not let it go easily. Alice. Yang Hui also sighed, and did not intend to hide it, and told Lelouch the story of Chio. You didn't kill him. Lelouch was a little surprised. Chio was a fire brigade on the battlefield and almost killed his own people. Yang Hui could actually hold back and not kill him. No. Yang Hui waved his hand. That was Fleet's grandson, SM's son, and half of his grandson. How could he kill him? He has withdrawn from the battle and is a doctor in his own world. You shouldn't let such a person go to the battlefield. Lelouch said. Although Kira and Chio are both people who implement the principle of not killing, there are also essential differences. Kira will try not to kill the enemy directly within his ability, but when necessary, he can also kill, and he will not take the initiative to save the enemy. He will not care about the enemy after he loses his combat ability, but Chio is really too saintly. If you don't want to kill, don't go to the battlefield. It's okay if you don't want to kill, but you actually save the enemy from your own hands? You don't dare to take action in a dangerous battle, thinking about how to save them? And then you almost killed your relatives? If Lelouch were this kind of person, no matter who Chio is, either you get out of the battlefield or wait to be killed by me. It was my carelessness. I didn't expect him to do this. Yang Hui did not deny his mistake. At that time, he agreed to Chio to continue to drive the Gundam to participate in the battle. On the one hand, it was because he was the son of Arthur and the grandson of Flit. His father and grandfather didn't say anything, so he couldn't say anything more. On the other hand, he was too conceited and thought that he had the ability to protect everyone under any circumstances. Anything else? Something worth remembering. That's a lot. Yang Hui understood Lelouch's plan. He was a person who refused to admit defeat. He would definitely go to Promise Fortress. Since he went there, he had to do his best. He was not good at fighting, but he was good at commanding. His goal was to be the first commander of the Promise Corps. The premise of this, in addition to his own ability, was intelligence. Before going to Promise Fortress, he wanted to collect as much intelligence as possible and know the basic information of the opponent in advance. Healthy competition has always been advocated by Yang Hui. Lelouch has such an ambition, and Yang Hui will certainly not stop him. He will also do his best to help him, so he did not hide it and told Lelouch about the top commanders in the Promise Legion. It's a bit troublesome. Lelouch frowned after listening, because his opponents are all tough guys, with outstanding abilities and rich experience, and he is not a little bit behind now. Look at who his opponents are: Katie, Flit, Algulis, Mina, Rebel, Cheyenne and other UC generals. The experience of the above people in commanding a large army is not comparable to Lelouch. Look at them, any battle they take out is a super large-scale battle, with tens of millions of people participating in the battle. And what about him? He has been in charge of the command of the team before, and now he has just come into contact with the command of the entire army in a large-scale battle, and this is just a battle on Earth. He is a blank sheet of paper in the tactical and strategic command of the space fleet. So you have to work hard. Yang Hui said to Lelouch in a joking tone. Lelouch didn't need gentle encouragement, he just needed stimulation. Do you need to tell me that? Lelouch glared at Yang Hui and said unhappily, but full of determination and passion, I want to follow General Revel, can I? Of course. Yang Hui nodded in agreement without hesitation. Among the top commanders of the Promise Corps, Revel was undoubtedly the best choice for Lelouch, because Revel had the highest qualifications and the highest ability, and he focused on fleet command, unlike Fleet and others, who had top command ability, but were also ace pilots, and often drove their Miz to the battlefield halfway through the command. Then Yang Hui continued to chat with Lelouch about their past experiences, and it was naturally boring for the two of them to chat. Yang Hui also called Roni Rujita, Fujito Kagashiro and others over. Anyway, they would all become the mainstay of the Promise Corps, and it would be good to tell them something about the Promise Fortress in advance. A group of people stayed in the room of Sanctuary, which was not too crowded. They listened to Yang Hui telling about his past glorious deeds. From time to time, someone asked a question, and Yang Hui also patiently answered it. They were very happy, not like a superior and a subordinate at all. Until... ding ding. Yang Hui's communicator rang, and the pleasant and relaxed chat was terminated. Your Highness. What's the matter? We are 3,000 nautical miles away from the coastline. We have detected enemy troops gathering on the coastline. At the same time, we have discovered enemy aerial reconnaissance aircraft. We have been discovered. All personnel are ready for combat at level 1. The fleet command will be taken over by Chief of Staff Lelouch. I will fly, Athena, to attack. Yes, Your Highness. The communication was hung up, and the relaxed expression disappeared, replaced by danger and cruelty. Have you all rested well? Yes, Your Highness. XN very good, prepare to attack, Lelouch. The command is handed over to you. Yes. Lelouch nodded, excited but also extremely serious. He knew that this was an opportunity for Yang Hui to exercise him. If it was still the previous vision, a battle of this scale would have been extremely large, but after listening to Yang Hui's story, Lelouch felt that a battle of this scale was simply a game. Why did Yang Hui give Lelouch the opportunity to command the entire army? On the one hand, he also wanted to take this opportunity to let Lelouch get training. Lelouch also knew that what he lacked most was the actual combat command experience of large-scale battles, and his command habits did tend to be small-scale elite operations, which was too narrow. On the other hand, a battle of this scale was simply a game level for Yang Hui, and Yang Hui did not need to be on high alert. Yang Hui took the others to the hangar, and Lelouch came to the bridge alone and sat in the commander's seat. Chief of Staff. When the crew members saw Lelouch coming, they stood up and saluted, calling him Chief of Staff instead of His Highness Lelouch. This was a recognition of Lelouch, telling him that he did not sit in this seat based on his identity, and it was also a respect for Yang Hui, because there was only one person in the Nightmare Knights who was qualified to be called His Highness during the battle, and that was Yang Hui. Enemy situation. Lelouch waved his hand, letting everyone return to their work. Enemy reconnaissance planes have been hovering over our army. Enemy troops are lined up along the coastline, including naval fleets and army units, suspected to be positional warfare defense lines. Sonar system detected a large number of small objects, suspected to be minefields deployed by the enemy. Report, radar detected a large number of flying objects, database comparison. It's the enemy's airstrike brigade. Distance 2000. Integrating all the reports in his mind, Lelouch's mind once again combined into a chessboard, with the chess pieces of the enemy in a split on both sides. Beach landing? Haha, quite familiar. The current situation reminded Lelouch of a game called Beach Landing, that Yang Hui played when he was bored 10 years ago. Anyway, it was quite boring, but he didn't expect to encounter it in reality, and they were the attacking party. The fleet shrinks its formation, GN particles begin to spread, the regular 3rd Nightmare Squadron uses sea equipment to attack, determine the layout of the minefield and eliminate it, and open a path for the fleet to advance. The Nightmare Knights are equipped with D equipment to take off, and after completely destroying the enemy's air force, they cross the line of defense and destroy the rear of the enemy's defense line. The regular 1st and 2nd Nightmare Squadrons are equipped with D equipment to take off, and after the Nightmare Knights destroy the enemy's air force, they carry out airstrikes on the enemy's defense line. The regular 4th and 5th Nightmares use B equipment to stand by. Yes, Your Highness. XN. Chapter 804, Aquilius Lava Hell. As the pseudo-solar furnace behind him was running, orange GN particles were sprayed all around, and the Nightmare Knights took off from the deck of Sanctuary, one after another, following closely behind the 12 Zodiacs and Athena. It's the Nightmare Knights. The reconnaissance plane hovering in the air recognized the Nightmare Knights at a glance. Not to mention the 13 special machines leading the way, the pure black paint and the golden Nightmare badge on the shoulder made it too recognizable. Seeing the entire Nightmare Knights attacking from the air, he was also shocked and immediately reported to the Coastal Command Center, but at this time he found that the communication had been interrupted at some point, and the strong electromagnetic interference made the communication channel only have harsh electronic noise. Is this electromagnetic interference? No, I have to hurry. Just as the reconnaissance plane was about to turn its nose and find a way to leave the range of electromagnetic interference, a touch of orange light came into view, getting closer and brighter. So beautiful. Boom. The orange beam penetrated the enemy reconnaissance plane and exploded in the air. Hit. The enemy reconnaissance plane has been eliminated. Sukidurlus turned over and put away his gun, and Audrin reported to Yang Hui. Your Highness, the enemy air force is approaching. Audrin, who was driving, Libra, reported. Full speed forward, Dorothy, Gemini, Caesar, Ryan, Aquilius, Piscus, lead your team to continue moving forward, and the rest of you will work with me to eliminate the enemy's air force. Yang Hui ordered. Yes, Your Highness. XN, Nightmare Knights' flying speed increased again, and Athena penetrated into the dense enemy aircraft group like a sword, and the enemy aircraft group was like a sparrow that was frightened and scattered. Why are there so many nightmares? Did the intelligence say that Nightmare's flying technology has not been popularized? It's the Nightmare Knights. Hurry, run. Even if it's the Nightmare Knights, nightmares can't be faster than fighter planes in the air. I must, boom. Eagle's Nest. Eagle's Nest. This is Eagle 1. Please reply if you get it. Please reply if you get it. Ah. Captain. Captain. Although the Nightmare's flying technology has been exposed, and the aerospace carrier, Sanctuary, has also been exposed, after the exposure, all countries have conducted a lot of analysis and research on these two technologies. Scientific researchers in various countries have reached a consensus that these two technologies are too advanced, and the technical content involved is too high. The manufacturing cost must be very high and it is impossible to mass produce them. In addition, the energy consumption must be very high, and the continuous combat time must not be long. Therefore, all forces have developed tactics against the Nightmare's flying technology and the aerospace carrier, Sanctuary, with human wave tactics and protracted warfare, and resolutely implement the drag strategy. As long as they drag until the energy is exhausted, that's when they win. How to drag? It was just one battleship and a few Nightmares. Would 100 fighters be enough? If not, would 1,000 be enough? This was also the reason why the South American defenders dared to send airstrike forces to launch an airstrike, even though they knew the enemy had Nightmare flight technology and the aerospace carrier, Sanctuary. Who would have thought that the Nightmare Knights would slap these people in the face again? With all the members flying, the human wave tactics failed. They still had the confidence to hold off just a few Nightmares, but with dozens of them, that was like hitting a mosquito. Athena rushed into the startled flock of birds, firing continuously with her 2 guns. In an instant, Athena was surrounded by a bright ring of flames, her wings spread out, orange GN particles sprayed, the tips of her wings flashed with brilliance, and several brilliant beams shot out, naming the missed enemy planes. All planes disperse. Assault team advance. While giving the order, Athena also crushed the cockpit of the fighter plane that wanted to pass under it. Yes, Your Highness. XN, allies, Barag, Scorpion, Libra, Sagittarius, Caprico, led their respective teams to disperse in 6 directions. The split arrows not only penetrated the enemy formation, but also advanced and penetrated under the huge power, cutting the scattered flocks of birds into several pieces. Why is it difficult to hunt flying birds? Because of the chaos and because of the aimlessness. Then, surround them all and kill them. Dorothy, Gemini, Caesar, Ryan, Aquilius, Piscus, and the 6 machines led their own teams, without even looking at the surrounding bird cages, and without looking back, they passed through the air raids of several bird cages, approached the coastline, and were greeted by the anti-aircraft artillery fire of the coastline. They turned into flexible peregrine falcons and shuttled freely in the dense anti-aircraft firepower network. Such a tight firepower network, Suzaku, don't mind your business. Seeing that Kyoruji Suzaku had slowed down a bit and even started to lower his altitude, Fujito Kagashiro, who was closest to him, immediately spoke up to remind him. But Kyoruji Suzaku wanted to lower the defense firepower to destroy the ground. This level of firepower was not a threat to them, but it was too threatening to the conventional troops that were advancing later. Follow the orders of His Highness. The battlefield is not a stage for individual heroes. Fujito Kagashiro scolded. The tragic battlefield may need heroes, because heroes can be beliefs and pillars, supporting the soldiers' broken hearts to continue to fight. But the current battle is not tragic, and the morale of the friendly forces does not need them to be heroes to maintain. They have their tasks, and the conventional troops also have the responsibilities of the conventional troops. They can indeed lower the coastal defense line now and cause great damage to the coastal defense line, so as to reduce the pressure on the conventional landing troops and reduce casualties. But they have done everything. What is the meaning of the conventional troops? They only have so many people. How many people are there in the conventional troops? How big is the battlefield? Do they go to rescue every time? Can they be saved? Yes, Your Highness. Kyoruji Suzaku understood the truth, but he just couldn't bear it. After Fujito Kagashiro reminded him, he temporarily put away the idea of disobeying orders. Seeing Piscus speed up again and increase the altitude, Fujito Kagashiro nodded. Found it, 2 airports, 3 warehouses, and the rear command center. At this time, Orpheus's voice sounded in the communication channel, and their target had been found. Each team disperses and destroys the target separately. Dorothy, Caesar, Aquilius, Build a defense line on the spot to block the rear reinforcements. Ryan and Piscus, follow me and raid the defense line from behind. Fujito Kageshiro gave instructions, which was also their tacit understanding. The order of command authority of the 12 Zodiacs is definitely Yang Hui, followed by Monica, who has the best strategic vision, and the third is Rini Rajita. The fourth is Fujito Kageshiro, because except for the above three people, the tactical command capabilities of the lower ones are similar, and Fujito Kageshiro is not only the oldest, but also the strongest of the 12 Zodiacs. He has this qualification, and the fifth is Jeremiah. There is no need to arrange the rest, because if they continue to disperse, there will basically be no coordinated operations of the squads. They are responsible for leading their own squads to fight, and the coordination between them depends on their tacit understanding. Yes, X and the 6 squads dispersed, and Aquilius was lucky to be assigned to the nearest airport in a straight line. Get out of here. With Colin's roar, Aquilius stretched out his silver arm, opened his sharp claws, and a small section of the red crystal in the center was extended. The scarlet wave accumulated energy, and Aquilius fell from the sky like a meteor to the ground, passing through the anti-aircraft firepower, and his palm pressed hard on the ground. Colin flicked open the safety valve with her thumb, pressed the red button hard, and then pushed the lever to the bottom. The output power on the screen instantly changed from green to red, reaching the threshold. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Scarlet radiation waves passed through the gaps into the ground, turning into ripples and spreading out. The flat airport runway began to boil, and pus bags swelled up one after another on the ground, and then burst. What was sprayed was not some disgusting pus, but destructive magma. Bang, bang, bang. Except for the ground under Aquilius' feet, which was still intact, the ground within a radius of 1 kilometer had turned into lava hell, including the fighter plane warehouse and the command tower. The metal melted, and the people had already vaporized after the explosion. How cool. Aquilius stood up, stretched his arms and flicked open the heat dissipation vents, spraying hot air. Colin looked at her masterpiece and couldn't help but praise it. Ever since she got Aquilius, she has been holding her breath, ready to kill everyone. As a result, she encountered the fleet of Natalia at sea, but Lelouch asked Kyoruji Suzaku to attack, and she could only watch. This made her very unhappy, so she wanted to vent. Colin, you've gone too far. Colin's vice captain was glad that he didn't land after destroying the anti-aircraft guns at the airport, otherwise he would have been affected. Oh, isn't this the pursuit of efficiency? Colin knew that she had gone too far, and she argued awkwardly. Idiot. If this airport is better preserved, we can still use it. Sorry, I was wrong. Although Colin is the captain, her team members are all her seniors, and her impulsive personality does not have the dignity of a captain in the team. Colin's biggest role as a captain is to charge into battle, and the command work is usually done by the calm vice captain. Let's go, let's leave here. Do you want to commit suicide with the radiation? The vice captain scolded angrily. Yes. Colin wiped the sweat from her forehead and quickly flew the Aquilius into the air, leaving this land of death. Do we have enough energy? The vice captain asked Colin. Don't worry, there's still 76% left. Colin replied. Well, let's go, retreat a distance and set up positions. Really, I know the first formation is very excited, but don't make such a big fuss. Sorry. I was wrong. Although Colin's burst was indeed the fastest to destroy the target, other directions were not much slower. Therefore, in addition to destroying the airport that could have been recycled and creating a dead land, Colin did not surpass others by much in terms of results. Oh, there should be one more thing. If the enemy's reinforcements advance from this direction, they should retreat directly after seeing that purgatory, right? Then wouldn't their mission be very easy? Chapter 805, each shows his special abilities. Aquilius made the most gorgeous appearance, and the others also showed their talents. Don't let the juniors outdo you, huh? Dorothy's appearance was similar to Aquilius. She also turned into a meteor and fell from the sky. The sledgehammer in her hand also flipped in the air for 2 weeks with the help of the rear thrusters, and hit the headquarters building heavily. From top to bottom, it was shattered like a piece of tofu. The hammer hit the ground and the ground trembled. Master Jeremiah, don't learn from the little girl. The body can't hold it. Like Colin, Jeremiah was also complained by the team members, but Jeremiah's prestige in the hearts of others was still very high, so they just complained and didn't blame. Ha ha ha. This is, Dorothy, given to me by His Highness. With the coverage of GN particles, this level is not enough for the body to bear. Jeremiah laughed while swinging the hammer to destroy the surroundings. It must be said that this gorgeous way of appearance is really cool. Jeremiah said he had learned something. Jeremiah was not as impulsive as Colin, who did not care about the condition of a machine. He dared to do so because he considered the protective ability of GN particles on the machine. He just accelerated twice in the air. If he was really brainless, Jeremiah would have performed a rotating windmill falling from the sky. Alice. The team members sighed while destroying the enemy troops and the headquarters. It must be said that after the machine was equipped with a pseudo-solar furnace, its performance increased directly like a rocket. Apart from other things, the anti-gravity feature allowed them to soar in the sky. The energy weapons that they dared not use casually as a killer before were now sprinkled casually like rain. The anti-gravity feature and the GN particles attached to the armor and skeleton allowed them to perform more extraordinary actions, such as bang. A nightmare. Knight hit the nightmare who rushed up with a backhand elbow. Before the enemy plane fell backwards, he grabbed the enemy plane's head and pressed it down, raised his knees, and smashed the enemy plane's head. If it were before, he would not dare to do this. On the one hand, he would be put in a sack after the battle, and on the other hand, his own body's knee joint would be damaged, causing him to lose the ability to move. Now, GN particles are so high. Lord Jeremiah, the suppression is complete. The headquarters was filled with smoke, and there were ruins everywhere, and the wreckage of the enemy plane was scattered all over the ground. Where is the enemy commander? Have you found him? Jeremiah asked. All the members of the team were silent, and they all stared at the cockpit with dead fish eyes. With that hammer, the building was gone, and you still expect someone to survive? Well, advance 10 kilometers to build a position, and the enemy's reinforcements will arrive soon. Yes. XN. Ryan, transformed into a lion the moment he landed, and his sharp tiger claws shone with bright green light, cutting the enemy planes in sight silkily, and the two beam cannons on his back fired in the opposite direction, piercing through the two nightmares behind him that were locked on him. A nightmare rushed from the side holding an alloy saber. Ryan, transformed on the spot, bent his knees and turned his face up to avoid the slashing alloy saber. He twisted his waist and used a huge force to drive his right leg, which was like a fierce whip whipping the nightmare's waist and abdomen. The huge force directly separated the nightmare from the waist and split it into two halves. It was not over yet. Ryan quickly stood up, grabbed the two pieces of wreckage in the air and threw them out, hitting the enemy plane. At the same time, the beam Gatling gun on his wrist unfolded and opened fire. Puff puff puff. Boom boom boom. The broken pieces turned into fireworks. The team members behind him landed and cooperated with Ryan to sweep the airport. They ran to the nearby hangar and the enemy planes that were about to attack. Without hesitation, they shot and destroyed them completely. These fighter planes or nightmares did not mean much to them. The nightmare knights did not need them, and the regular troops were not lacking. What they needed was that this airport was completely under their control, and all the enemies within sight must be killed. Captain Gino, mission accomplished. Are you sure you destroyed all the enemy planes? Gino asked. Sure. Very good, let's wait. Lord Fujito calls and set off directly. Yes. XN. Gemini landed and led the 4 holy swords, a total of 5 Mecha transformed ghosts in the battlefield, shuttling back and forth between warehouses. The scale of this warehouse is not small at all, and the amount of supplies is huge, half of which are strategic supplies or spare parts for nightmares. Leaving this batch of supplies can bring great help to friendly forces. So Fujito Kagashiro chose the warehouse as the target, because Gemini and 4 holy swords are melee specialized and are more capable of breaking without exploding than others. Although this team only has 5 nightmares, their combat effectiveness is even stronger than the other 5 directions. Ghostly shadow killing method. Understood. X4. The enemies guarding the warehouse could only see 5 phantoms shuttling back and forth between the warehouses, appearing in the blink of an eye and disappearing in the blink of an eye. When they were about to turn around to look for them, the deadly blades behind them pierced their chests, and the swords were pulled out, and they fell to the ground. Gemini's double swords flashed 2 different lights, one black and one white. When it passed by the enemy plane, it felt that its eyes were flashed by something, And then the nightmare was cut smoothly, and the upper body fell to the ground, and the lower body was even standing without falling. Master Fujito, the warehouse has been suppressed. 4 holy swords gathered around Gemini again. There was no explosion in the entire warehouse, but there was no intact nightmare. Okay, let's go, and move towards the coastline. Fujito Jingshiro immediately ordered to set off, not caring whether anyone took over the things here. Master Fujito, Ryan, and Piscus. Don't worry about them, they will leave immediately after they finish. It's better to send a message to let them know. Chiba suggested. Well, Gino and Suzaku send a message, let's go. Yes. X4. Orpheus has a calm personality. Caesar uses his own monitoring shield to resist the fierce defense firepower, covering his teammates to land safely on the ground. He is still the strongest shield for his teammates, leading his teammates to advance steadily. Captain Orpheus is really reliable. The teammates couldn't help but sigh. Even though his qualifications are older than Orpheus, Orpheus's performance convinced them. Caesar is a balanced machine, but the shield in his hand is the strongest shield among the 12 zodiacs. At the same time, the other hand is also holding a sharp spear, the latest GN particle cannon. But Orpheus rarely uses the GN particle cannon. Others have sharp spears, and they are enough, but I am the only one holding the solid shield, and this is something only I can do. Orpheus said this to others, and he also used this shield well to protect others and performed his duties perfectly. The opportunity has come, all planes spread out. The team advanced to the airport. There were not many enemy planes left. With their combat style, they should be the slowest, and they could not drag the retreat of the whole team. At this level, there was no threat. Yes. XN. The planes spread out to the left and right and began to sweep away the remaining enemies, but they all tacitly made way for the road in the center, because Caesar stood heavily on the ground, and the GN particle cannon in his right hand was placed in the groove of the heavy shield. GN particle compression begins. Complete. GN cannon. Fire. Boom. The orange energy torrent rushed forward, plowing the runway of the airport and engulfing the tower in front. Release completed. Raising the smoking GN cannon, Office looked around, and all the remaining enemy planes were silent. Suppression completed. Advance 10 kilometers forward and establish a defensive position. Yes. XN. At the last place, the team led by Piscus was nearing the end of suppressing the warehouse. Kyoruji Suzaku looked at the wreckage and the fleeing enemies with a deep look. Are you okay? Yep. I'm fine. I'm glad you're okay. Let's go. We still have a mission to complete. The veteran certainly knew what Kyoruji Suzaku was thinking at this moment. People like Colin who were excited when they went to the battlefield were a minority, and more people were like Kyoruji Suzaku, with complicated hearts. There is panic after killing, sadness at seeing the ruins, confusion at seeing the place running away, excitement at completing the mission, and relief at walking off the battlefield alive. This complex mood cannot be comforted, and one can only walk out by oneself. Those who cannot walk out can only say that they are not suitable for the battlefield, or not suitable for the nightmare nights, even if he is a person that Yang Hui values and the master of Piscus. Don't you need to take care of this place? Suzaku Kyoruji asked. There are still a lot of supplies in this warehouse, and there are still a lot of enemies alive. If no one is watching, those people are likely to come back and reoccupy this place. Don't worry, our goal is not to occupy this place. If we can take it down once, we can take it down a second time. First follow Gemini's order. The veteran said, this is the truth, but not completely, because their goal was originally to completely destroy this place, leaving no supplies for the enemy, or to kill as many people as possible here, so that they don't have the opportunity to reoccupy this place. But considering Suzaku Kyoruji's gentle personality, the veterans let the enemy escape, did not chase them, and did not wantonly destroy this place. But then you stay here alone to look after the supplies, is that okay? The veteran said to Kyoruji Suzaku. Eh? Me alone? What about you? Kyoruji Suzaku asked in surprise. Continue the mission. But you. Listen, Suzaku, the situation on the battlefield changes in an instant, and the consequences of indecision are very serious. The veteran lectured in a serious tone. This. I know. We'll leave first. Without waiting for Kyoruji Suzaku to answer, The veterans took off one after another and headed towards the enemy's defense line on the coastline. The performance of Piscis is indeed powerful, and Kyoryuji Suzaku can indeed exert its performance 100%, but so what? Before Piscis, they still carried out various difficult tasks. One more and one less would not make a difference. Looking at the departing team members, Kyoryuji Suzaku looked at the warehouse here again, and the veteran's words kept echoing in his mind. The situation on the battlefield changes in an instant, and the consequences of indecision can be very serious. Tisk. I know, of course I know. Damn it. Kyoryuji Suzaku gritted his teeth, and Piscis moved. The gun in his hand fired continuously, turning the entire warehouse into a sea of fire. Then he took off surrounded by GN particles and chased in the direction his teammates left. Chapter 806, Change of Operational Plan. Happy birthday to group member Sitalongayu. When the veterans saw Piscis catching up, they smiled knowingly. Kyoryuji Suzaku was growing, although very slowly, but he was indeed growing. Their approach was not to exclude Kyoryuji Suzaku, but just to help him speed up a little. Sixth brother, His Highness is probably going to curse again, right? It's okay. A warehouse of supplies is worth it for the growth of an ace. That's right, but this kid. I hope he can keep it up. How should I write the report? Write it as you should. His Highness won't say anything about losing a warehouse of supplies. If you conceal it, people will die. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let's stop talking. Our friendly forces have already engaged the enemy. We have to speed up. Let's go. While the rear airport, warehouse and command center were destroyed, the regular Nightmare troops also arrived above the coastline defense line. Although their bodies were equipped with GN capacitors and had the ability to fly, the bodies themselves were still the 5th generation Nightmare Sunderland. Their performance was not as good as the Nightmare Knights, and their driving skills were not as good as the Nightmare Knights. Facing the enemy's defense firepower, they were naturally not as comfortable as the Nightmare Knights. Fortunately, after Athena and other Nightmare Knights destroyed the enemy's air force, they immediately supported the regular troops. Ania. Understood. Libra stepped forward, activated the GN force field, and blocked all the incoming artillery fire. The cloak armor behind him split into 4 pieces, turned over and folded, and closed in front of Libra's chest, turning into 2 GN cannons. Compress the example, fully release, start the strafing mode. As Ania's voice fell, her finger pressed the button, and 2 thick beams of light hit the ground. As Libra's hands separated, the beams shifted to both sides, leaving a scorched earth wherever they passed. Sukidorlus was not to be outdone, and he loaded a beam sniper rifle in the air. The muzzle ejected deadly beams one after another, knocking out the remaining anti-aircraft firepower points on the ground one by one. Suddenly, the pressure on the regular Nightmare troops was greatly reduced, and they swept the enemy's firepower points from the air. Prepare to land. Yes, Your Highness. XN. Lelouch on the battleship looked at the dynamic battle map. The enemy signs on the coastline defense line were rapidly decreasing. The enemy's air force had been completely destroyed. The friendly identification signals deep behind the enemy also began to return. It was time for the large force to land. How is the minefield being cleared? 90% has been completed. The landing troops can pass. The landing troops are leaving and seizing the beach. Yes, Your Highness. Where are the enemy's reinforcements? Lelouch asked immediately. The enemy's reinforcements have been discovered. They are approaching from the northeast, east, and southeast. They are the troops of Earl Wilson, Marcus Rusty, and Earl MacArthur. They are 1,000 meters away from the position built by the Nightmare Knights. After calculating the strength of both sides, the enemy's reinforcements are not few. It seems that the opponent's strategy is to intercept them at sea and not let them set foot on land. Now, there are only 3 teams of the Nightmare Knights that can intercept the enemy's reinforcements. The number gap is too big. The Nightmare Knights are indeed powerful, but facing an enemy that is several times their size, their strength will be greatly reduced if they just passively defend, and they may even suffer heavy losses. After the main force occupies the beach, immediately go to the defensive position behind the enemy to support the Nightmare Knights to block the enemy reinforcements. After the deep sea forces complete their mission, They will be responsible for cooperating with the fleet to completely occupy the coastline and establish a frontline command post. Yes, Your Highness. After giving the order, Lelouch's eyes returned to the battle map again, and his brain began to calculate, and he found a problem. The strength of the coastline defense line and the strength of the reconnaissance support force, calculated together, is already 2/3 of the entire South American region. Such a large force is concentrated near the coastline defense line, so the internal forces must be empty. No, according to intelligence, the G-Cult also has its own private forces. If these lords have reached a cooperation with the G-Cult. Thinking of this, Lelouch immediately contacted Yang Hui. What's the matter? While connecting the communication, Yang Hui had just cleared a nightmare team on the ground and pulled out the high-frequency vibration sword inserted in the belly of the enemy plane. Lelouch also knew that Yang Hui was in the battle, and he did not dare to delay. He immediately told Yang Hui his idea and asked for his consent. After all, his battle plan conflicted with Yang Hui's. The Nightmare Knights were necessary chess pieces, and he was the only one who could not command them. Okay. After listening to Lelouch's battle plan, Yang Hui agreed after a little consideration. As soon as he hung up the communication, Athena turned sideways and cut the rushing Nightmare in half. At the same time, she raised her gun and fired 3 shots in a row, destroying 3 enemy planes that had just emerged from behind the bunker. Your Highness, the landing troops are here. The enemy's firepower points are only 17% left. Disperse and destroy all firepower points, and join Gemini, Ryan, and Piscus to support the front defense positions. Yes, Your Highness. XN agreed to Lelouch's battle plan, which was a race against time. Not only did the Nightmare Knights have to buy time, but the regular troops also needed to buy time, so their steps could not stay on the coastline for too long. With full firepower, the entire coastline was shrouded in orange GN particles, like a dream, but beneath a stream-like bubble, it was a terrifying hell. Broken walls, broken limbs, broken bodies, wreckage and craters were everywhere. However, no one stayed to clean up what they had caused, but instead they drove at full speed and moved forward quickly. They all knew that there were comrades in front who were in danger and waiting for their support. Dot. Boom 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 boom. Damn it. Go to hell. Bastard. Aquilius, who was hiding behind the bunker, jumped out immediately after a wave of artillery fire stopped. The radiation wave device on his right arm condensed a thin disc and threw it out, cutting up dozens of enemy planes. Just as he was about to launch a charge, he was pulled back into the bunker by Gross beside him. Boom 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 boom. Another round of artillery fire fell, exploding around the bunker. Let me go. I'm going to kill them. Colin roared. She finally got to fight, but she was suppressed again after venting her frustration. Colin was almost furious. Calm down. Colin. Hold your ground and wait for support from friendly forces. Aquilius was not known for its mobility. The distance from their current position to the enemy's formation was too far. Before Aquilius could rush into the flock, they would be hit by a wave of artillery fire. The relief they expected did not come at all. The enemy also learned to be smart. The large forces separated and bypassed the lava purgatory left by Colin, attacking them from both sides, making the situation even more dangerous. But calm down. The battlefield is not a stage for personal heroism. Tisk. Colin, who had regained her sanity a little, saw that the artillery fire stopped again, and quickly seized the opportunity to fire back a few shots, destroying several Sunderlands and hiding back in the bunker. The situation of the other 2 positions was not very good either. The position where Caesar was located was probably the best of the 3 positions. On the one hand, it was because of Orpheus's calm character that he spent a little more effort on temporary fortifications. On the other hand, Caesar's shield also played a good protective role. But the direction where Dorothy was located was more difficult than the position of Aquilius. Not good. The enemy planes are coming. Damn it. Why are the enemy's artillery still firing? Aren't they afraid of accidentally injuring friendly forces? We are worth the price. Hold on. Reinforcements are coming soon. Although Jeremiah said something to boost morale, his face was quite ugly. When he was assigned to Dorothy, he was deeply attracted by the power of this machine, so he basically had no long-range attack means and could only use the standard beam rifle. The enemy's artillery attack was too fierce, causing the sledgehammer in his hand to be completely ineffective. As soon as he emerged, he was faced with artillery shells falling from the sky. Dorothy is indeed a heavily armored nightmare, and has the trump card of the GN force field, but it can't withstand the repeated bombing of multiple rounds of artillery fire. Enemy planes are coming up. Lord Jeremiah. Tisk, attack. Quickly destroy the enemy planes. The people are in the position, and Jeremiah's mind does not have the word retreat, because this is their mission. They must block the enemy's reinforcements here, and because of the location of the 3 defensive positions, once his team abandons the position and retreats, the side of the friendly position will be completely exposed to the enemy's artillery fire. They may survive, but the friendly forces will die. Yes, Your Highness. XN. No one is afraid, everyone's face is full of determined and excited smiles. Too aggrieved, this is the most aggrieved time since the establishment of the Nightmare Knights, and they have long wanted to vent, and they are like Jeremiah. It is impossible to retreat, it is impossible to kill their companions for their own lives. As soon as the voice fell, a wave of artillery fire landed, and several enemy planes rushed out of the flames and came in front of them. Dorothy naturally became the horn of the charge team. She swept the hammer across, smashing 2 enemy planes to pieces. At the same time, she raised her left arm and opened the GN force field to block the enemy plane's rockets. Swish, swish, swish. Damn it. All planes move closer to me. GN force field at maximum power. As expected, the enemy did not care about their casualties. Even if there were still people in the artillery coverage area, they would still use artillery coverage. Jeremiah made a quick decision and asked everyone to move closer. The GN force field with maximum power blocked this round of artillery fire. He didn't know how many times he could block it, but he would block it as often as he could, and he would delay it for a second as long as he could. At this moment, dozens of beams of light streaked across the sky in the distance, accurately hitting the shells that reached the apex of the parabola, and a gorgeous fireworks feast bloomed in the air. That's it. The reinforcements have arrived. Start the charge. Jeremiah ordered excitedly. Yes, XN. Such a long distance, such accurate high-speed shooting, only Yang Hui and the entire Nightmare Knights can do it. When Yang Hui comes, they are fearless. You little bastards, are you all still alive? No? Yang Hui's voice rang in their minds. Your Highness. You are all still alive, XN. Then kill them. Let's start the hunt. Yes, Your Highness, XN. Today is the birthday of group member City Longayu. I wish him a happy birthday. Chapter 807, Take the Legion for a Spin. The arrival of Athena was a signal, because it was only the first one. Following behind it were more reinforcements, the main force of the Nightmare Knights, and the main force of the fleet. Very strange. Yang Hui drove Athena to quickly destroy the enemy's reinforcements, while also analyzing the enemy's strange behavior. According to common sense, the moment the main force of the Nightmare Knights arrived, they should have understood that no matter how hard they attacked the defense line, they would not be able to win. The enemy commander, as long as he was not a fool, should have understood that in this case, the retreat of the entire army was the right choice. However, the enemy's reinforcements continued to charge without caring about casualties, and the artillery coverage from the rear did not stop, without any concern for the casualties of friendly forces. This was impossible for the Lord of Bunate to do. Because the number of troops under each lord is limited, to some extent, it is also their private soldiers, and it is also a considerable fortune for the lord. It is impossible for a lord to waste his own troops in this way. Moreover, even if the lord did not feel sorry for his subordinates, these soldiers themselves would not be willing to die under the fire of friendly forces. 1 or 2 diehards can be understood, but it is absolutely impossible for all of them to be diehards. Then, there is only one possibility. All aircraft, the enemy has been controlled by the G-Scout. Don't hold back, annihilate them all. Yes, Your Highness. XN. The artillery coverage was suppressed and the rear support was in place. The Nightmare Knights did not need to stay on the ground to delay the enemy's steps. They took off safely and began to slaughter without mercy. Especially the Dorothy team, the Caesar team and the Aquilius team. They were very frustrated just now. They had to vent their anger and return double to these controlled puppets. Swish. As the last intact Nightmare was pierced through the cockpit by a sharp sword, the enemy army was declared annihilated. Under Yang Hui's order, the Nightmare Knights did not let anyone go. Even if there was a rout in the rear positions, Yang Hui personally led his men to chase and kill, leaving no one alive. Your Highness, the enemy army was completely wiped out, no one was alive. Fujito Kagemashiro stepped forward to report. What is the situation in the rear? Yang Hui asked. The frontline command center has been established, and Your Highness Lelouch is arranging defensive positions. Did we have any casualties? Yang Hui asked. 16 people were slightly injured, 3 were seriously injured, and no one died. All squad-level cadres, assemble. Yes, Your Highness. Soon, the captains and vice-captains of each squad of the Nightmare Knights came to Yang Hui to assemble. Yang Hui saw the excitement that had not yet disappeared from their faces, and their eyes were still flashing with scarlet blood. At the same time, their faces were full of fatigue, especially Colin and Suzaku Kuraruji. It was their first time to participate in such a difficult battle. The first phase of the plan is completed, and the second phase of the plan has been changed. Each team will lead the conventional troops to advance and capture the South American region where the troops are empty. Huh? The plan has changed. Everyone was stunned. This was the first time they encountered such a situation. Under normal circumstances, Yang Hui's battle plan was very complete. There might be some twists and turns, but each team could solve them by improvisation. However, it was the first time that the battle goal was changed in a big direction. According to calculations, the enemy troops and reinforcements on the coastline defense line are almost 2/3 of the troops in the entire South American region. In other words, there are not many troops stationed in the entire South American region now. Even if our country sends reinforcements to support the South American region under international pressure, it will not arrive in a short time. Therefore, we must cooperate with the conventional troops as quickly as possible to eliminate these lords controlled by the Geese cult and recapture the territory. Your Highness, please give the order. Fujito Jingshiro asked Yang Hui's order directly without any hesitation. He did not think so much. As long as it was Yang Hui's order, he would execute it faithfully. The Nightmare Knights will rest for half an hour. Lelouch will plan the routes for each team. Just follow Lelouch's instructions. Yes, Your Highness. After the XN was disbanded, they returned to rest. The veterans were fine, but Colin and Suzaku Kuraruji were really too tired. They kept slapping their faces to concentrate during the meeting just now. Take a break. I'll call you when it's time to go. Colin's vice-captain said to Colin. No, Uncle, there's only half an hour, and there's still a combat report to write. Colin said with a frustrated look. When she first became a team leader, she was very excited. After all, she was promoted. Although she didn't care about the size of the official position, she thought it was Yang Hui's recognition of her. But now, she missed the time when she was still a soldier. She knew that she was not suitable to be a captain, and she really hated the various management work of the team. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Go and have a rest. That won't do, Uncle. I can't keep asking you to write for me. If His Highness finds out that you're writing for me, we'll be screwed. Karen refused. Tisk, do you think His Highness doesn't know? The vice-captain rolled his eyes and said unhappily. What? Exposed. Karen's sleepiness disappeared. Nonsense. The vice-captain poked Karen's forehead with his finger. Don't you know what your own report looks like? How can His Highness approve it? Ha. Karen scratched her hair and laughed. Although she was studying at Ashford College, which was also a famous school, her liberal arts grades had always been poor, especially in writing. Even the simplest report with a template could drive her crazy. Go to sleep. I'll take care of the report for you. Thanks, Uncle. Since she was already exposed, Karen didn't care. She grabbed a blanket and covered herself with it, and fell asleep leaning against Aquilius' legs. Alice, this girl. The vice-captain looked at Colin and shook his head, feeling as if he was disappointed with his daughter, but he always had a smile on his face. On the other side, Suzaku Kuraruji was also very sleepy, but he was still forcing himself to write the report. No matter how the team members persuaded him, he would not listen. He was really exhausted. Bang! An old soldier slapped Suzaku Kuraruji on the back of the head, almost knocking him out. Go to sleep for a while. You look like you can't even write a single word. What are you writing? The old soldier scolded directly. Oh! Suzaku Kuraruji looked down at the combat report he was writing, and his mouth twitched. As the old soldier said, the words on the paper were crooked, and there was a stroke that went through the whole paper. If you didn't look carefully, you really couldn't recognize a single word. Go to bed. But. No buts. Kyoruji Suzuku's personality is really not suitable for the Nightmare Nights. He is too gentle and likes to show off. He likes to take everything on himself, and he keeps silent. He doesn't like to ask others for help, but he is very enthusiastic to help others. Oh, still not moving? Just carry him away. Seeing that Kyoruji Suzuku was still unmoved, the old soldier waved his hand and asked someone to carry Kyoruji Suzuku away. Wait? What are you waiting for? Don't force us to knock you out. Oh, should Kyoruji Suzuku be moved? Or should he be depressed? Anyway, he was helpless. He was carried aside by the old soldier and covered with a blanket, and forced to rest. At this time, Yang Hui contacted Lelouch. Is the route planned? Yang Hui asked. It's all planned. If we act according to the route I've drawn up, we can occupy the entire South American region within a month. Have you considered reinforcements from your country? Even if Charles and Vivi have split, they can't just sit back and watch us act so arrogant, and they can't just sit there and watch the cabinet meeting. Odysseus can't stop this, otherwise he'll be in danger, and the same goes for Sneasel. I know, so the route I chose is basically concentrated in the south. Even if reinforcements from Bunitalia arrive, southern South America is already our world, and it's even better if they send reinforcements, which just gives us an excuse. Okay, I see. If there are any problems, I'll adapt to the situation. By the way, Cornelia has news. Most of the lords of the EU have rebelled. The 4 great knights of Grand Duke Highland and Cornelia's, Rosewitch, knights have been delayed and cannot go to other places for support for the time being. As expected, there's no problem leaving it to Cornelia. Is there any news from Clovis? Maintain a standoff, and neither side has taken the first action. Huh? That shouldn't be the case. Our country's fleet should be very anxious. Clovis directly launched Avalon, and then. This idiot. Yang Hui cursed. Clovis directly exposed his trump card to deter the enemy. He didn't fight, but just stared blankly. What fun is that? Tell him to either send the fleet back to where it came from, or sink them directly. Yang Hui cursed at Lelouch. I have sent him a telegram. I guess he wants to preserve a certain amount of strength for Bunitaria. Lelouch also guessed Clovis's idea. The fleet sent by Bunitaria to intercept them is already 3/4 of the local fleet. Once all of them are destroyed, it will be a serious blow to Bunitaria. Even if the Earth Federation is established in the future, Bunitaria is only a part of the Earth Federation. The country still exists, which does not mean that the country will be dissolved. Bunitaria is Clovis's homeland. He does not intend to continue to implement the monarchy and militarism, but he still hopes that Bunitaria will maintain its current status and stand at the top of the world. Tell him that I will bring the Promise Corps to calm the situation, so he doesn't have to worry. Oh, Lelouch's mouth twitched. This is really reassuring. Isn't it? The Promise Corps is a comprehensive army of sea, land, air and space, and it has assembled several world elite aces. It is the absolute main force of the Promise Fortress, the force to deal with unknown tasks in the infinite world, and the Optimus Prime against the destruction of the world. They came to the world specifically for Clovis. Are you touched? Other countries, don't dare to move, we really don't dare to move. Chapter 808, Hell is empty, the devil is on earth. The G's cult, VV pushed everything on the table to the ground, including some very precious ancient documents, and was filled with anger, not knowing where to vent. Pope, speak. 49% of our secret bases around the world have been eliminated. In South America, the Nightmare Knights are advancing like a hot knife through butter. We no longer have enough power to resist them. Should we? Where are our country's reinforcements? Where are they? Vivi asked. No reinforcements. What did you say? No reinforcements? What the hell is going on? Vivi was so angry that he jumped onto the table and asked by the collar of his subordinate. Our country has cut off all contact with us. The cabinet meeting has announced that we are defined as a world terrorist organization and issued a maximum wanted order. Where is Xiaolulu? Those idiots in the cabinet meeting are unreliable, but don't we still have Xiaolulu? Vivi asked. The Emperor, His Majesty disappeared 2 hours ago. He is not in the palace. We have lost contact with the people we arranged around him. This is the news sent by His Highness Sneasel. How could it be? Vivi let go of his subordinate's collar and slumped on the table in despair, his eyes losing color. Your Excellency the Pope, what should we do now? The subordinate asked fearfully. Their greatest support had abandoned them. The foundation of the order for hundreds of years was also rapidly consumed. The powerful enemy was coming towards them and they were powerless to resist. The previous arrogance and conceit disappeared, replaced by worry and panic. Zululu, you betrayed me after all. At the call of his subordinate, Vivi came back to his senses a little, with a bitter smile on his face. How many forces are still alive in South America and North America? Vivi asked. Less than 40% in South America, and 79% in North America, which is relatively intact. Let them all gather at the headquarters, and all forces should be contracted. Don't give the enemy a chance to defeat them alone. But, the Knights of Nightmare. Vivi glanced at his subordinates who were hesitant to speak, and asked, do you want to escape? No. Not escaping. Your Holiness. Feeling the murderous aura on Vivi, his subordinates hurriedly explained, it's just that the Inquisition was wiped out by the Knights of Nightmare, and the remaining forces may not be able to stop them. So, Your Holiness, we can move, and there will be no shortage of firewood. I am considering this for the entire order, please understand. That makes sense, you go and arrange it. Vivi pretended to think, and then nodded. Yes, Your Holiness. I'll go now. Who knew that the moment he looked up, his subordinate's eyes met the scarlet bird on Vivi's forehead, his eyes were stained red, his eyes were blurred, and his consciousness was blurred. Go to the number 126 agency and report yourself. Vivi said coldly. Yes. Under normal circumstances, anyone in the Geese cult would tremble in fear when hearing the name of the number 126 agency, let alone approach the number 126 agency, because that is hell. Once you enter hell, death is a luxury. The number 126 agency, the full name of the number 126 Cult Preparatory Experimental Agency, why is it prepared? Because the number 126 agency is not a research agency in the actual sense, and the members of the agency are not the reserve research institutes in the normal understanding, but prepared experimental materials. The number 126 agency has another alias within the cult, the Little White Mouse Breeding Warehouse. All the experimental materials for the Geese cult's human experiments come from the number 126 agency. Except for a very small number of brainwashed dead guards, the agency is full of living materials that are imprisoned, raised, and refrigerated. But his subordinates have been forcibly modified by VV using the authority of code. He has become a walking corpse, and no matter what the order is, he will have any doubts and fears. After his men left, VV sat on the table, angry, sad, and lost. Finally, his eyes became firm. Since you have made your choice, I will help you carry it out to the end. I am your brother, Xiaolulu. Your Highness, this is the last one. Well, destroy all traces of this base. Yes, Your Highness. Yang Hui led the regular troops alone to occupy South America and destroy the Geese cult's secret bases along the route. At the beginning, he and the soldiers he led were very angry and even hateful, because a large number of children were imprisoned in each secret base, and these children had either been completely brainwashed or transformed. There was no hope, and they could only be eliminated. Gradually, as more secret bases were destroyed, they became numb, but their faces became colder and colder, and their hatred for the Geese cult became deeper and deeper. What about the situation on other routes? Yang Hui asked. Lord Regita, Lord Jeremiah, Lord Fugito, Lord Orpheus, Lord Gino, Lord Joan, and Lord Violetta have all completed their tasks. The other lords are not far behind. It is expected that they will all be completed tonight. How is the occupation of the region? Is there much resistance from the people? Very stable, Your Highness. There are even several cities that are lining up to welcome us. Huh? What's going on? Yang Hui frowned. Most of the lords in South America have been managing this territory since the founding of Unitalia. It stands to reason that their control over the territory should be very high. Even if the people only care about their lives and don't care who the new lord is, they should not line up to welcome them. It's like this, Your Highness. At first, everyone who encountered this situation suspected that it was a trap, but after investigation, they found that there was no trap, but that the people in these areas had long been boiling with resentment. Not only were the taxes strict, but religion was supreme. All the demands of the G sect would be met by the people, such as the countless children who were captured. However, the lords in South America are either followers of the G's cult or have vested interests in the G's cult, so no one cares. Even when inspectors from their own country come, they can only see everything that has been arranged in advance, or they find something but accept their kindness in silence. It's not that the people haven't thought of other ways, but a little investigation will reveal that the number of immigrants from South America has been very small in the past 50 years. And the most terrifying thing is that none of the very few people who left South America are still alive. Shipwrecks, plane crashes, sudden illnesses, traffic accidents, etc. It is impossible for anyone to successfully leave South America alive. Even, there are not many people traveling. Even if it is just a north-south border, it has become an insurmountable mountain under the joint blockade of the G's cult and the lords of all parties. Yang Hui listened quietly. He had thought that the entire South American region had become the nest of the G's cult, but he didn't expect it to be so serious, so serious. Your Highness, those lords want to see you. The person reporting could feel the raging anger hidden in Yang Hui's heart, but he still reported the situation. Who noticed to all the people in the occupied territories that they will be executed in front of the lords' houses of each territory at 1200 Greenwich Mean Time tomorrow, and don't let them die too easily. Yes, Your Highness. Yang Hui said the most cruel words in the most calm tone, but it did not cause the slightest fear or disgust, because they had long wanted to kill these bastards in this way. Maybe it was because they felt the same way. Most of the soldiers' families were also ordinary people. They were lucky that the lord they met was Yang Hui. Even if their families were not in 11, they would still live well. On the one hand, the treatment of 11's regular troops was the best in Bunitaria, and on the other hand, everyone in the world knew that Yang Hui was protective of his shortcomings, and no one dared to touch their families. But what if they were unlucky? What if they met the same lords as the ones in South America? They didn't dare to think about it. So after knowing the situation in South America, they were full of anger against these lords. If it weren't for their excellent military quality and the people watching from above, they would have killed these lords and the followers of the G's cult when they captured them. However, fortunately, they held back, otherwise it would be too easy for these demons in human skin to die, which would be too easy for them. Hell is empty, and the demons are in the world. Yang Hui looked up at the sky and couldn't help sighing. Ding ding ding. At this time, Yang Hui's terminal rang. Seeing that it was Lelouch calling, Yang Hui answered directly, "It's me. Yang Hui, South America has been completely suppressed. No reinforcements from Bunitaria have been found. Charles has abandoned them," Lelouch reported. As expected. Yang Hui nodded. He knew about the conflicts and disagreements between Charles d'Ibunitalia and VV. Moreover, Charles d'Ibunitalia wanted to carry out the final, Ragnarok, plan, and there was one thing that he absolutely could not avoid, that was code. There were only two code holders in the world, one was CC and the other was VV. CC was in his hands, and in order to prevent someone from stealing the house, CC was in the sanctuary at this time. Charles d'Ibunitalia wanted to take CC from him, and there might be a glimmer of hope if he sent all the Knights of the Round Table to attack the sanctuary. Therefore, Yang Hui concluded that Charles d'Ibunitalia's goal of seizing code was still VV. In this case, he would not send reinforcements to support VV, but would only watch him fail and come out to pick peaches in the end. The hidden G's cults in various places have appeared and launched a fierce counterattack against the various troops, but the surviving cultists in South America and North America are all moving in one direction. The other party is going to go all out. Lelouch continued. Send the coordinates to everyone in the Knights of the Nightmare, calculate the coordinates, and give us a meeting point. It's already being done, and I suspect Charles is nearby, and he's bringing the Knights of the Round Table, so I plan to launch the sanctuary. Lelouch suggested. Very good, we'll meet at the meeting point. Understood. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 809, A Body That Does Not Belong to This World, Happy birthday to group member Chu Fengzi. The G's cult, VV stood on a high platform overlooking the gathered believers below, as well as the enhanced human core he had painstakingly assembled. What made him very upset was that only 1/10 of the once powerful enhanced human core remained, and the strongest and most loyal Inquisition had been destroyed by the Nightmare Knights. This was the last strength of the G's cult. VV knew very well that this strength would not be a match for Yang Hui, but he knew that he had no way to escape, and planned to use this last strength to do something, at least. Your Holiness, it's ready. The men accompanying VV had been replaced by a different person, but judging from his numb expression, he was not a normal person. Well, then. Just as VV was about to give the final order, the entire headquarters shook violently, and dust kept falling from the ceiling above his head. Are you here? There was no need to ask. VV knew that Yang Hui and his Nightmare Knights were outside the headquarters and had launched an attack on them. Attack with all your forces, use all available means, and destroy the Nightmare Knights. VV ordered. Yes, Your Holiness. After his men left, VV did not stay in a safe place, but returned to his room and opened a secret door. After walking in, he saw a huge hangar. As the light dispelled the darkness, a huge nightmare appeared in front of him. It was at least 20 meters in size, which was a giant in front of an ordinary nightmare. Mobius, I didn't expect you to come so soon when I needed you. VV murmured, and jumped directly into the cockpit. As the hatch closed, the cockpit was completely different from that of an ordinary nightmare. There were no corresponding buttons, no operating levers and pedals, only countless pipes and then special patterns. VV also took off the cloak robe that he had never taken off, revealing the inner clothing, which was almost the same prison uniform as when CC first met, but the difference was that there were many dense interfaces. After VV sat down, he placed his hands on the semicircular device on the armrest of the seat. The interfaces scattered around seemed to come alive. They raised their heads and connected to the interfaces on VV's clothes. A strange helmet was turned over behind the seat and covered VV's head. The red lines flashed with light. Ugh! VV's face twisted. The huge pain made him sweat. It was not until 2 or 3 minutes later that he got a chance to breathe. Haha, you are really a wild horse that is difficult to tame. Mobius, you don't need to be my servant forever. You can be my servant temporarily. After the end, you can take my life as you want. Buzz buzz buzz. As if responding to VV and agreeing to his deal, Mobius' whole body began to flash with scarlet lines, and the light flowed. A head stretched out in front of the body, and the scarlet single eye shone. It turned left and right twice, and the lower abdomen spread out its arms, forcibly breaking free from the surrounding fixings, and the sharp claws toward the door above the head. The sanctuary in the sky was suspended, and the muzzle below locked onto the call. The soil on the ground had disappeared, and after sinking for more than 10 meters, the alloy plate underneath was exposed. The main gun has been charged, and the barrel has cooled down. You can fire again. Fire. Yes, Your Highness. The muzzle roared again, and the thick beam of light hit the alloy plate violently. The destructive energy melted the thick alloy plate bit by bit, and finally, penetrated. Enemy armor has been penetrated. Be alert. Lelouch did not order the Nightmare Knights to launch an attack as soon as the shelling penetrated the alloy plate. He did not believe that after such a long time and with such a big noise, the enemy would not know they were coming. The surrounding area had been blocked long ago, and the G's cult could not have escaped. They gathered their last fighting force and deliberately led them here. It could not be to escape, so. Sure enough, before Lelouch finished his words, dense red dots appeared on the detection system, and a large number of enemy planes appeared from all directions, and enemy planes also swarmed out of the big hole where the alloy plate was penetrated. Here they come. The Nightmare Knights are meeting the enemy. This ship has entered air defense mode, the porcupine formation has been activated, and all missile launchers have been loaded with ground-to-ground hammer missiles to provide fire support for the Nightmare Knights. Shoot only when you are sure, and don't hurt your own people. Yes, Your Highness. And the enemy planes appeared quite suddenly. The entire col and the surrounding mountains had been transformed. Countless exits were opened, and enemy planes poured out. Some exits were even right next to the Nightmare Knights. However, the Nightmare Knights did not panic, nor were they caught off guard. Before the exits were fully opened, they pointed their guns at the exits, regardless of whether there were enemy planes inside or what would come out. They opened fire the moment the exits were completely opened, without giving the enemy any chance. Many enemy planes were swallowed by the hot flames before they could even greet the warm sunshine. There is such a huge army. Is it worthy of hundreds of years of foundation? Yang Hui exclaimed as he drove Athena to destroy enemy planes from the air. Although their combat effectiveness was not strong, and they were even inferior to the regular troops of 11, their number was indeed not small. There were at least 2 legions of nightmares, and the number of chariots, armored vehicles, and soldiers was as numerous as ants. At this moment, the hillside next to Athena exploded, and 2 giant claws opened their sharp claws and grabbed Athena. "Your Highness, be careful." Gemini appeared in front of Athena in time, slashing with the black and white double swords, but failed to cut off the claws directly. The high-frequency vibrating blade collided with the opponent's claws, rubbing and producing sparks like raindrops that sprayed all around. Success. Gemini and the 4 sacred swords were never separated. When Gemini appeared, the 4 sacred swords must be nearby. 4 specially modified Gloucesters leaped high, slashing at the wrist of the giant claw with the high-frequency vibration knives in their hands, aiming for a winning blow, but who knew? Clang. The high-frequency vibration knives that were constantly hitting the target actually bounced. Retreat. Yang Hui also discovered that something was wrong with the enemy's armor, and immediately gave the order to withdraw with Gemini and 4 sacred swords, firing at the mountain behind the giant claw on the way back. How is this possible? Something that shocked Yang Hui happened. After the light beam sank into the mountain, it did not penetrate, nor did it explode. Instead, it was like light encountering a mirror and refracted. Phase deflection system? Or mirror reflection system? How could this world have such technology? Yang Hui immediately compared the opponent's technology with the technology he was familiar with in his memory. This had very similar characteristics to the phase deflection system and the mirror reflection system he developed, causing the light beam to deviate. A few seconds later, the enemy's body appeared in front of everyone. It was indescribably weird. The huge body and arms were connected to huge claws. Under the bloated and huge body like a ball, there was a pair of short legs. No, it was not correct to say that it was legs. Judging from Yang Hui's eyes, it was similar to a flight assist device or a balance device. What kind of machine is this? Yang Hui frowned deeply. The appearance of this machine was definitely not what this world should have. The armor was too round, and the joints did not look like a mechanical creation, but like a living creature. The rounded armor, the unknown flight technology, and the scarlet light that kept flowing from the body all made Yang Hui doubt that this machine was not a product of this world. Your Highness. Gemini and 4 holy swords moved closer to Athena. They were Yang Hui's guards, even on the battlefield. Looking at the unknown machine in front of them, the indescribable weirdness made them dare not leave Yang Hui's side. Fudo, you go and eliminate other enemies, and leave this machine to me. Yang Hui ordered. But Your Highness. Trust me, I can deal with him. End the battle below as soon as possible and be alert to the hidden enemies. Yes, Your Highness. Fujito Jingshiro and others had no choice but to obey Yang Hui's orders, but they did not intend to give up their duties. They would keep their combat area around Athena, so that they could provide support at the first time as long as Athena was in danger. Yang Hui looked at the unknown machine in front of him, his eyes were already filled with colorful streamers, and the scarlet bird spread its wings and soared. This machine made him feel a little dangerous, and he dared not be careless. Ding ding ding. At this time, the enemy plane on the opposite side did not make the next move, but Athena received the other party's communication request. VV? Let me hear what you want to say. After a little thought, Yang Hui agreed to the other party's communication. Maybe he could get some information about this machine. Yang Hui. VV. Hearing the other party's voice, Yang Hui couldn't help but frown again. He had seen VV before, with a childish voice, but now it was as hoarse as a dead tree, and he could tell that he was enduring something. I have long thought that our meeting, after many years, must be a life and death battle. What is this machine? Yang Hui asked directly. He used his mental waves to explore and found that the other party's machine actually had 2 completely different mental waves. One was VV's, and the fluctuations were very violent and chaotic. This showed that VV's mind had begun to become abnormal. There was no need to ask questions directly, and he should be able to get the information he wanted directly. And the other, that was not a human mental wave, but a beast. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Vivi's sharp and hoarse laughter was heard from the communication channel, as harsh as a grinding wheel rubbing against metal. See it? This is the power that comes from the ancient times, the power from aliens. Ha ha ha. Happy birthday to our group member Chu Fengzi. Chapter 810, The Enemy Snake Intrudes Again. Discovered intruding enemy, world mission difficulty increased, final mission changed, destroy intruding enemy snake, commander, please be careful. The voice of Mephis suddenly sounded in his mind, making Yang Hui stunned for a moment, but he quickly came back to his senses, staring at the enemy plane in front of him, and immediately asked Mephis in his mind. Why did you discover the intruding enemy now? According to the current situation analysis, this machine should have arrived tens of thousands of years before the current time of this world. It is analyzed and judged to have arrived by chance, and it has been in a shutdown state, losing all activity and cannot be detected. Sorry, Commander, this is my mistake. Apologize later, Mephis, tell me the information about Snake first. Yang Hui asked immediately, because in all the information left by Promise Fortress that they had sorted out, there was no enemy called Snake, that is to say. This is a brand new enemy, and the level is very high, and his authority is not enough to know the existence of this enemy. Commander, your authority is insufficient, you need intermediate authority to unlock the information of Snake. I understand. A temporary authority upgrade plan has been found. The commander can temporarily upgrade his authority by 1 level, and the time limit is 1 hour. What's the price? Although Yang Hui has determined that Mephis is not as simple as the management AI of Promise Fortress, Mephis will still strictly abide by the rules and authority restrictions of Promise Fortress. At this time, telling him that there is a way to cheat is definitely not without cost. The difficulty of the next mission for all will be increased by 1 level. Only in this way? What kind of price do you need to pay? Reject, I will find out what the body-eating snake is, and I don't need to pay these prices. Commander, this is an order. Follow your will. Mephis's voice disappeared. Yang Hui drove Athena slowly backed away for a distance, and then used his G's ability to inform the entire army, clear the area with a radius of 30 kilometers around me within 10 minutes, and then retreat and stand by 30 kilometers away. Your Highness. And everyone was surprised by Yang Hui's order, and even stopped their actions for a while, and almost let the enemy seize the opportunity. This order was to tell them that his battle with the unknown machine might affect the surrounding areas, and Yang Hui had no spare energy to take care of them, so he needed to devote himself to the battle. This was the first time that Yang Hui encountered an enemy that he needed to deal with all his strength. Since the establishment of the Nightmare Knights, they had never seen Yang Hui take it seriously. Even the most powerful 12 zodiacs could not make Yang Hui take it seriously. Obey the order. Yang Hui scolded seriously, because he did not receive their reply immediately, and he knew that they hesitated. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Fujito Kageshiro's voice came into Yang Hui's mind, and Gemini, and 4 sacred swords, gathered around Yang Hui again, protecting Athena, in the center. Fudo. We are Your Highness's guards, Your Highness's sharpest sword, and Your Highness's strongest shield. Fujito Kageshiro replied. Bet the name of the 4 holy swords. X4 then, it was Alice, Dorothy, Caesar, Ryan. The 12 zodiac signs, all arrived, each occupying a position, surrounding the devouring serpent in the center. Your Highness, even the most powerful wolf king needs a wolf pack. It is not shameful to rely on companions occasionally. This is what you taught us. Jeremiah's voice rang in his mind. Although I am not as good as you, Your Highness, I should still be able to harass you. Your Highness, this is a rare opponent, you can't enjoy it alone. I will provide fire support from a distance, it's not dangerous. Coincidentally, my sniper rifle has a long enough range, so I am the safest. The voices of Office, Gino, Junluo, Villetta, Enya, Audrin, Monica, Colin, and Kyoruji Suzaku rang in Yang Hui's mind one after another, expressing their determination. Mr. Yang Hui, although I am not a combat specialized type, my training over the years is not in vain. Don't underestimate the learning ability of artificial transformers. I have received your kindness, but don't forget that there are still enemies hiding in the dark who need you to deal with. Once I lose my combat ability, I need you to deal with it. Yang Hui said again. This is not hypocrisy, but he doesn't want them to ruin the subsequent plan because of their enthusiasm. Although the appearance of the body-eating snake has disrupted the original plan, Yang Hui is still confident that he can defeat the body-eating snake alone. Because of Mephis's attitude, the body-eating snake needs medium authority, which means that it is a more terrible enemy than Festum, but this kind of fear is also limited. If it is really an enemy that Yang Hui cannot deal with now, Mephis will not agree with Yang Hui's refusal, but will directly tell Yang Hui the information about the body-eating snake no matter how much it costs. Even at a painful price, he will take Yang Hui away from this world directly and cut off all connections between Promise Fortress and this world. But she didn't, so Yang Hui judged that the power of the snake was unquestionable, but limited, and his current strength was qualified to face the snake. Your Highness. Dorothy, Gemini, Ryan, Barugo, Scorpion, Caprico, Aquilius, and 4 Holy Swords, retreat, be alert to the surroundings, Ailes, Caesar, Libra, Socuculus, keep a distance of 10 kilometers and prepare fire support. If everyone retreated, they would definitely not accept the order, so Yang Hui decided to leave Ailes, Caesar, Libra, and Socuculus, who could provide long-range firepower, and the others retreated. Beware of hidden enemies taking advantage of the situation. Yes, Your Highness. And in the end, everyone chose to accept this order. The hidden enemy did need people to be vigilant, and it had to be their 12 zodiacs, because everyone dispersed. Allies, Caesar, Libra, and Socuculus, retreated to a place 10 kilometers away, each occupying a defense, and locked the guns in their hands on the body-eating snake. The others immediately joined the battle on the ground, helping the Nightmare Knights to wipe out the enemies on the ground, and then led the Nightmare Knights to retreat to a position of 30 kilometers, guarding on the spot, surrounding the battlefield, and also alerting the external enemies. Lelouch of Sanctuary also received Yang Hui's order. Sanctuary retreated to the sky 10 kilometers away and stood by. The main gun was on standby. After charging, it was not in a hurry to fire, waiting for Yang Hui's order. Ship our missile launchers number 1 to number 4, load special bullets, and prepare special guns. Lelouch thought for a while and gave the order. Lord Lelouch? This. Execute it. Although I believe Yang Hui will not lose, we must also be prepared. Lelouch said. He is now a commander and cannot act on impulse. He must consider the worst outcome and take precautions. The special cannon of Sanctuary, a Genesis, that has been shrunk countless times, is an ultra-small gamma-ray cannon. No matter what the snake is and what kind of power it has, gamma rays are the enemy of all life. Neither the driver nor the snake itself can resist it. Then there is the special bomb, a newly developed ultra-small nuclear bomb developed based on the principle of nuclear fusion. The explosion range is 10 to 15 kilometers. Unlike the nuclear fission nuclear bomb launched by Akamatsu, don't argue about the difference between atomic bombs and nuclear bombs. It is written like this for easy understanding. Nuclear fusion is not affected by neutron jammers, so it can be used. Nuclear bombs are taboos. Lelouch naturally does not want the fact that they also have this taboo to be exposed, but as the most powerful force deterrents, they can be used, but they must be in their hands. Yes, Your Highness. In the air below, the connection in the brain was interrupted, and VV's wild laughter and the communication gradually stopped. It seems, everything has been arranged. Yang Hui has no use, absolute power, all the arrangements in front of him are useless. As soon as the voice fell, the body-eating snake, which had been motionless, finally moved. 2 small wings suddenly split from the back of its spherical body. With a light flap of the wings, the bloated body actually charged at Athena, at an extremely fast speed. So fast. Yang Hui did not dare to hesitate. He controlled Athena to slowly retreat while raising his 2 swords. GN particles covered the blades of the swords, and the high-frequency vibrations rubbed the air. Clang. The huge claws slammed down. Even though Athena had used the method of unloading force to unload part of the force, the huge force still pushed Athena back a long distance. What a huge force. It has exceeded the power of the Seraph. If it wasn't for the force relief, Athena's arms would have been broken. Looking at the condition of the machine on the screen, Athena's arms had turned yellow. Yang Hui had a basic judgment. The speed is faster than the Flag Gundam in Ms form, and even about the same as the Dawn at full power output. Yang Hui is worthy of being a 100-fight ace who has participated in many battles. He adapted to the speed of the body-devouring serpent in an instant, no longer resisting, but dodging the claws waving like a mad dog. You can only just hide. The most serious weapon is this pair of claws, so, not good. Just as Athena was about to move forward and find the weak joints of the claws to attack, her bloated body opened again as if it was splitting apart, and a circle on her chest revealed dozens of ruby-like round beads, shining with scarlet light. Yang Hui thought to himself that it was not good, and retreated at full speed. Sure enough, the next second, the ruby on the chest of the body-devouring serpent burst out dozens of beams of light, bending and turning in the air, following closely behind Athena. It's actually a lockable deflection beam. Chapter 811 Kill the Snake. Your Highness. Athena kept dodging the deflected beams fired by the devouring snake in the air. In the eyes of outsiders, it was like a small boat in a storm, which could be swallowed by the storm at any time. We found an opportunity. Release the compressed particles. Just as the devouring snake stayed in place and shot, the beam guns and GN particle cannons of allies, Caesar, Libra and Scytterus burst into light at the same time, locking the devouring snake's evasive position from 4 directions. The speed and power of the devouring snake just now really scared them. They immediately came back to their senses and planned to provide long-range support, but they couldn't find an opportunity because it was fighting with Athena in close combat and didn't dare to open fire at all. Although the beam guns of Elias and Scytterus could achieve precise strikes, neither Regina nor Audryn were the Delandi brothers. They were the only ones who could accurately hit the enemy plane in close combat among all the people Yang Hui knew. Now, when the devouring snake is not moving, it is the best opportunity. They fired with determination. Under such a fierce attack, the devouring snake will definitely be swallowed by the torrent of energy. However, a scene that stunned them happened. The devouring snake did not hide at all, but stopped shooting. All the parts that were unfolded closed again, and the whole body shrank together. The outer layer of the body appeared a special position like a transparent eggshell. The shooting of the beam gun was directly deflected. The torrent of energy hit it and immediately dispersed into countless tiny energy, which fell on the ground like raindrops, causing countless explosions. A special force field that can deflect light beams. How? How is this possible? Audryn asked in horror. This scene was completely beyond her understanding. Calm down. Audryn, the opponent's special force field can deflect the beam, and the energy weapon is invalid. Switch to live ammunition and try again. Regina calmed down and said to the 3 people. Considering the failure of energy weapons, except for the retractable GN particle cannon of Libra, their beam guns and GN particle cannons all adopted the dual mode of energy and live ammunition, and Libra had a live ammunition heavy artillery on its back. Yes. The 4x3 machines immediately switched to live ammunition weapons and prepared to continue to suppress the body-eating snake with firepower. However, the body-eating snake would not stand there stupidly and let them attack. The small feathers on its back appeared again, and it opened its claws and accelerated towards the direction of Scytterus. Damn it! Seeing this, Audryn immediately drove Scytterus to retreat in a roundabout way, while using live ammunition to suppress it. However, the special force field did not appear again. The body-eating snake just protected its arms in front of it. The large caliber bullets touched the armor of its arms and only splashed a slight spark before being bounced off. Normal bullets can't penetrate the enemy's armor. Switch to armor-piercing bullets. Audryn thought as he retreated, but the enemy was too fast, and he was caught up by the devouring snake just after he switched the magazine. Damn it! I can't dodge. Then, looking at the devouring snake close at hand, with its claws raised high and ready to go, Audryn knew that Scytterus could no longer dodge this attack, so he immediately controlled Scytterus to turn around and adjust his posture, looking for the gap in the armor with his eyes, aiming the muzzle at the neck gap of the aircraft, and pulling the trigger at almost zero distance. Then let's die together. Audryn. And seeing Scytterus in danger, all the companions who were paying attention to the battlefield felt that their hearts were suddenly grasped by a pair of big hands, and they could not breathe. They wanted to rescue, but they could not cross the distance of space and time. Even if time slowed down infinitely at this moment, they could not move their feet. Bang! Bang! The sniper rifle roared, and the huge claws swung down at the same time. However, the bullet penetrated the gap in the neck, but the claws failed to catch its prey. Athena suddenly appeared beside the devouring snake and kicked the devouring snake in the side. Your Highness. XNMR, Athena, saved, Socrates, and everyone exclaimed. Are you okay? Athena protected Socrates in front of him, and Yang Hui asked Audrey. I'm fine, Your Highness. Audrey panted heavily. She had already prepared to digest now. After Yang Hui saved her, her heart was relieved. She was relieved and scared at the same time. This was the first time she was so close to death. After getting Audrey's answer, Yang Hui drove Athena towards the devouring snake. The devouring snake was too fast. Once other machines were targeted, they would be in danger, so they had to keep pestering him and not let him change his target to someone else. That's it. While fighting with the devouring snake, he saw the result of the shot that killed Audrey. There was a defect on the neck, and there was no arc jumping. Instead, it was flowing with scarlet and black blood like a living creature, and it was healing at an extremely slow speed. Can't let it heal. Regina, Office, Enya, Audrey, live ammunition is effective. I will create a chance for you. Yes, Your Highness. X4 Regina, Orphis, Enya and Audrey, they are not Graham, Sitsuna, the Dylandi brothers, Aleloja and Tiiria, not Flit, Wolf and Isem, not Kira and Aslan, not everyone in the Heretic team. They can't cooperate closely with Yang Hui, because they can't keep up with Yang Hui's speed. But if Yang Hui just creates opportunities for them and conducts long-range attacks, they can still do it. The following battle stunned everyone below, especially the regular soldiers who were called by Lelouch to block the surroundings. They seemed to see Yang Hui's fighting posture for the first time. Bang! Athena kicked the side of the body-eating snake and pulled away at the same time. Enya, high explosive shells, single point, Regetta, Audrey, armor-piercing shells ready. Libra, opened fire with a heavy artillery, just one shot, the shells were fired with a deafening roar, hitting the back of the body-eating snake, exploding fierce flames. In front of the raging fire, Athena rushed in fearlessly, only heard a fierce collision, and the body-eating snake flew backwards out of the flames. Regina, Audrey, 3 bursts of fire at the joints of both arms. Enya, Orpheus, ready the armor-piercing shells. Bang, bang, bang. Without any pause, the armor-piercing shells fired by the sniper rifle connected seamlessly, and the joints of the left and right arms were hit by 3 consecutive armor-piercing shells, and the scarlet and black blood flew in the air. The next second, Athena's attack also arrived. The 2 swords inserted into the gap of the right arm, cutting off the right giant claw like scissors, and then kicked out, kicking the body-eating snake back to the center of Caesar and Libra. Now, 3 shots in a row. 2 armor-piercing shells were fired, and in the blink of an eye, they hit the chest and back of the body-eating snake. The body-eating snake, which had not yet regained its balance, could only watch the shells hit it one after another. The first shell only made a violent collision sound, splashed sparks and fell to the ground. The second shell, the same thing happened, but it left obvious marks. The third shell, the armor was broken, although it did not penetrate, but 2 large holes were blown in the front and back of the spherical body, and the broken armor fragments flew. Regina, Orpheus, Enya and Audrey had never felt this way before, the feeling that no matter how they shot, they would definitely hit the target. In their eyes, Yang Hui was not creating opportunities for them at all, but sending the target to their eyes. There was no need to aim at all, just wait, and the target they wanted to lock on would appear in their eyes. That's it. Found it. Whether it was in front or behind, they could see a scarlet gem-like object inside the exposed chest, beating like a heart, and densely packed small tubes connected to the heart-like blood vessels. That's alive. The same idea emerged in the minds of all those who witnessed this scene, like a fairy tale, but they could not find any other explanation. At this time, Athena rushed towards the devouring snake, closing her 2 swords and piercing its chest. Puff. Scare. An earth-shaking and piercing scream erupted from somewhere inside the devouring snake, conveying its pain to everyone. It's over. Athena released the swords in both hands, instantly switched the double guns on her waist, and aimed at the scarlet heart together with a beam cannon of the wings. Boom 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 boom. Yang Hui's fingers quickly pulled the trigger, and he didn't know how many times he had attacked. The recoil kept pushing Athena back, and the devouring snake started from the chest, quickly spread all over the body, and was swallowed by the light. Retreating to a safe distance, Yang Hui's eyes were fixed on the flames and smoke that had not yet disappeared, until 4 or 5 seconds later, the remains of the devouring snake fell from the flames and smashed a big hole on the ground. Athena followed closely behind, not daring to approach rashly, and kept observing in midair until Yang Hui saw the slightly wriggling pipe stop and the scarlet light on the surface of the machine completely dimmed, and then landed next to the body-eating snake. This looks like, The body-eating snake is indeed very powerful. According to Yang Hui's observation, the body-eating snake is a combination of machinery and biology, a biological weapon, with outstanding speed, strength, and defense. The two weapons that have appeared are also very powerful, and it has a special force field that invalidates energy weapons. But, from the way it moves, it can be seen that it almost follows instinctive actions. It attacks whoever poses a threat to it, whoever is closest to it, and whoever is the easiest to bully, indicating that the machine itself has no wisdom, and its pilot. This is also Yang Hui's regret that he was unable to obtain more information from VV. In the current state of the body-eating snake, the pilot should not survive. But the next second, a crack suddenly appeared on the head of the body, and a petite figure fell out, but did not fall to the ground, but was suspended in mid-air by the pipes connected to the whole body. Chapter 812 The Knights of the Round Table appear. VV. Yang Hui recognized VV, who was hanging in the air. Through the life-scanning equipment, he found that he was not dead yet. It was estimated that he was only breathing his last breath. After Yang Hui ordered everyone to be alert all around, he quickly jumped out of the cockpit and ran to VV. In the last bit of time, he wanted to get as much information as possible. The power of the body-eating snake is beyond doubt, but Yang Hui also felt that it was just so-so, and it was not as strong as he expected. You know, Festum, who is very afraid of the entire Promise Corps, did not need any authority to get relevant information, but the body-eating snake needed intermediate authority to get information, which was obviously abnormal. And that ball-like body could not be associated with a creature of snake at all. So, Yang Hui had a terrible guess in his heart. If this guess was correct, then he must figure out whether the body-eating snake in front of him was the only one, and whether it really fell into this world by accident. Yang Hui. VV, who was hanging in the air, was skinny and looked like a dried corpse. His eyes were gray and white without pupils. His hoarse and weak voice seemed to have exhausted all his strength and could only call Yang Hui's name. 2 questions. Where did you find this machine? Is there only one? Yang Hui knew that VV didn't have much time left, so he asked directly. It was not that he believed that a dying man would speak well, but VV didn't have the time and opportunity to let him slowly ask questions, and it would be useless to ask questions that VV didn't intend to say. How, the ancient power, you were also spying, how? I knew, until it told me some things. A fortress outside the sky, a disgusting taste. Yang Hui, you are also the world, a hypocritical world. Destruction is not bad. Yang Hui did not interrupt, but listened quietly. He knew that these were VV's last words, and he also knew that he could not get any information related to the devouring serpent from VV's mouth. Xia, Lulu, brother, was unable to help you clear the last obstacle. I'm sorry. Xia, Lulu. Xia, Lulu. The voice became weaker and weaker until it disappeared. At the end, VV had no resentment or unwillingness, but just kept repeating Charles D.I. Britalia's nickname, and did not stop even after he had lost his breath of life. He repeated it 4 or 5 times before it stopped. Yang Hui silently placed his hand on VV's forehead. The scarlet bird moved to Yang Hui's body. The scarlet bird in the eyes disappeared, but the king's guardian, that connected everyone together, remained stable. After receiving VV's code, he returned to the cockpit of Athena. VV was dead. Even the code could not save him. His death was not on the physical level, but directly affected his consciousness and soul. Even if he had countless body backups in the sea world, he could not replace the lost soul. Snake of the body. The pilot is just a part and fuel. Life force, consciousness, and soul are its nutrients and its power. After writing down this information, Yang Hui understood a little bit of the meaning of the 4-word snake of the body. Should I be thankful that VV's consciousness is not strong enough? Or should I be thankful that the snake of the body did not connect to the sea world through the code on VV's body and use the consciousness of the entire sea world as its own nutrients? Yang Hui thought so, and at the same time thought of Charles d'Ib Natalia. Now that VV's code is in Yang Hui's body, how will Charles d'Ib Natalia take the code from him? At this moment, Athena's alarm suddenly sounded, and the red alarm kept flashing in the cockpit. High energy reaction. It's a bombardment. Lelouch, GN field at maximum power. Yang Hui immediately started the pseudo-solar furnace at full power, and orange GN particles were sprayed wildly, gathering around Athena, and the translucent GN field wrapped Athena. At the same time, there was also a high-speed retreat and evasion maneuver. In the next second, the energy torrent in the distance split the sky and the earth into two, aiming directly at Athena, at an extremely fast speed. Athena, who retreated in advance, was not completely spared and was rubbed against a corner of the GN field. The majestic energy did not shatter the GN field, but pulled Athena out like a gyroscope, spinning several times in the air before stabilizing its body. The torrent of energy did not stop, and it blasted forward on the sanctuary in the sky, hitting it directly and completely. If Lelouch had not activated the GN field at full power without thinking after receiving the reminder, this sanctuary would have fallen. Yang Hui groaned, shaking his dizzy head. Did it appear again? Charles. At this time, the only one who could launch such an attack could be Charles d'Ib Natalia and his Knights of the Round Table. As expected, everyone at the scene received a request for reinforcement from the friendly forces. This is the regular Nightmare 3rd Battalion. The enemy is found. It's the Knights of the Round Table. Repeat, the enemy is found. It's the Knights of the Round Table. Request reinforcement. Request reinforcement. Zizzy. In that direction. Jeremiah. Verita. There was no time to adjust the communication channel. Yang Hui directly used King's Guardian to call Jeremiah and Verita in his mind. Their location was closest to the location where the friendly forces were asking for help, and they could provide the fastest support. Yes, Your Highness. X2. After receiving the order, Jeremiah and Valletta immediately took the order and took off with their teams. The next second, dozens of nightmares gradually enlarged in the distant sky. Leading the way were a dozen of the Knights of the Round Table special machines that everyone was very familiar with, especially the RZA-1A Galahad in the front, Bismarck's special machine, and following behind them were dozens of nightmares that they had never seen before. RPI 212, Vincent, is it really made? Vincent's machine was the first 7th-generation nightmare in history to be officially mass-produced and used by Bunitaria. The prototype was the Z01 Lancelot, the original machine of Kyoruji Suzuku. Because of its excellent performance and complex armament, ordinary soldiers were not capable or qualified to drive it, so it was not mass-produced on a large scale. It was only equipped to the elite of the elite, such as the personal guards of the Knights of the Round Table and the personal guards of Charles d'Ib Unitaria. With a history of Yang Hui's involvement, the Z01 Lancelot does not exist, and is replaced by the 7th-generation nightmares such as Athena and the 12 Zodiacs, but Vincent was still created by the group of people in the Imperial Central Research Institute. Yang Hui was not too surprised about this. In addition to some top-secret technologies that Yang Hui had hidden, it was not appropriate to fall out with Bunitaria during the planning preparation stage, so all the new technologies developed by the Scientific Research Department of the Nightmare Knights were shared with the Imperial Central Research Institute of their country, including the new Sakura Stone energy engine and the supporting energy conduction system, new skeleton and armor technology. But seeing the other party flying in the air with a flying backpack, it seems that they independently developed the suspended flight system, which surprised Yang Hui. Dorothy and Scorpion set out to rescue the conventional troops, and the others would not stand there and watch. The armed forces dispatched by the Geese cult have been completely destroyed, and Pope Vivi himself has died in battle, but it does not mean that the Geese cult has lost all threats. Under Lelouch's command, the conventional troops narrowed the encirclement and began to enter the interior of the Geese cult headquarters to carry out suppression operations, while the Nightmare Knights all advanced in the direction of the Knights of the Round Table. After dealing with Vincent, who attacked the conventional troops on the ground, Dorothy and Scorpion took off, and all the Nightmare Knights gathered together to confront the Knights of the Round Table. Your Highness Yang Hui. At this time, the communication between Athena and Galahad had been connected. Bismarck talked to Yang Hui before the battle. Turn back, Your Highness Yang Hui, don't continue to rebel against His Majesty. Haha, rebellion? I'm just destroying the world terrorist organization G's cult, why is it rebellion? Yang Hui asked with interest. This excuse is meaningless, Your Highness Yang Hui. First, you sank several fleets of your country, invaded the territory of South America, and killed a large number of lords and nobles of the empire. This is already ironclad evidence of rebellion. Interesting, they are all people controlled by the G's cult. You who also possess G's abilities should know that they can do this, right? Even so, you should report to His Majesty and let His Majesty make the final decision. You do not have the power to deal with it on your own. So, Bismarck, you asked me not to make meaningless excuses, and you also should waste your words. Yang Hui asked jokingly, his tone gradually becoming colder. Since you have all determined that I am a rebel, let me surrender, and stand there for you to kill. I will plead with His Majesty. Enough, Bismarck, it's really ridiculous to hear you say this. Yang Hui interrupted Bismarck directly. His ambiguous attitude made Yang Hui unbearable. Will Charles listen to your plea? And VV's code is in my hand, CC is in the sanctuary, and Mariano is wiped out by me. How can you say such ridiculous things when you know his plan? Bismarck was speechless. He was Charles d'Ibunitaria's right-hand man. He was the only one in the Knights of the Round Table who had the G's ability and the only one who knew the truth about the Ragnarok plan. So Bismarck, as the first Knight of the Round Table of the Empire, I will give you the last dignity, but don't use it to insult my kindness. Yang Hui was right. Bismarck said so much because he was really scared. Whether it was Yang Hui's previous performance or his performance in the battle against the snake, he, the fearless first Knight of the Round Table, was scared. He knew that he would not be Yang Hui's opponent, so he attacked Yang Hui by surprise, and hoped that Yang Hui would surrender voluntarily. But his hope was ultimately an illusion and could not be realized. The reason why Yang Hui was willing to waste time talking to him was because he knew that he would not give up his blind loyalty and would not put down the sword in his hand. Therefore, considering that he had served the Empire for his entire life and the dignity of being the first Knight of the Round Table, he gave him a fair chance to fight and let him die with the last dignity in his arms. In that case, I'm sorry, Your Highness Yang Hui, the Knights of the Round Table. As he said this, Galahad took out the cross sword behind him and held it in front of him with both hands. That's right, Bismarck. The Knights of Nightmare. Athena responded to Galahad's invitation, holding the sword horizontally and stretching her body. Attack. Crush them. Chapter 813, The End of the Knights of the Round Table. The Knights of the Round Table and the Nightmare Knights, the two most powerful knights that once belonged to the Holy Bunodal Empire, charged at each other at this moment. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, kings against kings, the 12 zodiac signs all found their own opponents, and the Nightmare Knights also faced the elite knights driving Vincent. Athena folded her arms and flew in the air, watching the confrontation between the two armies. He was the king, and the king of the other side did not appear on the battlefield. Bismarck, who led the entire army, was only a general after all, and he was not qualified to attack Yang Hui. Bismarck's opponent was Fujito Kagashiro. The black and white double swords of Gemini and the cross-giant sword of Galahad kept colliding. Gemini seemed to have the advantage and kept the rhythm of fierce attack. Galahad could only passively defend. But this is just an appearance. If you look closely, Galahad's defense is well organized, without any confusion. He can even counterattack from time to time, and the angles are tricky and very deadly. If it weren't for Fujito Kagashiro's excellent driving skills and rich combat experience, he would have been killed by Bismarck. Is this the power of G's? It's really terrible. Fujito Kagashiro was not at ease at all. As a witness of the battle, he found that all his moves and routines were seen through by the opponent, who could always block the attack one step ahead and seize the opportunity of stagnation to launch a fatal counterattack. That's right. This is the power of G's. The power to foresee the future for a short time. In front of the power of G's, any resistance you have is powerless. Except the sanctions. At this time, Bismarck's left eye, which had been closed, had opened, and the jade ring seal had been lifted, shining with scarlet birds. Bismarck's G's ability is to predict the future for a short time. There is a time limit, and it cannot predict the target's future infinitely. The short limit should be between 5 seconds and 10 seconds. It is precisely because of this ability that Bismarck can easily block Gemini's attack every time, and can accurately seize Gemini's flaws to counterattack. Powerless? Haha. Hearing Bismarck's words, Fujito Kageshiro sneered, pulled the joystick and pushed it, and lightly stepped on the pedal with his left foot. Gemini blocked the cross-sword attacking from his waist with a twisted posture, and at the same time, the other sword slashed at Galahad's body with the force of splitting huishin. What? Bismarck was shocked and immediately drove Galahad back to avoid the fatal blow, but he was not able to avoid it completely, and the armor of his chest was left with a hideous cut. How is it possible? Why can you exceed my prediction? Bismarck did not see the blow in advance. The moment his left eye saw the future picture, Gemini's knife had already landed on Galahad's armor. It was the survival instinct of the creature that prompted Bismarck to retreat, otherwise, that blow would be enough to take his life. Powerless. That's ridiculous. Fujito Kageshiro said to Bismarck firmly, I have heard of your deeds, the first night of the Knights of the Round Table, Bismarck. During the Blood Emblem incident, you and Shining Mariana were the only two Knights of the Round Table who did not rebel. You protected Charles d'Ibue Natalia and successfully ascended the throne. Each of you defended the city gate with a machine, killed countless enemies, and established supreme merits. However, as he spoke, Gemini raised his black knife, with the tip of the knife pointing directly at Galahad. I am confident that I can do it, too. It may be dangerous, but I will never feel powerless. The same goes for you. You can't make me feel powerless, Bismarck. The only person who can make me feel powerless is your highness. You don't know what powerlessness is at all. Since Fujito Jingshiro started following Yang Hui, he often sparred with Yang Hui. Sometimes it was a real martial arts sparring, sometimes it was a duel between Athena and Gemini, sometimes Fujito Jingshiro led the 4 sacred swords together, and sometimes the 12 zodiacs and the 4 sacred swords beat Athena. However, there was no time, not even once. When they touched the corner of Yang Hui's clothes, Yang Hui always defeated them with an extremely calm and elegant attitude. For them, it was the gap between life and death, but for Yang Hui, it was just a game to kill time. That was the real powerlessness. No matter how Fujito Jingshiro exerted his strength, how he cooperated with his teammates, and how he exerted everything to the extreme, he could not see any chance of winning. And in these processes, Yang Hui never used any special abilities. It was so easy and comfortable. This is powerlessness. As for Bismarck, haha, Fujito Kageshiro said that his G's ability is indeed a bit tricky, but he is just a veteran who has aged. From the evasive action just now, it can be seen that the opponent relies too much on his G's ability. Without the prediction of the future, he can only rely on the instinct of survival to dodge his attacks. I don't know whether he neglected to exercise his strength after sitting on the throne of the first Knight of the Round Table, or whether he became the first Knight of the Round Table by relying on the ability of G's. However, it doesn't matter whether it is the former or the latter. Fujito Kageshiro doesn't care. He already knows how to deal with Bismarck's G's ability. The future is not unbreakable, and it is not something that can be peeped at will, as long as win or lose. With a roar, Gemini rushed up again, wrapped in GN particles, and put the black and white double swords into the scabbard. The rich orange light gathered at the position of Gemini's thruster. What is this? What on earth is this light? Bismarck panicked. This orange particle that he didn't recognize seemed to have its own thoughts and ideas, disrupting his mind. His left eye saw various futures happening continuously. Either Galahad was cut in half, stabbed into the cockpit, split in two, or chopped into pieces. No matter which future it was, he could only see his own defeat. Stop. Stop. Countless possibilities poured into Bismarck's brain, like a torrent that broke through the dam called reason. It's over. As the low but extremely confident words landed, the GN particles behind Gemini suddenly exploded, and the powerful thrust pushed Gemini to the front of Galahad in the blink of an eye, and the knife flashed and passed by. Feud out two-sword style, I, glorious swallowtail butterfly. Clang. The black and white double swords were slightly unsheathed and merged into the scabbard again. The sonorous sound echoed in the air and reached Galahad. The next second, Galahad was split apart. The blade of the fork divided Galahad into 4 parts. The smooth cuts were as shiny as a mirror. Boom. Galahad exploded and turned into gorgeous fireworks in the sky. The scattered fragments fell like raindrops. The Knights of the Round Table, the first knight, died. This was a signal, marking the fall of the Knights of the Round Table. After Gemini killed Galahad with his double swords, the Knights of the Round Table fell one after another at the hands of the 12 Zodiacs. Only one person survived. The 9th knight, Nanette Aniagaram, was Cornelia's senior at the military academy. "Kill me. Why not kill me?" Nanette muttered in frustration while sitting in the cockpit of Gareth. At this time, only the cockpit of her machine, Gareth, was left, which was held in the hand of Baruj. "You know, Senior Nanette, I am a knight of the Round Table. As a knight, I should die on the battlefield. Your kindness is an insult to me. You will know, Senior Nanette, and then you will know whether your so-called loyalty is worth it. Athena, watch the power of Charles d'Ibn Italia being destroyed bit by bit, without any fluctuation in her eyes. Some of the people here deserve to die, such as Luciano Brandelli, the murderer, and some were die-hard fans of Charles d'Ibn Italia, such as Bismarck and the Emperor's Guard." Yang Hui did not laugh at their arrogance, nor did he admire their loyalty and bravery. He just stood from the perspective of a bystander and recorded everything that happened impartially. The Knights of the Round Table have become a thing of the past. "Yang Hui, we found Charles' location." At this moment, Lelouch's voice rang in Yang Hui's mind. "Found it?" Yang Hui frowned. Logically, Charles d'Ibn Italia should be able to see everything that is happening now. The Knights of the Round Table and the Royal Guards are already the strongest forces in his hands. With the strongest forces gone, he should continue to hide. After all, he can't give up the Ragnarok plan. However, Lelouch found him at this time, which is not right. "Yes, I found it," or, he didn't intend to hide at all. Lelouch said in a deep voice. "What location?" "The coordinates have been sent to you." After receiving the coordinates, Yang Hui immediately drove the Athena to go there, but he also remained vigilant at all times to prevent Charles d'Ibn Italia's trap. After all, the Geese cult has a body-devouring snake in its hands. Yang Hui doesn't believe that Charles d'Ibn Italia doesn't know about the existence of the body-devouring snake, so, Charles d'Ibn Italia also has one or more? Or does he have a trump card that shows he is not afraid of the snake? Your Highness. The 12 zodiac signs that finished the battle followed closely behind him. They also received the coordinates sent by Lelouch. Yang Hui's safety must be guaranteed, and they all want to witness the end of Charles d'Ibn Italia and the end of the Ragnarok plan. Be alert. This time, Yang Hui did not refuse their following. Reality is not a hot-blooded novel, and Yang Hui is not a brainless male protagonist who must complete the ritual of king to king. Yes, Your Highness. XN. Chapter 814 VV's ability, Selfless Power. Lelouch was right. Charles d'Ibn Italia had no intention of hiding. His location was actually spread out through the public channel, actively telling others where he was. This made Yang Hui more vigilant. Be on guard. Arriving at the location of the coordinates, Yang Hui looked at the deep entrance and did not dare to act rashly. The 12 zodiacs and the 4 sacred swords guarded the surroundings, alerting the enemies that might appear at any time. Mr. Yang Hui, what are you going to do? Rini Regida asked Yang Hui. The battle in the rear was not over yet. Conventional troops would not be able to play any role in facing an enemy of the level of the body-devouring snake. The sanctuary must fly in the sky as a last resort. Regida, Fujito, you follow me in, the others stay alert, any enemy aircraft that appear, allowed to destroy them directly. After thinking for a moment, Yang Hui decided so. Although Charles d'Ibn Italia sent his coordinates out, he didn't know whether Charles d'Ibn Italia was really at the coordinates. He had to see Charles d'Ibn Italia with his own eyes and kill him personally, otherwise if this old bastard disappeared and hid without anyone noticing, it would be troublesome. Yes. The entrance and exit of the coordinates were large, allowing Nightmare to enter directly. Otherwise, Yang Hui would not dare to take the risk and enter the passage in his physical body. What if Charles d'Ibn Italia buried bombs at the coordinates and waited for Yang Hui to enter in his physical body and detonate them directly? That would be the end. With the protection of Nightmare, or the pseudo-solar furnace and GN particles, the GN force field was enough to withstand a small nuclear explosion at full power output. The dark tunnel was straight and long. Yang Hui and the other two did not dare to move forward too fast, in case there were any traps set on the road to attack them, until a little light appeared in their eyes, getting bigger and brighter. They knew that this passage was finally coming to an end. Vegeta, the distance of the passage, the distance between us and the ground. Before rushing out of the passage, Yang Hui asked Rini Vegeta. The passage is confirmed to be a straight passage, 4 kilometers long, 1 kilometer from the ground. No metal reaction was found on the ceiling, and the probability that Caesar and Libra SGN particle cannon can directly penetrate is 95%. Rini Vegeta reported. Caesar, Libra, lock our current coordinates, GN particle cannon charge and stand by. After confirming the surrounding situation, Yang Hui immediately ordered Orpheus and Anya in his mind through King's Guardian. Yes, Your Highness. X2 let's go in. 3 nightmares rushed out of the dark passage and entered the bright hall. This is it. Completely different from the dark passage, the hall was like another world. The evening sun shone on the drifting clouds. The ancient palace floating in the air was connected to the platform under their feet by suspended steps. There were huge rocks and towering obelisks. And the person they wanted to confirm was right in front of them, on the high steps, standing in front of the ancient palace, looking down at them expressionlessly. Charles. Yang Hui, you are finally here. Won't you come down to meet me? Charles Diabunitaria asked calmly, but it was precisely because there was no emotional expression that the ridicule and disdain in his words became more apparent. Charles, what conspiracy do you have? Yang Hui did not dare to believe Charles Diabunitaria. He was not an arrogant person. He had a strict plan for every step from before he ascended the throne to now. If it were not for Yang Hui's appearance, which disrupted his arrangement bit by bit, the Ragnarok plan would have almost no chance of failure. Conspiracy? Ho ha ho ha. I didn't expect you to be afraid of me. Ha ha ha, should I say I'm honored? Yang Hui, the man from outer space. Sure enough, you also know. It seems that you don't know my brother's G's ability. Interesting. The man from outer space is not omniscient. Charles Diabunitaria smiled gently. VV's G's ability. Yang Hui was stunned for a moment and frowned deeply. In his memory, he knew the G's ability of all the G's ability users or code holders who appeared, except for one person, that is VV. He has been guarding against VV's G's ability from beginning to end. In Yang Hui's opinion, the ability to successfully possess a code is definitely very powerful. But what puzzled Yang Hui was that in the battle with VV never used his G's ability from beginning to end. After defeating the body-eating snake and seeing VV whose vitality and soul were drained, Yang Hui thought that he was lucky. VV, whose soul was used as fuel, could not use his ability and was killed. But now, his heart was lifted again, and he began to guess VV's G's ability. Let me tell you, Yang Hui, brother's G's ability is an ability without any power. I thought his ability was useless, but I didn't expect that his ability still played a little role in the end. What? That's right, brother's ability is called King's Hands and Feet. From the moment he gets the ability, he must bind to a person. After binding, there will be no performance. Only at the moment of his death, he will give everything he has left to the person he is bound to, including his ability and his memory. This. Yang Hui was surprised. He thought of countless possibilities and even calculated the abnormal ability that affects time and space. He didn't expect VV's G's ability to be such a selfless dedication to others. But, think about it carefully, it is indeed reasonable. From the last moment before VV died, he kept talking about Charles Diabunitaria. In order to clear the biggest obstacle of the Ragnarok plan, he sacrificed himself to activate the body-eating snake. Everything he did was for Charles Diabunitaria. The G's ability is the embodiment of a person's greatest inner vision. VV's G's ability is to give everything left after his death to Charles Diabunitaria, which is reasonable. It's just. So I received all of my brother's memories, including the ancient Mecha, the different worlds outside the sky, and the fact that you are also an outsider. So what? What do you want to say? Yang Hui asked Charles Diabunitaria. This is our world, the outsider. Charles Diabunitaria was not angry, but his loud voice and his majesty showed that he was a real emperor at this moment. Whether it's me or my brother, or the hypocritical world or the world without lies, this is our world, not something you can touch at will. Yang Hui was silent. He was not sure how much of Charles Diabunitaria's words came from his heart. If they were all true, Then he had never really understood Charles Diabunitaria. Yang Hui once thought that he was a cowardly and selfish person. He, Vivi, and Mariana were all unwilling to face the reality of the world, and chose to escape, to control the world, and to turn the world into what they wanted. But now, is Charles Diabunitaria not doing this for himself? But for this world? Without getting a reply from Yang Hui, Charles Diabunitaria continued to talk to himself. Sword of Akasha, if I detonate it, the area within a radius of 50 kilometers will be destroyed. Even the special device you brought from outer space cannot protect you, and you will not be able to escape. Prepare to evacuate. Upon hearing this, Yang Hui immediately said to Rugeta, Fujito Kagashiro, and everyone outside the ruins in his mind. Although Charles Diabunitaria's words were a question and there should be more to come, Yang Hui did not dare to be careless. If what he said was true, then he could only try his best to escape and fight for a chance of survival. Originally, I planned to detonate the Sword of Akasha directly when you approached. Even if my plan failed, this world will not allow people who do not belong to this world to interfere. Seeing that Athena, Elise and Gemini began to slowly retreat, Charles pretended not to see it and continued, however, at the moment when I was about to activate the Sword of Akasha, the consciousness of World C found me. The consciousness of World C took the initiative to find you. Yang Hui was surprised, because the consciousness of World C took the initiative to find someone. In Yang Hui's memory, there was only one person, that is Reina, which was also related to Reina's G's ability, because her ability was Redemption and Hope, also known as Fragment of G's, and she was the only one whose flying bird representing G's ability was blue. What did it tell you? What did it tell me? Charles suddenly sighed, his aura collapsed, his majesty was gone, and he became a king who was lacking in energy, an enemy that could not be resisted, a fortress representing hope, and the only guardian who could protect this world. So you changed your mind? Yang Hui asked. If I don't change, what else can I do? Charles Diabunitaria smiled bitterly and shook his head. He actually gave up the dignity of being a king, took off his cloak without any image, sat on the highest step in front of the palace, and patted the empty seat beside him like a kind elder. He knew that Yang Hui must have seen it. Yang Hui did see Charles Diabunitaria's actions clearly, and knew that he was inviting him. After thinking for a long time, Yang Hui decided to accept the invitation. Your Highness, please allow me to accompany you. Seeing Yang Hui jump out of the cockpit, Fujito Kagashiro also left, Gemini, and followed Yang Hui with a knight's sword in hand. Yet, Yang Hui nodded, leaving Rugeta to look after the machine, and took Fujito Jingshiro up the stairs step by step, and sat down next to Charles Diabunitaria. Fujito Jingshiro stood behind Yang Hui, staring at Charles Diabunitaria. If there was any abnormal behavior, he would draw his sword at the first time and behead Charles Diabunitaria with one sword. Chapter 815 Willing to become a sacrifice for the new world. Yang Hui, what do you think of the world now? Charles Diabunitaria asked after Yang Hui sat down, looking straight ahead, as if he had traveled through time and space and looked down at the world from the sky. It's terrible. Yang Hui shook his head and expressed his thoughts. But you stopped my plan. Because that's wrong, Charles. Yang Hui said in a flat tone, the world is everyone's world, a collection of everyone's thoughts, good and bad coexist, good and evil coexist, diligence and laziness coexist, lies and truth coexist, everything is part of this world, everyone is constantly moving forward, even if they want to stop and give up, time will push them to keep moving forward, and on the way forward, different roads are intertwined, people meet, thoughts collide with thoughts, and collide with different sparks, countless sparks gather together, and they can ignite the entire grassland, and the blazing fire will illuminate people's way forward and illuminate infinite possibilities. However, your plan will obliterate the possibilities of mankind and turn humans with infinite possibilities into lambs in captivity. You are arrogant, you are all too arrogant, so arrogant that your thoughts can represent all mankind, and your possibilities can represent the possibilities of all mankind. Possibility, the most meaningless statement, the most illusory existence. Possibility represents the unknown. How can we determine whether it is good or bad? It's interesting precisely because we can't determine it. Yang Hui smiled and said, humans are like this. Throughout history, there have been countless historical heroes, as well as countless treacherous and evil people. But so what? Look at the world today. From borrowing fire from nature to now having natural gas and electric lights, countless myths and legends about the moon have now proven that it is just a satellite of the Earth. In the past, only sharp stones could be used to resist wild beasts, but now we have guns, cannons, missiles, warships and even nightmares. The world has been moving forward, and humans have been moving forward too. Humans have never needed absolute rulers. What humans need are pioneers, pioneers who pave the way for them. Pioneers? So, that's the case. As he spoke, Charles D'Ibunitario looked at Yang Hui for the first time, his expression becoming serious. How do you plan to change this world? Establish the Earth Federation. Yang Hui told Charles D'Ibunitario all his plans, including the implementation effects of the relevant systems in other worlds, and how Promise Fortress, as a regulator, maintains world stability. I see, I understand, it's a great plan. Maybe you can really change this terrible world. I just used a tried and tested template. Yang Hui shrugged. He was not a political power, and his plan could only be said to be standing on the shoulders of giants. Unfortunately, I can't see it. Charles D'Ibunitario said. Hearing this, Yang Hui was silent. In fact, if Charles D'Ibunitario understood each other and was willing to give up his Ragnarok plan, he would be the most suitable candidate for the first speaker of the Earth Federation. When the Earth Federation was first established, it needed a leader with powerful military force to suppress all the scoundrels and let them know that the newly established Earth Federation was by no means a mascot-like existence like the current United Nations. But Yang Hui also knew that Charles D'Ibunitario must die. In the current world situation, all forces are full of fear and vigilance towards Bunitaria. A sacrifice is needed to sacrifice for the establishment of the new world. And Charles D'Ibunitaria is the most suitable sacrifice, and he is also willing to be the sacrifice for the establishment of the new world. I will activate the Sword of Akasha, and you will stop me. Charles D'Ibunitaria said to Yang Hui. Okay. No script or rehearsal is needed. Yang Hui agreed to accompany Charles D'Ibunitaria to perform this play. The world needs sacrifices, and the old world's chronic illness also needs to be crushed. Yang Hui wants to establish the Earth Federation as the new leader, so he needs to let everyone recognize Yang Hui's achievements. Yang Hui stood up and took Fujito Kagemashiro back to the bottom of the stairs, but after just 2 steps, Charles D'Ibunitaria called Yang Hui again. Yang Hui. Anything else? I'll leave this world to you. Don't worry. If Charles D'Ibunitaria said you, Yang Hui might not agree, but he used you. Yang Hui had absolute confidence. Because, no matter which world it is not something that can be supported by one person, it relies on the efforts of countless people. At this moment, the screens of TVs, mobile phones, computers and even LED billboards around the world flashed and turned into the same content. In a space they didn't recognize, Charles D'Ibunitaria stood in front of the ancient palace like a mighty king, overlooking Athena, Aeolus, and Gemini, under the stairs. Charles D'Ibunitaria began his speech, accusing the hypocrisy of the world and the lies between people, and announcing his plan. A world without lies is about to be established. Then Yang Hui refuted his plan and scolded his arrogance and stupidity. Then, countless nightmares suddenly appeared in the mysterious space and surrounded Athena, Aeolus, and Jeremy, just like 3 fish in a turbulent river resisting the power of nature. Everyone who saw this scene held their breath and didn't dare to breathe, for fear that their breathing might affect Yang Hui and the other 2,000s of miles away. Then there was a big melee. Athena, Aeolus, and Jeremy showed their mighty and heroic appearance to the fullest, ruthlessly killing the enemies around them. They were wounded and exhausted, but they persevered and fought with a firm will. Until the end, Athena fought hard to Charles D'Ibunitaria, jumped out of the cockpit, and pierced Charles D'Ibunitaria's chest with a sword shining with cold light. Oh! Win! His Highness Yang Hui won. Emperor Bunitaria's conspiracy was thwarted. The whole world cheered and celebrated Yang Hui's victory, which was also the victory of all mankind. However, before they could be happy for long, they became nervous again, because Charles D'Ibunitaria's voice sounded again. Yang Hui, you still lost. Cough cough. Akasha sword has been activated. It will self-destruct in half an hour. Cough cough. Radius of 50 kilometers. You can't escape. Die with me. Go to hell yourself, Charles D'Ibunitaria. Yang Hui said indifferently. pulling out a knight sword from Charles di Bunitaria's chest, and immediately returned to the cockpit of Athena, rushing out of the mysterious space with the wounded Ailes and Gemini. People all over the world don't know what happened next, because the picture was frozen on Charles di Bunitaria's face. He had lost his breath, but his expression was extremely peaceful. Until half an hour later, as the dazzling light occupied the entire screen, all the pictures went black. Damn it! That old bastard, where's His Highness Yang Hui? Did he escape? Damn it, where is that place? Does anyone know? The Nightmare Knights are fighting in South America. Are there any people from South America? Tell me what's going on. Me. I'm from South America. Just now there was a strong earthquake, and a burst of light shot up into the sky in the distance. It should be the direction where the sword of Akasha exploded. But I don't know if His Highness managed to escape. The internet has exploded. Everyone is very anxious to know the safety of Yang Hui and his friends, but even people in South America don't dare to approach that direction. The explosion just now is really too terrible. Just watching from a distance is chilling. Until the screen lights up again, and the perspective changes. It is a bird's eye view taken from the sky. A huge hole appeared in South America, which scared the people in front of it and trembled with their hands covering their mouths. In the sky around the hole, there are a large number of nightmares flying, among which there are the scarred Athena, Ares and Gemini. Then, Lelouch appeared in the lower left corner of the screen. I am Lelouch V. Bunitalia, the 5th Prince of the Bunitalia Empire, Chief of Staff of the Nightmare Knights. I have just confirmed the signals of Athena, Ares, and Gemini. The captain of the Nightmare Knights Yang Hui, Ares pilot Regina Regida, and Gemini pilot Fujito Kagashiro are confirmed to survive. Once again, announced to the world. The operation to wipe out the Geese cult and the operation to stop the Ragnarok plane have been won. X and the whole world cheered, but Yang Hui didn't care about these at this time. Instead, he returned to the sanctuary with Elise and Jeremy. The scars on Athena, allies, and Gemini were not special effects, but real. The battle they just had in the Sword of Akasha was also real. Yang Hui never thought that Charles di Bunitaria could temporarily obtain the authority of the Sea World without code, manipulate the collective consciousness of the Sea World, and attach himself to a large number of unmanned nightmares that had been prepared long ago to attack them. This old bastard, he's really doing it. Yang Hui cursed after relaxing. Although he knew that this was for realism, it can be seen from the fierce attacks of those unmanned nightmares that Charles di Bunitaria has gone beyond the scope of acting and really killed them. Is this the end, Mr. Yang Hui? Regina Regida asked. With the end of this battle, Lelouch's mission in the world has been completed, and the time to return to Promise Fortress is coming. I guess so. We just need to make a start and don't have to worry about the rest. Yang Hui waved his hand. He did want to establish the Earth Federation, but he would be an initiator at most. He would not worry about what happened later. Professional matters should be left to professionals, such as HU. Too far away in the capital of Bunitalia, Sknizel and Odysseus gathered together and were raising their glasses to celebrate the victory. However, before their glasses touched each other, they sneezed together. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 816 Return to the Fortress, the Fusion of Carolus Worlds. Is this the Promise Fortress? It's even more spectacular than you said. Following Yang Hui through the world portal, the people of Lelouch's world were shocked by the grand view when they arrived at the Promise Fortress for the first time. After the sacrifice of Charles di Bunitaria, the Lelouch world was once in chaos. The public drama staged by Yang Hui and Charles di Bunitaria did accumulate a lot of prestige for Yang Hui, but as the saying goes, people's memory is short, and the excitement and enthusiasm will soon fade away. Moreover, the prestige that Charles di Bunitaria accumulated for Yang Hui mostly belongs to civilians. Except for the civilians of 11 and Bunitaria, more people still know Yang Hui as the battlefield nightmare in the rumors. Among the two words of awe is always greater than respect. Moreover, because of the death of Charles di Bunitaria, a series of turmoil broke out in Bunitaria, which also gave the ambitious people hidden all over the world an opportunity to launch resistance movements. Then, It was a year-long suppression. Yang Hui led the Nightmare Knights to various parts of the world to suppress various resistance organizations. Some countries also united to compete with Unitalia. The result waiting for them was naturally a ruthless massacre. After cleaning up the chaotic world, the Bunital Empire was crowned by the Crown Prince Odysseus and became the new emperor. He not only stabilized the country, but also calmed the turmoil in the world. However, the first decree announced by Odysseus after ascending the throne was that the Bunital Empire would no longer be a royal dictatorship. The royal power would be dispersed and a new cabinet meeting would be established within the empire. The emperor would only serve as the chairman of the meeting and have the power to participate in politics and vote. This decree was puzzling to many people, because they didn't understand why Odysseus, the mediocre crown prince, who had finally become the emperor of the world's most powerful empire, wanted to disperse the power in his hands. Some people speculated that this was due to the unstable position of Odysseus. After all, within Bunitaria, there was Yang Hui, the hero who saved the world, and Skneasel, the prime minister whose power was greater than his position. Under pressure from many parties, Odysseus had to compromise. For those ambitious nobles within Bunitaria, this was naturally great news, because the emperor had delegated power, and as the great nobles in the country, they would naturally have more power, and their families and themselves would be able to go further, and perhaps they could slowly empty the royal family and own the entire empire. However, just when these people were still thinking this way and had not yet put their greed into action, Yang Hui, Odysseus, Skneasel, Cornelia, Clovis, the most famous princes and princesses of the royal family, suddenly united together and cleared out these greedy nobles. The speed was so fast that the whole world did not react and did not give the turmoil a second chance. Another year later, everyone knew that after Odysseus came to power, he took the initiative to weaken the imperial power, and then cleared out a bunch of high-ranking nobles. The Earth Federation, the world federal government that the whole world must participate in, was jointly established by the world's top military powers, led by Bunitaria. Different from the mascot-like United Nations, the first rule of the Earth Federation is to disband the participating national armies and form the Earth Federation Army, which will be joined by the original armies of various countries and reorganized to form an armed force belonging to the Earth Federation and the whole world. Of course, there are also countries that disagree and suspect that this is a conspiracy by several powerful forces to rule the world, and then the Earth Federation Army, which was reorganized and fully equipped with the 7th-generation Nightmare and aerospace carriers, was led by Clovis, the first commander-in-chief of the Earth Federation Army, and Li Zink, the deputy commander, to deter. In addition, the first Speaker of the Senate, Odysseus, and the first Executive General, Skneaser, persuaded and negotiated, and successfully completed the establishment of the Earth Federation. Of course, this is only a preliminary establishment. The current stability is based on the powerful military force of the Earth Federation. It takes a long time for the world to recognize and get used to the existence of the Earth Federation. What? Why is Yang Hui, as the world's strongest person, not the first commander-in-chief of the Earth Federation Army but Clovis? Not even the witch, Cornelia? Of course, it was because Yang Hui and Cornelia did not intend to focus on one world, but on Promise Fortress and the infinite unknown world. Therefore, at the moment when the Earth Federation was established, Yang Hui and Regine Regetta's mission was also completed. As expected, Lelouch's world was connected to Promise Fortress. Yang Hui brought Cornelia, Odysseus, Skneasel, Clovis and others to Promise Fortress. Odysseus, Skneasel, Clovis and others came to visit Promise Fortress and then joined the decision-making level on behalf of Lelouch's world, while Cornelia and her, Rose Witch, Knights, Yang Hui's, Nightmare, Knights and Lelouch all chose to stay in Promise Fortress and become part of the Promise Legion. Clovis and his, Starry, Knights naturally could not be content with the status quo. He also wanted to join the Promise Corps, but the world's strongest fighters were taken away, and only Clovis was qualified to become the commander-in-chief of the Earth Federation Army. He could not beat Yang Hui and Cornelia, so he could only be forced to be placed in this position with grievance. As Clovis's direct troops, the Starry Knights naturally could not abandon their master and join the Promise Corps first, so they temporarily joined the Earth Federation Army. When the Earth Federation was a little more stable, he could throw the burden of the commander-in-chief of the Earth Federation Army to Li Zink. When entering the Promise Fortress, Cornelia and others noticed that there were also 2 new portals next to the portal connecting their world, and many people came out of them. In the other three directions, people also suddenly appeared. These should be the teams going to other worlds to perform missions. It seems that everything is safe. Yang Hui and the leaders of the other teams looked at each other and smiled. Let's go to the central conference room, meet our new companions and report the situation to each other. Yang Hui said. Wait a minute, we may need to deal with something here first. Char stood up and said, and next to him stood a few nervous young men and women. Yang Hui recognized them as Camus, Emma and others, new members of the Gundam Z world. Yes, Mephis. Yang Hui nodded and called Mephis. Commander. Mephis's shadow appeared in front of everyone again. Those who saw Mephis for the first time exclaimed, but Wang, Char, Cruz and other people who were familiar with Mephis observed that Mephis's shadow became more solid. However, they did not rush to ask, and first solve the problem of the integration of the Gundam Z world and the UC-1 Year War world. Why did Mephis change like this? They believed that they would get the answer later. How will the integration of the Gundam Z world and the UC-1 Year War world proceed? It has been completed. XN hearing this, everyone was stunned. It's done? Is it too hasty? Anything in the world shouldn't have gorgeous scenes, grand scenes, such as, two balls collide, the sky collapses and the earth cracks, and finally merges into one and becomes calm? After Commander Char completed the world mission of the Gundam Z world, the world deflection was calculated to be more than 100%, and it was directly merged when it was teleported away. The members of the Promise Fortress took the order of joining the fortress as the priority to receive all the memories of the alien isotopes. Those who have not joined the fortress will be completely merged and will not notice the changes in the world. In other words, I suddenly grew up, and my parents will not be surprised at all. Camus pointed at himself and asked blankly. After all, he is now 16 years old, and he was still a little kid 8 years ago. It feels so strange that his son has grown up so much, and his parents don't know it at all. What are you? I'm weird. Amuro and Hammond said with a depressed look. Ahoha. Camus scratched his hair and smiled awkwardly. In fact, not only him, but also other people around him, looking at the current Amuro and Hammond also felt very strange. Because in the Gundam Z world, Amuro and Hammond are both adults in their 20s, especially Hammond, who has grown up to be graceful and elegant, and has the temperament of a queen. But now, a young boy and a pretty girl, how can they be associated with a mature strongest pilot and the queen of Neo-Zeon? Mevis, why am I not in my grown-up state? Hammond questioned Mevis angrily, as if her mental age had changed back to girl along with her appearance, and her queen temperament was gone, leaving only the girl's savagery and willfulness. Of course, on the one hand, Hammond is indeed still a girl, and her queen temperament in the Gundam Z world is also a disguise for the mission. On the other hand, the Promise Fortress and her companions also gave her a sense of security, and she was willing to show her original side. It has been explained that the order of joining the fortress is the priority, and after returning to the fortress, it is fixed at the time of joining the fortress. I'm not willing. Hammond said madly, holding his head. Haha, little eel, it's not that bad, right? Yang Hui asked with a smile. As for that, Hammond shouted, glancing at Char. And not only Yang Hui, but everyone else who had not gone to the Gundam Z world to perform a mission looked at Char with interest. They smelled the smell of melon. Ahem, don't look at me, I have nothing to say. Char also remembered something, his old face turned red, and he turned his head away awkwardly. The pantyhose fell off. Ahem, it was Captain Char who was stunned when he first saw Hammond. Camus backstabbed Char at a very appropriate time. Hooah! And everyone was stunned after eating the melon. Did Char, who has a mom control, already find his mother? Would he still be attracted to a woman? Could it be a second mother? Char. I must criticize you severely. Have you considered Lala's feelings? Yang Hui criticized Char righteously, but in return, everyone rolled their eyes. How dare you say that to me? Shier pointed at Yang Hui angrily and counterattacked. Why don't you count how many wives you have first? That's different. Yang Hui's face also turned red, and he argued with Xia. I'm looking for a wife. You're looking for a mother. Kill you. I must kill you. Chapter 817 Their respective experiences. The life and death duel between Yang Hui and Char, which everyone expected, did not begin, because a real purple-haired queen ended this farce. Although Cornelia felt that the atmosphere of this kind of fighting between companions was not bad, and she was also very concerned about what Char said about Yang Hui having many wives, her strong reason told her that it was more important to start the meeting early and thoroughly complete the ceremony of their joining Promise Fortress. Under Cornelia's suppression, Yang Hui naturally did not dare to make trouble again, and could only lead everyone to the central conference room. Of course, only Cornelia, Odysseus, Skneasel, Clovis, Lelouch and other people with decision-making power went to the central conference room, while the members of the Nightmare Knights, who were warriors, went to the training room under the leadership of Graham, Amuro and others. Warriors naturally had warriors' welcome ceremonies, but they just hoped that they would like it. After arriving at the central conference room, everyone took their seats. Although there were 6 teams going to different worlds to perform missions this time, only 3 worlds were truly connected. Excluding the Gundam Z world that could not be connected to Promise Fortress but merged with a UC-1 Year War world, only the Buddy Complex world and the Full Metal Panic world were connected to Promise Fortress. The representative of the Full Metal Panic world was the Mithril organization represented by Tessa Testarossa, followed by his adjutant Richard Madukas and his Armored Mobile Master Slave System team members Sosuke Sagura, Melissa Mao, Cruz Weber, and Bill Fugen Closet. On the other hand, there is Leonard Testarossa, who was originally a member of the hostile Amalgam organization and the biological brother of Tessa Testarossa. On the Amalgam side, only Leonard came. He did not represent Amalgam, because most of the members of Amalgam were lunatics and warmongers, so they were directly eliminated by Thunder. Leonard joined Amalgam because of his personality, but the reason for the formation of his personality came from the mental damage in his childhood. After being exposed to the dark side that his sister did not touch and becoming its victim, he took a different path from his sister. Leonard and Tessa are both special races in the world of Full Metal Panic, called Whisperers. They have innate black technology information in their brains. Although they look exactly the same as ordinary people, they are very different from ordinary people in the spiritual field, and resonance can occur between listeners, that is, information is transmitted through brain waves, similar to ventriloquism. However, resonance cannot be used frequently, otherwise personality confusion will occur. The true identity of the black technology is that the future technology of the Full Metal Panic world is passed to the past through the existence of the Signal Tower, because the timeline of the Full Metal Panic world has been constantly restarting, and every time it is restarted, Leonard will appear. In order to change the tragedy and save his sister, he will continue to restart the world. After each restart, there is no memory before the restart, but the same experience will be encountered, which makes the whole world fall into a dead loop. The existence of the Signal Tower is Tessa Testarossa of the first world. For unknown reasons, she did not restart with the world, but lived in a special space as a spirit body, sending the future technology in her memory to the Whisperer after the restart. After learning about the existence of Promise Fortress and that he has been struggling in a dead loop for many years, Leonard finally decided to come to Promise Fortress to find new possibilities. Tessa Testarossa was willing to lead her subordinates to join the Promise Fortress because, on the one hand, their world had been at war, and she also wanted to find hope to completely end the world war and achieve world peace. On the other hand, although Tessa already knew Reynard's purpose and original intention, she still regarded Reynard as an extremely dangerous person and came to the Promise Fortress to supervise. After hearing Reynard's deeds, everyone present couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook their heads. Among the people present, there were really a few people as dangerous as Reynard, such as Cruz and Char. Then there was the Buddy Complex world, which was also a world where 2 forces broke out in war. One side was the Freedom Treaty Union, and the other was the Great Zagilia Republic. Because a madman's crazy plan to destroy the world was ended, the 2 forces temporarily entered a period of peace. However, the war in this world was also caused by the energy crisis. If there was no external intervention, the outbreak of war again was a foregone conclusion. After learning about the existence of Promise Fortress, both forces discovered the possibility of peace, so a delegation consisting of Alfred Gallant, the General Representative of the Political Administration Bureau of the new Central Committee of the Great Zagilia Republic, and a representative and several members of the Freedom Treaty Union came to Promise Fortress. Sure enough, have they gone back? Seeing that Wate Sonoba and Yuma Horihino were not among the people in the Buddy Complex world, Yang Hui was sure that they had returned to their own era. The Buddy Complex world has a similarity with the Full Metal Panic world, and it is also trapped in a cycle of time and space. But unlike the restart of the Full Metal Panic world, the male and female protagonists of the Buddy Complex world, Wate Sonoba and Yumehiro Hina, have been engaged in the development of a special linkage combat system called the linkage system after graduating from university in their original era. It is equipped with a special linkage combat system called MIS. Through linkage, the thoughts of the two pilots are synchronized, and the thinking data is sent to the future one a nanosecond later in the form of elementary particles. During the development process, the experiment failed and Yumehiro Hina traveled to the future. As a pilot of the Freedom Treaty Union, she fought against the Republic of Zigilia. However, during the battle, the collision of the linkage system opened the time and space vortex again. Yumehiro Hina and her machine returned to the past 70 years ago with the enemy. Back in the past, Yumehiro Hina fought the enemy again to protect her boyfriend, but the time and space vortex was opened again for unknown reasons, and she returned to the past 70 years with her boyfriend and the enemy. This time, her boyfriend Wate Sonoba came to the Freedom Treaty Union, and Yumehiro Hina came to the Republic of Zigilia, which was earlier. Then, they kept fighting, kept opening the time and space vortex, and then traveled back again, over and over again, until the intervention of Maru, Bakalulu and others, it was completely over. In the final battle, due to the explosion of a large number of nectorbium, a unique mineral in the Buddy Complex world, the time and space vortex was opened again. Wate Sonoba and Yumehiro Hina returned to their original timeline, and it was impossible for them to follow them to Promise Fortress. However, Yang Hui has always wanted to complain about this world. Are time-space vortexes and time travel really so careless? Sometimes he goes back to the past, and sometimes he goes to the future. The linkage system and nectorbium need to be studied carefully. Yang Hui thought so as everyone introduced themselves. After the self-introductions, each team began to report their mission experiences and gains. In the Buddy Complex world, the team led by Maru and Bakilu intervened in the battle as a third-party force, executing their old tricks in the Gundam Seed world. In addition, the battleships and MIS far exceeded those in the Buddy Complex world. For a while, both sides were unable to raise their heads. In the end, the former lieutenant of the Great Zigilia Republic Army, Bison Jaraful, traveled back to the past during a battle, secretly controlled the Political Administration Bureau of the Central Committee, launched his plan to destroy the world, and was eventually stopped. In the world of Full Metal Panic, Katie and Sergei's team joined the Mithril organization at the beginning of the mission and became an independent team. They have been wandering between the two major forces and fighting violence with violence. Katie and Sergei also complained that they had been fighting against the gods in the Gundam world for their entire lives, but eventually became gods. In one action after another, they came into contact with the existence of the Whisperers and the Amalgam, and collided with them. In the final battle, Setsuna used the quantum burst system and accidentally connected with a signal tower in the special space, learned the truth of the world, and also understood the existence of Reynard. Finally, he reconciled with Reynard and eliminated the Amalgam. At Reynard's suggestion, he showed an extremely strong attitude, which shocked the two major forces and deterred them from easily starting a war again, and the mission ended. In the Gundam Zoo world, Char and his companions directly entered the world as alien isotopes. The time period of entry was just before the start of the original plot. They were ready to snatch the Gundam MKII of the Titans. Whether it was Char, Amuro or Hammond, they all found that the Titans had completely risen during this period and could only be destroyed by force. Therefore, the Earth Resistance Organization Karaba where Amuro was, the AUG where Char was, and the Neo-Zeon where Hammond was secretly united. They used the original text of the Universal Charter they knew as the negotiation condition, and received the full support of Anaheim Corporation to destroy the Titans together. It is worth mentioning that because of their foresight, the fate of many people has been changed. For example, Matsunaga Shin and Kobayashi Hayato, who were supposed to die in the battle, are alive and well. Many Titans members with conscience have been turned against the enemy. Kemu's lover Feng and sister Rasamia were rescued by Char and Amuro. Emma Sin did not die, and Kemu was not turned into a madman by %%. Next is the Gundam X world and the Aldno Zero world. First of all, it is the Gundam X world. This world is also in chaos after the war. Gerhard and Assem also act as free forces, make friends with a protagonist group who are also their own forces, and complete the mission together according to the original plot. On the way to complete the mission, Gerhard and his sim actually reached the requirements of connecting the world, but they found that in addition to the big killer of the Moonlight Cannon, other things in this world are not so necessary for the Promise Fortress. Moreover, they also asked the members of the protagonist group, and the other party said that the battle was over. They did not intend to continue fighting and hoped to live a peaceful life. So they did not force others to connect the world, but chose to return to the Promise Fortress with the technology of the Moonlight Cannon. As for the old No Zero world, Yang Hui can only use bizarre to describe the experience of Wong and Cruz. Yang Hui started. Cruz is the Duke of the Wiser Empire of Mars. He has a special ability to add a floating cannon and predict the trajectory of the body, and then immediately began the invasion of the Earth. When he just arrived in the world, Cruz did not dare to turn against the Wiser Empire directly, so he also took his Yanglu city to the Earth. After investigation, Cruz discovered that the Wiser Empire was divided into two factions, and also found out the mastermind of the assassination of the Peace Faction Princess. While openly pursuing the protagonists, he secretly contacted the Peace Faction Princess, and continued to connect with other nobles in the Wiser Empire, and also contacted the government of the Earth. In the end, the Martian nobles belonging to the Conquest faction found that they had been surrounded by undercover agents, and the final decisive battle ended without a single shot. The Emperor was secretly killed by Cruz, and the Peace Faction Princess was pushed to the throne. With Cruz's actions, he must have met the requirements of connecting the world, but unfortunately, the Peace Faction Princess did not want to see war again, and did not want any factors that might cause war to appear, so she rejected Cruz's proposal. Without connecting the world, Cruz took 2 or 3 people he thought were good back to Promise Fortress. As for technology, to be honest, the characteristic technology of the Old No Zero world lies in the Old No Drive, a special energy that must be activated by the royal bloodline of the Wiser Empire. The powerful weapons of the Wiser Empire are all based on this drive. The driver itself has too many limitations, and it is not very useful to bring it back. And those seemingly powerful weapons, to be honest, most of them are better in Promise Fortress, and some are powerful but also have big flaws. Except for a few technologies that Cruz thinks are good, the others are not touched. In this mission, Wong and others who accompanied him also saw Cruz's horror for the first time, not his combat strength, but his abnormality of holding people's hearts in his hands and playing with them. Chapter 818, Start preparing for the Legion battle. After each team reported their work, the next step was to summarize the rewards, and then to use and distribute them. This time, everyone also saw the low-level super and fantasy systems, such as the G's ability of Lelouch's world, the Greek letter lambda driver system of the Full Metal Panic world, and the linkage system of the Buddy Complex world. After confirming with Memphis, the difficulty of the world mission will not increase dramatically before the authority is upgraded to the intermediate level, that is, the upper limit of the difficulty will be limited to the level of the low-level super or fantasy system. In this way, everyone will not worry too much about the difficulty of the world mission. These worlds have a characteristic, that is, the level of technology is not too high, but the special abilities or special systems involving the super or fantasy system are relatively buggy, but as long as a way to deal with it is found, it is not a big threat, and there is also Yang Hui, the prophet. What is there to be afraid of? Moreover, this time, Yang Hui mentioned the new enemy he encountered, the body-eating snake, an enemy that requires intermediate authority to unlock intelligence, which also brought back the sense of urgency and raised the importance of authority to a higher level. Therefore, they decided to use the upgrade opportunity they got this time to directly upgrade the central hall to level 5, reach the next threshold, and directly participate in the second upgrade assessment. The information about the devouring snake is really too important. If it is really as Yang Hui guessed, then the devouring snake is definitely a more terrible enemy than Festum. Moreover, they guessed that the intelligence unlocked by the intermediate authority must include more than just the devouring snake. They need to know what kind of enemy they will face. The rest will be upgraded according to the usual practice. The scientific research area and production area will be upgraded first, and then a small part will be strengthened in other areas if necessary, and the rest will be invested in the construction and upgrading of the mining area. Congratulations, Commander, the Central Hall has been upgraded to LV-10, the Authority has been upgraded to LV-1, and the number of direct teams has been increased by 5. The Commander can form 10 teams to go to 10 worlds to perform mandatory tasks. The upper limit of each team is 20 people. The task world rules have been changed to randomly select 50 worlds. The 10 teams have the right to select and distribute 10 worlds. Warning. Since the central hall has been upgraded to LV5, the upgrade assessment has been opened, and the Legion battle mode has been opened. The default mission world for the next mission is Macross Frontier, TV version, and the default mode is Legion battle mode. Please be prepared, Commander. After passing the upgrade assessment, the Commander will obtain the full LV-10 authority. As expected, the upgrade assessment is here, and when Yang Hui heard that the default world is Macross Frontier, he was excited but also worried. What's wrong with this world? Seeing Yang Hui's complicated expression, Wang asked immediately. This world has great opportunities, but it is also very dangerous. Yang Hui replied, and then told everyone present about the world overview of Macross Frontier and the prediction of their mission objectives. The Macross Frontier world is the year 2059 in the Macross world. In order to find habitable planets, humans are constantly exploring new horizons in the Milky Way. The ultra-long-distance immigration fleet Macross Frontier, carrying tens of millions of people, sails near the center of the Milky Way. Active idol singer Cheryl Nome, who lives on the 21st Immigrant Fleet Macross Galaxy near Frontier, came to Frontier for a concert. On the way to the concert, Yang Hui met Art, a pilot trainee. The three of them met unexpectedly, and their fates were linked to each other from then on. At this time, Frontier was attacked by Vajra, and the SMS team resisted stubbornly to save Frontier. After investigation, it was finally discovered that the attack on Galaxy and Frontier was a conspiracy by Grace O'Connor. Grace O'Connor was apparently Cheryl's agent, secretly engaged in a secret operation known as Operation Cannibal. Cheryl's code was Fairy 9, and Yang Hui's code was Q1. After determining that Yang Hui was a survivor of the 117th Survey Fleet, it was decided to abandon the plan to use Cheryl's Project Fairy and instead use Yang Hui, known as Little Queen, as a pawn. The goal is to use Yang Hui and Vajra Queen to establish a connection, so as to obtain a powerful force that even primitive civilizations are afraid of, and finally control the entire universe. In the end, the Frontier fleet defeated the Galaxy fleet controlled by Grace O'Connor with the singing of the two singers, Shirley Nome and Yang Hui, and the Vajra that had broken away from Grace O'Connor's control through Vajra Queen, and landed on Vajra's planet. A big opportunity is the Macross battleship that Yang Hui had set his eyes on early on. It is bigger, more powerful. Not only that, it can also be transformed into Mecha form. Yang Hui's most indelible impression of the Macross battleship is that the supergiant robot is splashing missile rain all over its body, then raising its main gun to fire a heavy quantum reaction, and then the VF carried by it attacks like a swarm of bees leaving a hive. The enemy's attack can only splash tiny ripples in front of the pinpoint defense, and there is no need to worry about the opening of the protective force field, causing the weapons of the party to be unable to be used or the carrier-based aircraft to be unable to enter and exit. To describe it in one word, wow. Anyway, when Macross Frontier was in Yang Hui's previous life, the high-altitude surfing scene in the movie really made Yang Hui numb with handsomeness. Listening to Yang Hui's introduction, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed, and then the realization became more and more heated, and they wanted to swallow the Macross battleship in one gulp. Not to mention the terrible firepower, the deformable and modular structure made everyone excited. The total length of the quarter-level Macross ship is only 472 meters, which is not much larger than the strongest battleship of the Promise Corps, Killen class, but only the 254-meter-long aircraft carrier ARMDL can reach 80 VFs. What is this concept? How is the internal space designed? Although VF is smaller than MIS, taking VF-25's Messiah as an example, the humanoid height is also 15.59 meters, including the head beam gun, and the fighter mode is 18.72 meters long, which is not much different from the MIS lying down. In other words, the size is half of the Killen class, but the carrying capacity is twice that of the Killen class. Well, this is only a quarter of the Macross class battleship, so what about the complete Macross class? How terrifying would a monster with a total length of 1,600 to 1,700 meters be? In addition, the scientific team led by Alia Hutchenberg has been studying space jump technology. Although flood wave jump and quantum jump are two completely different technologies, they are very different and have their own advantages and disadvantages, but what comes with it is a danger that is enough to cool everyone down. Vajra, a group of cosmic overlords, similar to bees, with the Queen as the supreme leader of the group. The branches known so far include Mobile Vajra, Heavy Vajra, Super Heavy Vajra, Heavy Hound Vajra, Battleship Level Vajra, Knight Class Vajra, Diamond Class Vajra, Destruction Class Vajra, and even Fortress Level Bishop Class Vajra. Listening to Yang Hui's story, everyone's heart became heavier, especially Cornelia and other members who had just joined the Promise Fortress. Some of them had only experienced wars on Earth and had not even been to the universe. Now tell them that the first battle they joined would face an interstellar war at the level of cosmic overlords. The pressure is greater than a mountain. This is just Yang Hui's brief description of Vajra, and this is just the composition of a Vajra tribe. How many Vajra tribes are there in the entire universe? This is also an unknown number. Compared with this, the war they had experienced with the ELS was nothing. Although the number of VLS was also terrifying, and their super fast learning ability made it even more difficult for them to move forward, the ELS was only in its initial form at the beginning, without too much attack ability, and only relied on its huge number to attack their defense line in the most primitive way. And Vajra, this is a complete army. Small mobile units, warships, and even fortresses are all equipped. And they all have fold wave jumping technology, which can appear anywhere at any time. There is no point in setting up defense lines in advance like fighting against ELS. Since they are a civilized race with wisdom, is it possible to communicate? Cruz asked. In his opinion, if the only option for this mission was war, they would definitely lose without any possibility of winning. Yes, this is also the key to our victory. Then, Yang Hui told them all the characteristics of the Macros world, the existence of the singer, the existence of fold waves, and the characteristics of Shirley, the descendant of the Wind Singer, and, Little Queen, Yang Hui. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Hui like a hot fire. The men had a playful smile on their faces, while the women had a resentful look on their faces, and they all exuded a sour smell. Wait, what do you mean? Yang Hui had a bad feeling that this group of people was going to pit him. So the key to winning this mission is you, Yang Hui. Cruz said jokingly. As long as we take down the Fairy Queen and the Little Queen, we will be halfway to success in this mission. Get lost. Yang Hui glared at Cruz with dead fish eyes, and cursed Cruz angrily, scolding him for adding some strange passive attributes to himself. I'm just telling the truth. I believe everyone here should support my point of view. Cruz spread his hands very innocently. Yang Hui looked around, and sure enough, everyone present nodded involuntarily, silently agreeing with Cruz's point of view, including Wong, Katie, Lux, Cornelia and others. Yang Hui lowered his head in frustration, but suddenly thought of something, and a playful expression also appeared on Yang Hui's face. He raised his head and said to everyone present, if I remember correctly, many of you present are still single, right? Huh? The few people who were secretly named slowly lowered their heads and moved back inconspicuously, hoping to hide in the darkness. Wire retreat. Cruz. I'm talking about you. And you. Rebel. Cheyenne. Rebel and Cheyenne are no longer old men and uncles. They have returned to their appearance in their 20s, and are definitely handsome and tough guys. As for Cruz, well, although he is too insidious, we have to admit that the genes of the Vlada family are still very strong. He is a blonde handsome guy without a mask. And with Cruz's means, isn't it easy to control that dear Little Queen and the innocent girl? Ahem, I don't think this topic is that important, let's skip it. Yeah, that's right. Skip it, save time. The people who were called said quickly, not wanting to discuss this issue any further, otherwise they would be trapped. Humph. Yang Hui rolled his eyes, then brought the topic back to the main topic and continued to discuss the mission preparations of the Macros F world with everyone. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.